Chapter 2333. Ingzhou. There were tens of billions of mortals here, coexisting with immortals and cultivators, but the ratio of immortals was not too high. There was not a single sect in the entire area, and all the rogue cultivators gathered in many small markets to communicate with each other. However, be it mortals, immortals, or cultivators, they were all under the control of the number one family in the area, the Yuan family. The Yuan family had risen to prominence in the last era. Although there weren't many experts in the family, many of their descendants had joined various large sections. They were either outer sect disciples or famous inner sect disciples. Therefore, even if some immortals were passing by, they would visit the Yuan family for a chat. There were rumors that the Yuan family patriarch relied on plundering immortals from all over the world to build his family. His own cultivation base was very ordinary, and to be able to cultivate to the level of sky immortal great perfection, the number of immortals who died in his hands was innumerable. However, there were indeed many small forces or lone immortals who offended the Yuan family, who suddenly disappeared after a certain period of time. All sorts of spearheads and traces pointed towards the Yuan family, but because of the Yuan family's special background and the low cultivation base of the immortals who died, there was not even a single sky immortal. However, no one would choose to offend the Yuan family for them, so the matter was left unsettled. Today was the day of the Yuan family's internal competition. After the competition ended, the Yuan family patriarch and the elders of the various houses gathered in the discussion hall to discuss the arrangements for the 10 disciples of the Yuan family who had won the competition. Patriarch, my son Yuanlong, is an inner sect disciple of the Xianjian sect's Dajiang Peak, and is highly regarded by the peak master of the Dajiang Peak, Jiang Kun. I think we should arrange for all 10 of them to enter the Xianjian sect, so that everyone can take care of each other. Yuan Lai, the great elder of the third house, said with a smile. Yuan Lai's position in the Yuan family was originally weaker than the first and second houses, but because of Yuan Long's relationship and his own cultivation base, he was considered one of the best in the Yuan family. He was an early sky immortal, so his actual authority was higher than the elders of the first and second houses. As soon as he spoke, the first and second houses fell silent. The rest of the people also slowly shut their mouths. Only one person said hesitantly, Yuan Long's position in the Xianjian sect is high, but he is still not a true disciple. If we arrange for all 10 of them to be in the Xianjian sect, they might not be able to get the best care. Yuan Long can only get over 10 earth spirit pills a year. Little Nine's words are reasonable. Yuan family's patriarch nodded slowly. Why don't 5 go to the Xianjian sect, and the remaining 5 go to the Wind and Cloud sect? 14th brother has a high position in the Wind and Cloud sect, so it should be fine with him taking care of it. The great elder of the first branch said. Everyone discussed for a while more. The Yuan family patriarch looked at the 10 prodigies of the Yuan family and said plainly, Which sect do you want to join? In Taisui Lane, only the old ancestor of the Yuan family had the confidence to say this. As for the other independent cultivators, they did not have the right to choose their sections. Ancestor, I want to go to the Xianjian sect. Let's go to the Wind and Cloud sect. Very soon, the 10 of them had decided which sect they wanted to go to. Just as everyone was about to decide on this matter, a flying sword condensed from immortal qi suddenly pierced through the roof and landed in front of the Yuan family's patriarch. When the rest of the Yuan family saw this, their expressions changed. It's Yuan Long's messenger sword. Yuan Lai was the first to recognize that this messenger flying sword came from his son. Did something happen to the Xianjian sect? Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. The Yuan family patriarch tapped lightly, and the messenger flying sword immediately dispersed with a bang. Then, bits of spiritual qi condensed again, turning into a spiritual qi projection that looked exactly like Yuan Long, expressionlessly explained what had happened. Everyone, including the Yuan family patriarch and the elders of the various branches, gradually fell into a state of shock. Yuan Long was seriously injured, and his cultivation fell because of a new disciple. From the Earth Immortal Full Circle to the Earth Immortal Early Stage. How long will it take for him to return to his peak? He knows that Yuan Long is a prodigy of our Yuan family, but he still dared to do this. We must avenge him. Even the prodigies who were only at the human immortal stage had a look of common hatred in their eyes. They clenched their fists tightly, wishing that they could personally avenge Yuan Long, ancestor. Yuan Lai's voice was extremely cold. The other party has already gone to the ancient immortal secret realm. This is a good opportunity for revenge. I will personally make a trip there and take his head to avenge Yuan Long. Yuan Long was originally one of the most promising existences in his family to become a heaven immortal, but now his cultivation had fallen to the early stage of the Earth Immortal stage. The other party is a disciple of the Xianjian sect. You can take revenge yourself, but after that the mysterious sword elder will be angry and come knocking on your door. Will you be able to stop him? The Yuan family patriarch said indifferently. Ancestor, can't we take revenge for this? Since Yuan Long has sent a message back, he hopes that we can take this opportunity to avenge him. Yuan Lai said angrily. The elders of the various houses all had different expressions on their faces. They looked at each other and did not say a word. There were even a few who were gloating, but they concealed it so well that no one could tell. Our Yuan family has been operating in the Taisui lane for so many years. If we have to do everything ourselves, we might as well split up today. The Yuan family patriarch's voice was gloomy. Ancestor, what do you mean? Yuan Lai already understood in his heart, but he was just confirming it again. Go. Do it cleanly just like in the past. Don't let anyone get hold of you. The Yuan family patriarch said indifferently. Yes, ancestor. Yuan Lai nodded, his eyes filled with killing intent as he turned around and left the meeting hall. The rest of you don't interfere. The Yuan family patriarch looked at the other houses, his words carrying a hint of warning. We understand. The ancient immortal secret realm was in Yingzhou, and it was not too far from the Xianjian sect. Ing Jinshuan spent half a month to arrive at the entrance of the ancient immortal secret realm. Senior sister, this space doesn't seem too stable. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. The space around the ancient immortal secret realm rippled from time to time. This was enough to prove that the space inside was very unstable and could collapse at any time. At that time, the power would be enough to destroy everything in the space. At least, Ning Qi believed that there was no existence in the Heaven Immortal stage or even the Golden Immortal stage. They could not withstand such a terrifying disaster. In addition, Ing Jinshuan had already told Ning Qi that the ancient immortal secret realm was guarded by many sects in Yingzhou. 3,000 years ago, the Xianjian sect was in charge, and now the Wind Cloud sect was in charge. Chapter 2334. Junior Brother Ning, the ancient immortal mystic land, has existed for a very long time. When this place was first discovered, the patriarchs of the major sects had all entered it and excavated many ancient treasures. As a result, all kinds of battles often take place inside. You should be able to imagine the power of those patriarchs. The ancient immortal mystic land was originally created during the Great War between the immortals and demons in ancient times. Traces of some kind of immortal technique were derived from the immortal secret lands. It's just like how we casually punched a hole in the ground. The ancient immortal mystic land is a similar existence. After so many years and countless battles, there was already a risk of it collapsing. However, for the sake of the ancient pills and ancient immortal treasures inside, the patriarchs of the various sects turned hostility into friendship and joined forces to set up a formation to strengthen it. But now, golden immortals are no longer allowed to enter. If they are affected by the aura, the ancient immortal mystic realm will collapse on the spot. Even heavenly immortals are no longer able to enter. Only early-stage heavenly immortals are allowed inside. Mid-stage heavenly immortals are not allowed inside. Ing Jinshuan transmitted. Other than us, itinerant cultivators can't enter? Ning Qi scanned the area and realized that there were many rogue cultivators in the vicinity. They were looking at the disciples of the sects entering and exiting the ancient, immortal secret realm with envious eyes. Every time a disciple exited the ancient, immortal secret realm, they would flock to him. This scene reminded Ning Qi of his time on Earth. Once, when he was out at sea, he saw the small traders who had been waiting at the pier rush to snatch the fish when the fishing boats docked. These fellows are basically sent out by the cultivation clans. They don't have the qualifications to enter the ancient, immortal secret realm, but they want the treasures in the ancient, immortal secret realm. They use the resources of the outside world to trade with the disciples of the sections. Everyone takes what they need. But as time goes by, there are a few more markets here. Ying Jinchuan smiled. After a pause, Ying Jinchuan counted the time with her fingers. Every time the ancient, immortal secret territory opens, it's a cycle that lasts for about half a year. But half a year in the outside world is a full 30 years inside. There's still a month before the next cycle. When the time comes, everyone inside, whether alive or dead, all the living ones will be automatically cleared out and sent to the entrance. We can only stay here for a month. So let's take a stroll around the market first. Maybe we can find something good there. The ancient, immortal secret realms have this function. Even if we don't fight for the treasures inside, just cultivating is enough to attract people. Ning Qi smiled and said, however, compared to his top-notch cultivation training ground, the ancient, immortal mystery land was far inferior in this aspect. Cultivate? That's impossible. There's no immortal qi inside. We have an endless supply of immortal qi in the outside world. Even if we deplete our spiritual qi in a battle, we can recover after a few days of meditation. But in the ancient, immortal secret realms, the amount of time we spend meditating is hundreds of times more than the outside world. That's because it's hundreds of times more dangerous than the outside world. That's why it's best for us to avoid fighting with others when we're inside. Otherwise, at a critical moment, our bodies will be empty of spiritual energy and will easily miss the birth of treasures. Ying Jinchuan smiled. As she spoke, she brought Ning Qi to a market. This market was only 30 miles away from the entrance of the ancient, immortal mystic realm. It looked like a mortal city. However, those who could appear in this market were at least at the form synthesis stage, and very few mortals could be seen. On both sides of the street, stalls lined up one after another like a long dragon. The owners of the stalls had varying cultivation levels, but most of them were at the body integration stage or the late stage, human immortal stage. They were all shouting their wares. Ancient low-grade immortal artifact. Freshly made ancient low-grade immortal artifact. Genuine at a fair price. Only 5,000 low-grade immortal stones. Everyone, come and take a look if you're interested. A large group of people gathered in front of a stall, scanning the ancient low-grade immortal artifact with their spiritual will. Not long later, someone sneered. It's clearly an ordinary immortal artifact, and of poor quality at that. Who knows how many owners it has had, and you still dare to call it an ancient immortal artifact. Brother, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. How many years have I been in this market? Go ask around. I bought this ancient low-grade immortal artifact from an inner sect, disciple of the Wind and Cloud sect. He just came out of the ancient immortal secret realm, and I bought it. You're talking about an inner sect, disciple of the Wind and Cloud sect? Would you lie to me? The stall owner blushed, anger flashing in his eyes. With that, the guy from before immediately shut up. If he continued, he would inevitably offend the Wind and Cloud sect. As for whether the stall owner was telling the truth or not, there was no way to investigate. The rest of the people looked at him thoughtfully for a while, then turned to leave. But new people would come over. After all, even the most ordinary immortal artifact was something many people needed. It could directly increase one's battle strength. It didn't matter if it was an ancient low-grade immortal artifact or not. As long as the price was right, it could be found. No one wanted to buy it. Such a scene happened frequently in the market. Ning Qi noticed that Ing Zhenshuan didn't seem to be interested in immortal artifacts. She would occasionally stop in front of the stalls that sold ancient immortal pills. Every time a stall owner shouted about pills that could increase one's lifespan, Ing Zhenshuan would be the first to go over. She would verify the authenticity of the pills and bargain with the stall owner at the same time. In about 2 hours, she bought a few pills that claimed to be able to increase one's lifespan by a few hundred years. She spent more than 10,000 low-grade immortal stones, which was equivalent to 2 ancient low-grade immortal artifacts. After that, Ing Zhenshuan seemed to have used up most of her immortal stones. Even when someone sold longevity pills, she only took a look. She didn't even ask about the price. Ancient devil's poison, a peerless poison to deal with enemies. There are 5 bottles in total, priced at 1,000 low-grade immortal stones. Not sold individually. Brother, I only need 1 bottle. How about I pay 200 low-grade immortal stones? I said not sold individually. Not even me. Senior, this is a small business. It really isn't for sale alone. Ning Qi was attracted by the commotion and walked over. Ing Zhenshuan was slightly startled. He was a little curious. With Ning Qi's fighting strength, why would he need the ancient devil's poison? In the Xianjian sect, no one would be his match if the Sky Immortals did not appear. Even a genius like Feng Lin Xianguang, who had the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, they were all defeated by him. This ancient devil's poison! Ning Qi walked to the front of the stall and slowly spoke. The other party glanced at him and saw that he was only at the great perfection of the worldly immortal stage. He waved his hand and said, not for sale alone. Only 5 bottles. Ning Qi said indifferently. Chapter 23:35. Yes. Ning Qi nodded lightly. A perfected human immortal can take out 1,000 low-grade immortal stones. The rest of the people in front of the stall sneered at Ning Qi. However, their cultivation was at the human immortal stage, which was lower than Ning Qi's, so they didn't dare to say anything. However, the early-stage Earth immortal who wanted to buy a bottle of ancient devil's poison couldn't help but sneer. Ing Zhenshuan happened to walk behind Ning Qi. When she heard this, she coldly glanced at the early-stage Earth immortal. When the other party sensed Ing Zhenshuan's gaze, he sized her up, seeing that there was the symbol of an inner disciple of the Xianjian sect on her sleeve. His eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. However, since he had already spoken, if he were to turn around and leave now, it would be too shameful. What does it have to do with you whether we can afford the ancient demon's poison or not? You're just an itinerant cultivator. What kind of arrogance are you spouting here? Ing Zhenshuan clearly had no intention of letting the other party off. Many immortals nearby looked over. When the stall owner saw this, he smiled sheepishly and said, "Please stop arguing. A good man doesn't fight with a woman." Although his cultivation was high, he did not have much confidence in facing the inner sect disciples of the Xianjian sect. The ancient immortal secret realm was a place controlled by the various sects, and the disciples of the sects that walked here were sometimes even more than the rogue cultivators. Sometimes sect disciples couldn't solve a problem by themselves. Instead, it might attract the other party to gang up on them. Ing Zhenshuan took a step forward, but Ning Qi grabbed her arm gently. "Senior sister, forget it. He's just an ant with a cheap mouth." Ning Qi smiled faintly. Tianfeng Yijian's figure paused slightly, and his eyes were filled with anger. He was just afraid of Ing Zhenshuan, but a mere great circle, worldly immortal, dared to call him a lowly ant? Tianfeng's sword turned around and cast a cold glance at Ning Qi, as if he was going to memorize Ning Qi's appearance in his heart. Then he quickly left. "Junior brother, you want to buy this ancient demon poison? It doesn't seem to have much effect on you." Ing Zhenshuan hesitated for a moment. When the stall owner heard that, he hurriedly said, "How is it useless? Brother, your cultivation should be at the great circle of the human immortal stage, right? With this ancient devil's poison, even an early Earth immortal could be killed if he was not prepared for it. Even if he didn't have such an opportunity, if he were to face an early-stage Earth immortal, the poison of the ancient devil would be fatal. At the very least, he could cause the other party to be flustered for a period of time. This period of time was the time to escape. As long as you used the ancient devil's poison, who would be a match for you? The nearby immortals nodded in agreement with the stall owner's words. However, no one intended to buy 5 bottles of ancient devil's poison at once. After all, the ancient devil's poison was a consumable. Once it was used, it would be gone. It was better to save some immortal stones to buy a lower-grade celestial weapon. However, if it was only used against cultivators of the same level, a low-grade immortal artifact could be used for tens of thousands of years. Ingjin Xuan looked at the stall owner mockingly. The other party had no idea who he was facing, not to mention the same level. Even if he was at the great circle of the Earth immortal stage, Ning Qi would be able to suppress him. In this way, the ancient devil's poison could only be used on heaven immortals. However, even the weakest early heaven immortal stage could not be tricked like this. Death would at most be a little troublesome. In this way, it would be useless to Ning Qi. I want all 5 bottles. Exchange them with Earth Spirit Pills. Ning Qi said lightly. Earth Spirit Pill. The nearby immortals who were watching the show looked at Ning Qi in surprise. This kid is only at the great circle of the human immortal stage, and he already has an Earth Spirit Pill. Oh, look at how handsome he is. He can't be living off a woman, right? The inner sect disciples of the Xianjian sect can also receive quite a few Earth Spirit Pills a year. If they use them sparingly, they can still save quite a few. The way they looked at Ingjin Xuan gradually became a little strange, as if they were guessing the relationship between Ning Qi and Ingjin Xuan. Earth Spirit Pill. A hint of surprise flashed across the stall owner's eyes, but he immediately covered it up. Then he said with some difficulty, I originally planned to sell low-grade immortal stones. If you want to use Earth Spirit Pills to exchange, I'm afraid you'll have to add a little to the original price. Senior sister, let's go? Ning Qi smiled at Ingjin Xuan. Ingjin Xuan nodded and turned to leave with Ning Qi. Seeing this, the stall owner immediately became anxious. It wasn't until Ning Qi walked 10 steps away that he finally could not help but send a sound transmission. Brother, come back, let's discuss this again. You have to tell me what grade your Earth Spirit Pill is, right? Only then will I know how many Earth Spirit Pills I have to exchange for it. 2nd tier, top grade. Ning Qi paused and turned to look at the stall owner. 2nd tier, top grade? The stall owner's eyes were filled with disbelief. However, he had been doing business here for so many years, and he had seen a lot of things. There had been human immortals who took out items that didn't match their status. As for the origin of these items, no one in the market would ask about it. If it really is a 2nd tier top grade, then I will exchange these 5 bottles of ancient demon poison for 5 Earth Spirit Pills. How about that? The stall owner sent a sound transmission. 3 pills. What? 3 pills? That's too low. No way, no way. Hey, brother, don't go. Let's discuss this again. How about 4? Seeing that Ning Qi had left so decisively, the man suddenly became anxious. Although the Earth Spirit Pill was not a rare pill, it was at least a 2nd stage pill. It could be used by an Earth immortal, and it was a 2nd stage top grade pill. It was even rarer in the market. If he was lucky, he might be able to sell it. 300 to 400 low-grade immortal stones. What? 1 less than the previous one? Brother, that's not how you bargain. Brother, that's not how you bargain. Hey, wait. Fine. Deal. 2 pills it is. But it must be a 2nd tier top grade Earth Spirit Pill. Otherwise, I won't trade. Ning Qi's lips curled into a smile, and he turned back to the stall owner. Seeing this, Ingjin Xuan knew that Ning Qi and the stall owner had reached an agreement. Earth Spirit Pill, the stall owner said angrily. Ning Qi turned around immediately. Brother, why don't you show me the Earth Spirit pill? The stall owner hurriedly spoke in a friendly tone. Ning Qi smiled. Patience is the key to doing business. As he spoke, he took out a second-tier top-grade Earth Spirit pill and threw it to the stall owner. Yes. The stall owner smiled apologetically, but he was cursing in his heart. When he took a look at the Earth Spirit pill, his eyes lit up and he kept it immediately. What's that smell? It looks like an Earth Spirit pill. It's so thick. The people nearby twitched their noses, trying to find the source of the smell. Chapter 2336. Take it. Ning Qi used his divine will to confirm that all 5 bottles were filled with demonic qi. Then he threw a stage 2 Earth spiritual pill to the stall owner. The stall owner caught it and immediately kept it in his interspatial ring. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. A few immortals nearby who were looking for the source of the Earth spiritual pill immediately surrounded him. That's an Earth spiritual pill? What grade is it? Take it out and let me see. There's nothing to see. Get out of the way, I'm closing up. If you want to see it, go find that guy. Why did he disappear so quickly? Brother, I've bought quite a lot of things from you. Don't be so stingy. That Earth spiritual pill just now must be of a very high grade, right? Take it out and let everyone take a look. You can sell it for a high price. This kid actually has a stage 2 Earth spiritual pill. Sky Wind Sword, who had been secretly observing Ning Qi from a corner, determined the quality of the Earth spiritual pill the moment he saw it. Human immortals were used to taking spiritual jade pills, while Earth immortals were used to taking Earth spiritual pills. For a rogue Earth immortal like Sky Wind Sword, other than cultivating in seclusion, he spent the rest of his time thinking about how to get more Earth spiritual pills. He came to the ancient immortal mystic realm to try his luck. Seeing that a puny great circle worldly immortal fella actually took out 2 Earth spiritual pills, Skywind Sword's heart started to race. Although that girl is an inner disciple of Xianjian's sect, her cultivation level is similar to mine. As long as I do this secretly, no one should notice. Thinking of this, Sky Wind Sword sneered and chased after Ning Qi and Ing Jinchuan. He followed the 2 of them from afar, looking for an opportunity to strike. Junior brother, how do you plan to use the ancient demon poison? Ing Jinchuan was very curious. However, as soon as she finished her sentence, Ning Qi took out one of the bottles, opened it, and poured it into his mouth. Not a single trace of demonic qi leaked out, and Ning Qi swallowed it all. Ing Jinchuan was dumbfounded. Then she watched as Ning Qi drank the remaining 4 bottles of ancient demon poison. Although Ing Jinchuan had seen Ning Qi swallow the ancient demon poison that Yuan Long had released during the sect tournament, she had thought that Ning Qi had used some special method that she didn't know of to neutralize the ancient demon poison. Now that she saw Ning Qi swallow the ancient demon poison that everyone was trying to avoid, she was shocked. She couldn't believe it. Burp! Ning Qi burped and smiled contentedly. Although the amount of devil qi in these 5 bottles was not much, and it would not have much effect on his body if he used it to refine it, it made his body, which had not absorbed devil qi for a long time, become like a desert after a rain, and all his cells became active. Senior sister, the ancient demon's poison can be used with my cultivation technique to increase my power. The effect is similar to that of the Earth Spirit pill. Ning Qi laughed. There's such a technique in this world. Could it be that junior brother Ning cultivates some kind of poison technique that uses poison to refine his body? Ing Jinchuan was a little surprised. After thinking about it carefully, she felt that her guess was correct. Only this kind of unconventional cultivation technique could allow a perfected human immortal to have the power to rival the Phoenix Kirin royal family, right? Ing Jinchuan's eyes revealed a hint of worry. Junior brother Ning, your cultivation technique is a little. Previously, I didn't consider your identity, so I can't use my contribution points to exchange for a cultivation technique at the mission hall. When we return to Xianjian sect, I'll bring you to exchange for a set of Xianjian sects, rank 3 cultivation technique. Ning Qi wanted to explain, but then he thought that if he explained, Ing Zhenxuan would probably have one doubt after another, so he kept silent. In a small restaurant. Sword of Sky Wind is what you said, true? That kid really has a rank 2 Earth Spirit pill? A burly man with a face full of beard looked at Sword of Sky Wind coldly. At the same time, he looked at Ning Qi, who was not far away, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. At this moment, Ning Qi and Ing Zhenxuan were strolling on the streets. On both sides of the burly man sat 2 immortals. Their cultivations were similar to Sword of Sky Wind, but the burly man seemed to be a little stronger. Brother Pan, if it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't find a chance to make a move during this period of time, I would have eaten them all by myself. If you don't believe me, fine, I'll go myself. Sword of Sky Wind sneered and pretended to leave. Brother Tianfeng, don't be agitated, I just want to confirm it. You also know that girl seems to be an inner sect disciple of the Xianjian sect. The one beside her doesn't matter, looking at his clothes. He should be a sweeping disciple of the Xianjian sect, because he was born good-looking. That girl brought him along. We have to plan how to lure that lady away and only attack that kid. Pan Long smiled and sent a voice transmission. Sword of Sky Wind had already said that he suspected Ning Qi was Ing Zhenxuan's gigolo. Pan Long also had a preconceived idea. Moreover, a sweeping disciple walking together with an inner disciple, a man and a woman at that. If it were anyone else, they would think the same. This is simple. Brother Pan, these 2 brothers can do it. Just find a reason to lure her away. Sword of Sky Wind chuckled. Soon, the next cycle of the ancient immortal mystic realm will begin. These 2 probably want to wait for the cycle to begin before entering the mystic realm. By then, you and I won't be able to enter and can only watch the cooked duck fly away. Don't hesitate anymore. All right. Pan Long thought for a while and nodded. Then he sent a voice transmission to the 2 Earth immortals beside him, and the 2 left the restaurant. Let's go. Pan Long smiled and stood up. Ing Zhenxuan was standing in front of a stall with Ning Qi, sizing up the pills that the stall owner had put out. Suddenly, she felt a chill behind her. She dodged subconsciously, only to see a ray of immortal qi brush past her body. Although it avoided her vitals, it still caused Ing Zhenxuan to suffer a little. A small injury. Ing Zhenxuan looked over subconsciously, only to see 2 figures trying to escape. She immediately chased after them, while Ning Qi stood where he was, watching the scene thoughtfully. Brat, your lover has already been lured away by us. You should come with us. Pan Long and Sword of Sky Wind appeared beside Ning Qi, one on the left and one on the right. Sword of Sky Wind laughed sinisterly, a hint of pride in his eyes. Other than wanting Ning Qi's Earth Spirit pills, he also wanted to teach Ning Qi a lesson. After all, Ning Qi had called him an ant with a cheap mouth. He had to take revenge for that. Chapter 2337. Tianfeng's sword and Pan Long brought Ning Qi to a secluded corner of the city. Some immortals passed by, but when they saw that Tianfeng's sword and Pan Long were Earth immortals, they didn't want to be nosy. Kid, you didn't think this day would come when you scolded me, did you? Tianfeng's sword looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Tianfeng, don't talk nonsense with him. Pan Long glanced at Tianfeng and smiled at Ning Qi. Little brother, I heard that you have Earth spiritual pills? Yes. Ning Qi nodded. Pan Long's eyes brightened. How many? There are about 10,000 left. Ning Qi said. Hiss! Tianfeng's sword and Pan Long gasped and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. 10,000 Earth spiritual pills? How is that possible? Let alone a human immortal. Even an Earth immortal wouldn't be able to save so many Earth spirit pills. Perhaps only a heaven immortal would have such a fortune. After all, at that stage, They wouldn't need to rely on earth spirit pills for their cultivation. What they needed were the other kinds of level 3 pills. Little brother, you're not lying to me, right? Pan Long tried to suppress his excitement and put on a gentle expression, but his facial features were all twisted together. Sword of Sky Wind's breathing became much heavier. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at Ning Chi. Nope. Ning Chi smiled and turned his palm over. 8 top-grade, second-grade earth spiritual pills appeared in his hand. The corner was filled with the fragrance of earth spiritual pills. Pan Long and Pan Long were overjoyed. However, they quickly reacted and snatched the earth spirit pill from Ning Chi's hand. Their earthly celestial stage cultivation was not invincible in the city square. If those stronger cultivators discovered these level 2 earth spiritual pills, they would definitely snatch them from them. What else? Take them all out. I'll spare your life today. Tianfeng, Sword grabbed Ning Chi's neck and grinned. What's that smell? It smells so good. Earth spiritual pills? I think it's coming from here. A few human immortals looked around. Pan Long scolded, "Get lost!" The human immortals were startled and quickly left the place. They recognized Pan Long and knew what kind of business Pan Long and his brothers usually did. How could they dare to provoke him? Someone is paying attention to this place. Hurry up. Pan Long's expression turned solemn. Brat, why aren't you taking out the earth spirit pills? Sword of Sky Wind gradually increased the strength of his palm. However, he did not see Ning Chi's flushed face. Instead, Ning Chi appeared calm and composed, completely ignoring the strength in his palm. The ones who lured my senior sister away were your people, right? Ning Chi smiled faintly. Pan Long frowned slightly. That's right, they're my brothers. They've already stalled that senior sister of yours. You want to wait for her to come back and save you? That's impossible. Even if she came back, would she be a match for us? Little brother, let me advise you to hand over the earth spirit pill, because you are disciples of the Xianjian sect. Go, I won't kill you today. When Pan Long said this, there was a trace of unconcealable killing intent in the depths of his eyes. Don't kill? That was impossible. Although he did not dare to make a move against the inner sect disciples of the Xianjian sect, he would definitely choose to kill a mere sweeping disciple. This was the only way to avoid future troubles. The Xianjian sect would not make a big fuss over the death of a sweeping disciple. This was the reason why Pan Long agreed to help Sword of Sky Wind. You think you're luring the tiger away from the mountain, but are you sure that you've really lured the real tiger away? Ning Chi smiled. His spiritual will spread out like flowing water. He had already seen that Ing Jinchuan had realized that something was amiss and was rushing back the way he came. Pan Long and Sword of Sky Wind looked at each other. The two of them were cautious and meticulous. After all, they often did business without any capital. At this moment, they also realized that Ning Chi's attitude was not right. A mere great circle of the human immortal stage, facing two of them, one of whom was at the peak of the early stage of the Earth immortal stage, was actually not afraid at all. Kill him first. Pan Long decisively sent a sound transmission. Sword of Sky Wind nodded and glanced at the ancient immortal ring on Ning Chi's finger. He thought that this was Ning Chi's spatial ring. He thought that killing Ning Chi and taking away this universe ring would only take a little more time. An incomparably majestic immortal spirit energy appeared in Sword of Sky Wind's palm and surged into Ning Chi's body. Then, Sword of Sky Wind confidently released his palm. In his eyes, Ning Chi was already a dead man. Seeing this, Pan Long reached out to grab the ancient immortal ring. In the end, the scene he had imagined was not what he had imagined. The ancient immortal ring was still on Ning Chi's finger, not moving at all. In the next moment, Pan Long suddenly realized that Ning Chi had moved, and in the blink of an eye he had appeared in front of him. How could this be? Sword of Sky Wind was shocked. Ning Qi should be dead. You. Pan Long's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Just as he was about to make a move, Ning Qi's palm had already landed on top of his head. Boom! The mighty power directly destroyed Pan Long's physical body. Even his divine soul was not spared. Both his divine soul and divine soul were destroyed. Who the hell are you? Sword of Sky Wind's tone changed when he saw this scene, and his eyes revealed a trace of fear. Pan Long's cultivation was slightly higher than his, but such an existence was actually killed by a single palm? This was definitely not the combat power of a great circle human immortal. The Rael Tiger. So it's him. So it's him. Sword of Sky Wind turned into a ray of light, but before he could fly more than 10 feet, he was stuck. There was a pair of slightly warm palms on his neck. In a hurry to leave, Ning Qi grabbed Sword of Sky Wind. No matter how the other party struggled, he could not resist the immense power in Ning Qi's palm. Junior brother Ning, this is... Ying Jinchuan had finally found her way over. When she saw Sword of Sky Wind, she was slightly taken aback. Wasn't this the guy who had a foul mouth previously? Before Ning Qi could reply, Ying Jinchuan's mind raced. She understood what was going on, and her expression turned ugly. She had been tricked, and it was a low-level scheme at that. If Ning Qi was just an ordinary human immortal, he might already be dead. Thinking of this, Ying Jinchuan moved her mind, and a flying sword pierced through Sword of Sky Wind's head, turning his brain into mush. No, don't kill me. Sword of Sky Wind was not completely dead yet. Ying Jinchuan's attack was not as overbearing as Ning Qi's, which could even turn one's soul into powder. Seeing this, Ning Qi's palm shook slightly, and Sword of Sky Wind's expression froze. He looked at Ning Qi with hatred. The next moment, his body disappeared inch by inch, and soon he was nowhere to be seen. With a clang, an interspatial ring fell to the ground. Chapter 2338. Wow, so many people died again this time. What's going on in the ancient, immortal secret realm? Is it that terrifying? Wind Cloud Sect, Shenyang Sect, Square Sect, Honesty Sect, Mountain Destruction Sect, Xianjian Sect. TSK. They're all disciples of the major sections. Look at the wounds on that Wind Cloud Sect, Outer Sect disciple. Doesn't it look like it was done by Xianjian Sect? Silence. This is not something we can discuss. At the entrance of the ancient immortal secret territory, the next cycle had arrived. All the living and dead in the ancient immortal secret territory were automatically transported to the entrance. Ning Qi looked around and saw no less than 100 corpses. Most of them were human immortals, but there were a few earth immortals. They weren't from Xianjian Sect, but from their clothes, they were probably inner sect disciples of Mountain Destruction Sect. Someone took away the corpse of his senior and junior brother angrily. Before he left, he glared at someone. Most of the corpses were collected, but there were few that no one claimed, so the Wind Cloud Sect disciples collected them for the time being. If someone came to look for them in the future, they would still be able to find them. These corpses didn't represent all the people who died in the ancient immortal secret realm. Some immortals fought fiercely, and when they died, they didn't even leave a complete corpse behind. Like Pan Long and Sky Windsword, they were turned into ashes by Ning Qi. Those who didn't die either left the place or went to the market. Some even waited where they were, as if they were planning to enter the ancient immortal secret realm again. Senior brother, is there anything good this time? My Zhang family will buy them all. Senior sister, do you have any ancient pills? I'm willing to exchange spirit jade pills and earth spirit pills. A large group of cultivators surrounded them, wanting to exchange for some unique treasures from the ancient immortal secret realm from the sect disciples who had just left the ancient immortal secret realm. Junior brother, let's go. Ying Jinchuan smiled. Ning Qi nodded. The two of them arrived at the entrance of the ancient, immortal, mystic ground. Apart from the two of them, there were already thousands of disciples gathered at the entrance of the ancient, immortal, mystic ground. There seemed to be an endless stream of disciples rushing over from afar. Junior brothering, usually only 1,000 to 2,000 people will enter during each cycle. This time the ancient, immortal, mystic realm has caused a commotion, attracting many existences. Even the true disciples of the various sects have been attracted over. Those few are the true disciples of our Xianjian sect. You probably haven't seen them before. They are often not in the sect. Inside, Ying Jinshuan transmitted her voice to Ning Qi. Ning Qi followed her gaze and looked over, only to see 5 young men and women with different appearances standing expressionlessly. They were dressed in Xianjian sect's unique successor disciple robes, and behind them, there were hundreds of disciples dressed in Xianjian sect's robes, half of which were outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples. Some of them had just arrived, while others were already in the ancient, immortal, mystic realm in the previous cycle. Not all the Xianjian sect disciples could stand behind the successor disciples. There were also many Xianjian sect disciples who stood in the crowd like Ning Qi and Ying Jinshuan. However, when they looked in the direction of the 5 successor disciples, their eyes would reveal a trace of envy. Is that Ying Jinshuan from the missing moon peak? Hiss. The one beside her, could it be? Yes, it's him. I've seen him with my own eyes in this sect competition. Many Xianjian sect disciples noticed Ying Jinshuan and Ning Qi. A few female disciples looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and walked in front of the two of them. Senior Sister Ying. They first bowed to Ying Jinshuan, then looked at Ning Qi curiously and fearfully. Senior Brother Ning. These 3 Xianjian sect female disciples all had the cultivation of a perfected worldly immortal, and they were dressed in the robes of inner sect disciples, not outer sect disciples. Junior Sister Du, Junior Sister Morong, Junior Sister Xiang. Ying Jinshuan was slightly taken aback, but she nodded her head. She did not forget to send a voice transmission to Ning Qi about the origins of these 3 women. Du Xuening came from the Purple Bamboo Peak. She was the disciple of the Purple Bamboo Peak's peak master, Z. However, she was not very valued in the Purple Bamboo Peak. Murong Leiling was the same as Du Xuening. She was also a disciple of the Purple Bamboo Peak. Although her surname was the same as the Golden Immortal Stage Elder of the Xianjian sect, Murong, she did not have much of a relationship with him. The last one was a disciple of the Flying Eagle Peak. The position of the Flying Eagle Peak in the Xianjian sect was slightly stronger than that of the Missing Moon Peak, but it was still limited. Ning Qi smiled and nodded his head, greeting them. Seeing this, the 3 women heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. They thought that Ning Qi would be very arrogant and disdainful to talk to them, but now it seemed that Ning Qi was much easier to get along with than those inner disciples. Senior Sister Ying, Senior Brother Ning, are you going to the ancient, immortal secret ground? Du Xuening asked despite knowing the answer. Murong Leiling and Xiang Lanyu looked at the two with anticipation. Yes, Ying Jinshuan nodded indifferently. Although she recognized the 3 of them and had talked to them before in the sect, she was busy learning alchemy back then and wholeheartedly wanted to revitalize the Missing Moon Peak. Whether it was the outer sect disciples or the inner sect disciples, she rarely came into contact with them, and because of the relationship between the other Xianjian sect disciples, they would not take the initiative to go to Ying's profound. As a result, Ying Jinshuan could be considered to be alone in the Xianjian sect and had no friends. Senior Sister Ying, Senior Brother Ning, the 3 of us have accepted a sect mission this time. We are going to the ancient immortal secret ground to search for a spirit herb. I wonder if we can travel together with Senior Brother and Senior Sister? Du Xuening seemed to be the boldest of the 3. Even though she could tell that Ying Jinshuan's attitude was cold, she still spoke up. Ing Jinchuan was slightly startled, then looked at Ning Qi. At the same time, the actions of Du Xuening and the other two seemed to have given the other Xianjian sect disciples some courage as they walked towards the two of them. In the distance, the 5 successor disciples looked at each other, and their gazes landed on Ing Jinchuan and Ning Qi. A trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. They recognized Ing Jinchuan, but Ning Qi and the others had never seen her before. In their minds, Ing Jinchuan had always been a lone ranger. Her cultivation was average, and the Missing Moon Peak was a declining place. Disciples in the sect basically wouldn't choose to befriend her. But from the looks of it, Ing Jinchuan seemed to be, was it very popular? It's that guy Ning Beixian. Someone gritted his teeth as he looked at Ning Qi. Behind the 5 successor disciples, there were Golden Sun Peak disciples, as well as Dan Peak and a River Peak disciples. At first, they did not notice Ning Qi and Ing Jinchuan. It was only when the other Xianjian sect disciples walked towards the two of them that a large group of disciples dressed in Xianjian sect robes naturally attracted their attention. They discovered the existence of the two of them. At this moment, a ripple appeared at the entrance of the ancient immortal secret ground. Chapter 2339. Go. The entrance to the ancient immortal mystic realm was wide open. Countless people swarmed in, as if entering first would give them an advantage. Ning Qi and Ing Jinchuan quickly followed. Seeing this, Murong Leiling and Xiang Lanyu looked at Du Xuening. Come, let's follow them. Du Xuening's eyes moved slightly. She quickly followed behind Ning Qi and the other 2 women. Seeing this, the other 2 women also quickly followed. Batch after batch of people disappeared into the entrance. Just as they were about to reach the entrance, Ing Jinchuan suddenly grabbed Ning Qi's left arm. Du Xuening gathered her courage and stepped forward to grab Ning Qi's right arm. Murong Leiling and Xiang Lanyu grabbed Du Xuening. Ning Qi glanced at Du Xuening. When Du Xuening and Ning Qi looked at each other, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. Ning Qi smiled and walked into the entrance of the ancient immortal mystic realm. Du Xuening heaved a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Ning Qi would get angry. Just as the 5 of them were about to disappear into the entrance, Ning Qi suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back. He was about to turn around to look when the scenery around them changed. They were now in a lush forest. You! Ing Jinchuan looked at Du Xuening and the other 2 with a frown. Du Xuening quickly put on a fawning smile and said, Senior Sister Ing, the ancient immortal mystic realm has been too dangerous recently. Don't worry. The 3 of us will definitely not drag you down. Ing Jinchuan's lips moved slightly. Just as she was about to speak, the sound of footsteps came from nearby. The 5 successor disciples of the Xianjian sect were the first to walk out of the dense forest. When they saw Ning Qi and Ing Jinchuan, they stopped in their tracks, as if they were sizing them up with a scrutinizing gaze. Behind them stood a large group of Xianjian sect disciples. Many of them looked at Ning Qi with cold smiles in their eyes. Greetings, senior brothers. Ing Jinchuan cupped her fists expressionlessly. Junior sister Zhan Xian, why did you bring a sweeping disciple to the ancient immortal secret realm? I've only been away from the sect for a few decades. The moonless peak wouldn't have declined to this extent, right? One of the direct disciples smiled and said. He looked similar to Pei Yong, and his eyes were also scarlet gold. Ning Qi glanced at this person's attributes. Other than his name and cultivation level, there was no difference between him and Pei Yong. He also had the surname Pei. Pei Kangle, Pei Yong's biological brother, early heavenly immortal. I heard that he has a good relationship with Dan Peak. Ing Jinchuan's voice rang in Ning Qi's ears. Then she smiled at Pei Kangle. Senior brother Pei, you didn't come to the ancient immortal mystic realm just to chat with us, right? Pei Kangol nodded with a fake smile. That's true. With that, he ignored Ning Jinchuan and smiled at the other 4 direct disciples. Let's go. A large group of people majestically left from Ning Qi and the rest, and many of them coldly glanced at Ning Qi when they passed by him. These people were all disciples of the Golden Sun Peak, Dan Peak, and De River Peak, and the rest of the Xianjian sect disciples did not have that much hostility in their eyes when they looked at Ning Qi. Ning Jinchuan heaved a sigh of relief, just as she was about to leave with Ning Qi and the rest. Pei Kangol's voice rang out behind them. Ning Beixian, right? I heard that even junior brother He is no match for you? Pei Kangol looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. The 4 direct disciples beside him were also sizing up Ning Qi with curious gazes. A few of the Dan Peak disciples revealed a trace of pride in their eyes. They were the ones who had just told Pei Kangol about Ning Qi's deeds in the sect. Senior brother Pei won't cause trouble for senior brother Ning, right? Du Xuening and the other 2 girls were slightly shocked as they looked behind them in fear. Ning Qi paused and turned to look at Pei Kangol. He smiled. What's wrong? Senior brother Pei, we still have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. Ning Jinchuan cupped her hands with a serious expression. She sensed that Pei Kangol seemed to want to cause trouble for Ning Qi. If it was in the Xianjian sect, she would not be worried about what Pei Kangol would do. But this was the ancient, immortal mystic realm. Even if he did not kill Ning Qi because of his identity, it would still be troublesome if he were to injure Ning Qi. Isn't this kid a little arrogant? The other 4 direct disciples looked at each other. Ning Qi's current demeanor was completely different from those sweeping disciples who were afraid to death when they saw them. Even the geniuses of the inner sect had to be respectful when they saw them. Speaking of which, their status was even higher than those heavenly immortal peak masters. Junior sister Zhenxian, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I heard that other than junior brother He, even the direct disciples of the Feng Lin imperial family, Crimson Thunder Pavilion, Feng Lin Xianguang, were defeated by this kid? 100 years ago, I met Feng Lin Xianguang's big brother in the Feng Lin state. He said that he had a younger brother who had activated the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Amongst the earthly immortals, there are very few who are a match for him. Haha! I didn't expect that after not returning to the sect for a few decades, such a genius would appear in the sect. As a sweeping disciple, he defeated Feng Lin and Xianguang. It really makes my hands itch. Pei Kangol smiled at Ning Qi. How about this? In order to prevent others from saying that I am bullying the weak, I will suppress my cultivation to the earth immortal peak and fight with you. How about it? Let me see how strong you are to defeat Feng Lin Xianguang, a genius with the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Come on. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Ning Zhenchuan wanted to persuade him again, but Ning Qi winked at her. She immediately shut her mouth and retreated with Du Xuening and the other 2 without saying a word. Ning Beixian is going to lose today. Ha ha ha. Who asked him to be so arrogant? Senior brother Pei is an early heaven immortal. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, an earth immortal cannot be compared to him. The disciples of the Golden Sun Peak, Dan Peak, and Dajiang Peak exchanged glances and looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Junior brother Pei, it wasn't luck that this kid could defeat Feng Lin Xianguang. Don't embarrass us, direct disciples. The other 4 direct disciples were hesitant and tried to persuade him. If Pei Kangol wanted to use the power of a heaven immortal to suppress Ning Qi, they wouldn't be worried at all. However, Pei Kangol wanted to suppress his power to the earth immortal peak on purpose. Don't worry, Pei. Kangol smiled. Then his aura dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it was no different from those earth immortal peak cultivators. Ning Beixian, I'll let you have 3 moves first. Pei Kangol looked at Ning Qi with a smile and said, No need. Let's fight. Ning Qi said faintly. Oh. Pei Kangel's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he grinned. You said it yourself. Since you don't want me to let you have 3 moves, then I'll let you see the true sword technique of my Xianjian sect. As soon as he finished speaking, an immortal sword appeared from the void and floated in front of Pei Kangel. The 4 direct disciples and the disciples of the Xianjian sect were shocked when they saw this, because the aura of this immortal sword far exceeded that of a supreme great immortal artifact. Dao artifact? Impossible. Chapter 2340. So junior brother Pei found a pseudo-Dao artifact. Although it's not a true low-grade Dao artifact, there are traces of the heavenly Dao on it. It should have some Dao power in it. It's much stronger than a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Junior brother Pei disappeared for more than 10 years in the last few reincarnations. Could it be that he obtained this pseudo-Dao artifact in the ancient immortal secret realm? It's possible. He even hid it from us. Because of the appearance of this immortal sword, the other 4 successor disciples of the Xianjian sect looked at Pei Kangel strangely. Even though they had a high position in the Xianjian sect, the magic treasure they carried with them was still only a top-grade immortal equipment, and only the top few people had inferior Dao artifacts. Now that Pei Kangel, who was on the same level as them, had obtained a pseudo-Dao artifact, they felt it was unfair. Senior brother Pei isn't using an immortal artifact, right? Is that a Dao artifact? This feeling. I feel like I'll be crushed to pieces if I touch it. Haha, if it really is a pseudo-Dao artifact, Ning Beixian will definitely die. This is a magic treasure that only golden immortals and the top geniuses can possess. It seems like even our Black Sword ancestor is only using a low-grade Dao artifact. Senior brother, is a pseudo-Dao artifact that strong? How much stronger can it be than a supreme-grade immortal artifact? No matter what, it's not a complete Dao artifact after all. Its power should be limited, right? You don't understand. There are traces of the great Dao on a Dao artifact. The strength of a Dao artifact depends on how many traces there are. No matter how weak a pseudo-Dao artifact is, it still has at least 1 trace of the great Dao. This is the power closest to the heavenly Dao. Even if dozens of supreme-grade immortal artifacts were combined, they might not be much stronger. A pseudo-Dao artifact. I see. Junior brother Ning, you have to be careful. Pei Kangel's immortal sword is not ordinary. It might have traces of the great Dao. It's a pseudo-Dao artifact. Ying Jinxuan immediately sent a message to Ning Qi. Even if it was 9 swords, Li Changtong and the others, they might not have been suppressed by Ning Qi if they had a pseudo-Dao artifact. Not to mention, Pei Kangel's true cultivation was at the early stage, heaven immortal stage. Although he suppressed it to the perfected earth immortal stage, who could be sure that he wouldn't use it during the battle? The means of a heavenly immortal. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly and locked onto the immortal sword in front of Pei Kangel. He sensed a very familiar aura from it. This kind of smell, the Immortal Lord Token also had it, but the Immortal Lord Token's aura was countless times stronger than its. Ning Qi had once suspected that this smell was a power that ordinary people could not control. Now that he saw this pseudo-Dao treasure, Ning Qi was even more certain that it was the so-called big that Ying Jinxuan mentioned. Dao traces came from the power of the heavenly Dao. Just like the power of the laws, they were rather special. However, compared to the power of the laws, the great Dao traces were much stronger. Are you scared? Pei Kangel's eyes revealed a mocking smile when he saw Ning Qi's serious expression. In the next moment, his aura suddenly changed. An incomparably sharp sword intent surged toward Ning Qi like a tidal wave. At the same time, the immortal sword in front of him also moved. At this instant, everyone could clearly see it, because the immortal sword emitted a special power that was different from the immortal Qi. This power seemed to be of an extremely high level. Just a little bit was enough to make everyone present, including the core disciples, feel a chill in their hearts and sweat on their foreheads. At this moment, the immortal Qi in their bodies was intimidated by this power, as though it had lost its vitality. It was like those lowly mortals suddenly seeing the king of a country. It felt as though they could not resist it. With this pseudo-Tao treasure, junior brother Pei's battle prowess will increase by at least a few times. I'm afraid none of us will be his match. Humph, the ancient immortal mystic ground has changed. Many ancient immortal treasures have appeared. There might even be a Tao treasure among them. We still have hope. That's right. The few true disciples looked at each other before focusing their attention on Ningqi. I heard that this kid's physical body is extremely strong. I wonder if he can withstand junior brother Pei's sword? No matter how strong his physical body is, he's only at the perfected human immortal realm. How can he be stronger than the great Tao traces? Unless he becomes a heavenly immortal, then he might just be able to withstand it. At this time, the immortal sword had already rushed in front of Ningqi. The terrifying aura on its body intensified. What kind of great Tao traces does this immortal sword contain? I can't tell. Unless junior brother Pei uses his full strength, he might be able to see a thing or two. Junior brother Ning. Senior brother Ning. Ying Jinshuan, Du Xuaning, and the other girls were worried when they saw Ning Qi standing there in a daze, as if he was stunned by Pei Kangel's power. Ha ha ha! Ning Beixian is scared out of his wits. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of us? In the end, he still has to kneel in front of the core disciples. Today's matter must be reported back and let the other senior brothers see it so that they can vent their anger. Someone took out an image recording stone unique to the world of immortals and filmed Ningqi. He wanted to bring the scene of Ningqi being suppressed by Pei Kangel back to the sect. At that moment, Ningqi finally made his move. A three-pointed, double-edged blade had appeared in his hand at some point in time, and he ruthlessly slashed at the immortal sword. What a joke! A piece of trash that isn't even an immortal weapon wants to go against my pseudo-Tao weapon? Pei Kangel scanned the three-pointed, double-edged saber with a spiritual will, and found that it was an extremely ordinary weapon, probably the kind used by mortals. Not only did it not have any traces of weapon refinement, but it also did not have any immortal spiritual qi or special patterns. It was such an ordinary weapon, but the other party actually took it out, using his pseudo-Tao weapon to fight head-on. Break! The corner of Pei Kangel's mouth curled up as he shouted. Clang! It did break, but it was Pei Kangel's pseudo-Tao weapon that broke. After the immortal sword was slashed by Ningqi's three-pointed, double-edged saber, the traces of great Tao on it disappeared, and the terrifying aura that shocked everyone also disappeared. Then, a very straight crack appeared on the body of the flying sword. Then, in front of everyone, it turned into a pile of fragments with a clang and fell to the ground. The luster on these fragments had disappeared, as if they had become ordinary iron weapons, and no one could see that there was a secondary Tao on them. Traces of a weapon. Uft! Pei Kangel spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the pile of fragments on the ground in disbelief. The pseudo-Tao weapon that he had painstakingly obtained was destroyed by his opponent, just like that? How was this possible? The other 4 core disciples were also stunned. They looked at the three-pointed, double-edged saber in Ningqi's hand and scanned it with their divine will. In the end, they found that it was just an ordinary weapon. Chapter 2341. If it wasn't for the fact that Ningqi had a magic treasure that was even stronger than a pseudo-Tao artifact, then with just his own strength he could shatter a pseudo-Tao artifact? It was hard for the 4 successor disciples to imagine what kind of fighting power a perfected stage human immortal would have to have in order to do this. Even if they were both at the early stage of the sky immortal stage, it was impossible for them to destroy a pseudo-Tao artifact just like that. How could this be? The group of Xianjian sect disciples behind the 5 of them looked at this scene in astonishment. Some of them even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had seen wrongly. Senior brother Ning is so strong? Du Xuaning and the other 2 girls were dumbstruck. Their faces seemed to have been petrified. The three of them had already felt the power of the immortal sword from the side. If they were to face this immortal sword, they would definitely die without a complete corpse, and their souls would be destroyed. Junior brother Ning is really... You always give people surprises. Ing Jinchuan's eyes revealed a trace of a smile as she looked at Pei Kangol with slight ridicule. The destruction of a pseudo-Dao artifact should be enough to make him feel pain, right? Do you still want to fight, senior brother Pei? Ning Qi put away his three-pointed, double-edged blade and said indifferently, You, destroy, me. Dao artifact. Pei Kangol retracted his gaze from the fragment and gritted his teeth as he looked at Ning Qi. Blood dyed his teeth red, and he looked like an evil spirit that had just crawled out of hell. He no longer had the bearing of a leader, and there was only hatred in his eyes. There will always be winners and losers in a spar. It's inevitable. Senior brother Pei, take it easy. Ning Qi smiled and comforted him. Good. You let me get over it. I've seen it through. The spar is not over yet. Come again. Pei Kangol laughed angrily. He still had a top-grade immortal sword, but he had learned his lesson and did not plan to take it out this time. Instead, he planned to use an immortal technique to kill Ning Qi. Regardless of whether Ning Qi was a disciple of the Xianjian sect or not, he had to kill Ning Qi to resolve the hatred in his heart. Dark Dragon Curse Kill Technique. Pei Kangol growled with a gloomy expression. Then, a ray of light flashed in the void. In the next moment, a black dragon appeared out of thin air. If not for the different aura, Ning Qi would have thought that Pei Kangol had used the same method as Yuan Long, the ancient demon poison. As soon as the black dragon appeared, before it even got close to Ning Qi, many red lines appeared on the surface of Ning Qi's skin, as if there were red earthworms crawling under his skin. At the same time, Pei Kangol spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was a little dispirited. Junior brother Pei actually used such a killer move. It seems like he really hates this kid. Humph. Pei Wuchen sighed. One of the core disciples smirked, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be gloating over Pei Kangol's failure to hide the fact that he had a lesser Dao artifact. The other three true disciples didn't say anything, and their expressions were grave. They wanted to see how Ning Qi would deal with this move. Logically speaking, if he could destroy a pseudo-Dao treasure, there was no reason for him to die to this move. Dark Dragon Curse Killing Skill? Pei Kangol, you actually used a killing move. Junior brother Ning is from the same sect. Aren't you afraid that the patriarch will blame you? Ing Jinchuan's expression changed drastically as she yelled at Pei Kangol angrily. At the same time, she was a little flustered. Ning Qi's physical strength was indeed very strong, but his cultivation was only at the perfected human immortal stage. The Dark Dragon Curse Killing Skill was a level 4 immortal technique with extremely high lethality. The user would suffer a huge backlash of blood essence, which would increase the power of the technique and directly injure the opponent from within. To put it bluntly, it was a type of curse. With Pei Kangol's strength, he could kill people from tens of thousands of miles away. If it was cast by a golden immortal, it could also kill people without leaving a trace, even if the distance was not far from a planet. Brother from the same sect? What a joke. I'm a core disciple, and he's just a disciple sweeping the floor. What right does he have to call me brother? He even destroyed my Dao artifact. I'm already giving you face by killing him with a curse. Ing Jinchuan, if you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I'll extract his soul and suppress it for 10,000 years. We'll see. Pei Kangol said savagely. With that, he ignored Ing Jinchuan and looked at Ning Qi with a sinister smile. The red lines that appeared on Ning Qi's body proved that the power of the Dark Dragon Curse Killing Skill had already entered his body. Next, Ning Qi's skin would peel off piece by piece, and his body would melt. Finally, his soul would be devoured by the Dark Dragon. If the Dark Dragon couldn't devour the opponent, Pei Kangol would suffer a second backlash. That was why the 4 core disciples were surprised that Pei Kangol would use such a vicious curse. The dark dragon seemed to have a mind of its own. It flew around Ning Qi, occasionally glancing at him, as though it was waiting for something. At this moment, Ning Qi's exposed skin was already covered with red lines, including his cheeks and eyes. A special power was wreaking havoc in Ning Qi's body. Ning Qi channeled all his immortal qi to suppress it, but the immortal qi was far from being a match for this power. It was constantly being beaten back. When the immortal qi completely returned to his Dan Si, Ning Qi's body would be invaded by this power. With this power invading his body, the only outcome would be death. Ha! The corner of Pei Kangol's mouth almost reached his ears. He looked at Ning Qi with satisfaction. He wanted to watch Ning Qi slowly die in pain. Those who were struck by the dark dragon curse would watch helplessly as their flesh fell piece by piece and their bodies melted inch by inch. This was an extremely painful process for anyone. It's been 15 minutes, right? If this kid is really a perfected human immortal, he would have died in less than 3 breaths. It seems like he has indeed concealed his cultivation. Perhaps he has a special constitution, similar to the ancestral dragon bloodline of the Fenglin royalty. Didn't Fenglin Xianguang lose to him? His bloodline might be even higher than the ancestral dragons. Hee, I didn't expect such an interesting person to appear in the sect in just a few decades. It's a pity that he's going to die in the hands of junior brother Pei today. The 4 core disciples looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile as they communicated through voice transmission. The disciples of Golden Sun Peak, Great River Peak, and Elixir Peak all stared at Ning Qi, anticipating the moment of his death. Ying Jinxuan's eyes flashed with regret. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have allowed Ning Qi to come to the ancient immortal mystic realm with her. As if sensing that Ning Qi couldn't hold on any longer, the dark dragon stopped and moved its head closer to Ning Qi. A tongue stuck out from its mouth. The moment its tongue touched Ning Qi, a silver light flashed. With a bang, the dark dragon turned into dust. The red lines on Ning Qi's body disappeared. At the same time, Pei Kangol spat out a mouthful of blood. His legs went soft as he knelt on the ground. Chapter 2342. Junior brother Pei's dark dragon curse failed? Looking at junior brother Pei's appearance, the backlash is not light. This kid is indeed pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. His cultivation can't be at the perfected worldly immortal stage. Maybe he's the same as you and me, a heavenly immortal. The other 4 successor disciples' expressions gradually turned serious. The Xianjian sect disciples behind them saw Pei Kangol suffer under Ning Qi's hands one after another. The shock in their hearts could no longer be expressed with words. They could only stare blankly at Ning Qi with disbelief in their eyes. "Senior sister, let's go." Ning Qi smiled at Ying Jinxuan, glanced at Pei Kangol indifferently, then turned around and left. Just now, his silver dragon tattoo moved again. That dark dragon was killed by the silver dragon tattoo. Seeing this, Ying Jinxuan quickly followed. "Let's go too." Du Xuaning transmitted her voice to Murong Leiling and Lan Yu. Pei Kangol stared at Ning Qi's back with a trace of anger and shock in his eyes. He really wanted to stop Ning Qi, but his pseudo artifact had been destroyed and even the dark dragon curse had failed. He had a deep sense of doubt and fear towards Ning Qi's true strength. In the end, Pei Kangol did not choose to make a move and watched as Ning Qi and the others disappeared from his sight. "Junior brother Pei, how's your injury? Do you want to leave the ancient immortal secret realm first and recuperate before coming in?" The other 4 successor disciples walked to Pei Kangol's side, and one of them said indifferently with a trace of ridicule in his eyes, "No need." Pei Kangol gritted his teeth and shook his head. He took out a pill and swallowed it. In front of everyone, he began to heal his injuries. He had consumed a third-grade, low-grade healing immortal pill, which could recover 70% to 80% of his heavy injuries in a short period of time. Right now, the ancient immortal secret realm was in a state of abnormality. At any time, there would be ancient pills and ancient immortal artifacts appearing. If he missed this opportunity, the gains would not make up for the losses. I will slowly settle this score with you when I return to the Xianjian sect. Pei Kangol thought coldly. Along the way, Du Xuening and the other two girls were secretly sizing up Ning Qi, as if they were wondering why Ning Qi could defeat Pei Kangol again and again with his perfected human immortal cultivation. Junior brother Ning, Pei Kangol, and Pei Yong are different. Although the two brothers were born from the same mother, Pei Kangol's character is much more sinister and vicious. When he was ranked as a true disciple, there was a senior brother whose aptitude was comparable to his. But that senior brother never returned to Xian after he went out on a mission. Many people in the sword sect suspect that it was Pei Kangol who did it. Junior apprentice brother Ning, you have to be careful. Ying Jinxuan looked at Ning Qi worriedly. Du Xuening and the other two nodded subconsciously, but then stopped abruptly. After all, it was not up to them to discuss the matter of the successor disciple. Does the old ancestor not care about this? Ning Qi said lightly. There's no evidence. It's just a guess. Even the old ancestor can't say anything. Ying Jinxuan shook her head. Don't worry. Earlier, he received a backlash from that immortal technique and suffered quite a serious injury. If he wants to attack me again, he will have to reconsider. Ning Qi smiled. When he left, Pei Kangol didn't make a move. This meant that Pei Kangol was afraid of him and didn't dare to act rashly. There was no need to consider this matter for the time being. That's true. Ying Jinxuan smiled. The ancient immortal secret ground was huge, at least 1/10 of the entire Yingzhou. After many years of exploration, it was divided into 3 parts. They were the immortal tomb, pill tomb, and weapon tomb. Among them, the immortal tomb was the most dangerous. The ancient demon's poison also came from the immortal tomb. In the beginning, someone found an ancient demon's arm there. That was the closest thing to the ancient era found since the ancient immortal secret ground was opened. Later, the arm was taken away by the Yuqing sect. No one knew what happened after that. Since then, broken limbs of various sizes would often appear in the immortal tomb. But even the most complete, one couldn't compare to the ancient demon's arm. As for the pill tomb and weapon tomb, it was because most of the ancient immortal elixirs and ancient immortal weapons were found in these 2 places. Over time, these 2 names came into being. Ning Qi's group was in the immortal tomb, the most dangerous place in the ancient immortal secret ground, but also the place with the most opportunities. It's the 100-year vermilion fruit. Du Xuening suddenly let out a cry of surprise, and then quickly rushed in a certain direction. There was a huge blue stone with a green grass growing on it, and 7 or 8 red fruits the size of a pinky finger hanging on it. Danger! Ying Jinxuan's expression changed. Based on her experience and intuition, she could feel that something very dangerous was hidden under the green rock. Murong Leiling and Xiang Lanyu, who were about to run over, stopped immediately. However, Du Xuening seemed to only have eyes for the vermilion fruits. She didn't hear Ying Jinxuan's warning at all. She jumped on the green rock happily, ready to pick all the vermilion fruits. Just then, an extremely terrifying aura came from under the green rock. Du Xuening's body stiffened instantly. A palm-sized scorpion appeared in front of Du Xuening. Although it was small, its aura made Du Xuening unable to move. Dragon Scorpion. A mid-stage Earth immortal dragon scorpion. Ying Jinxuan's expression was solemn. The scorpion's tail was unusual. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a dragon's head, bearing its fangs. Bang! The green rock instantly shattered, and the dragon scorpion standing on it was also smashed to pieces. Ning Qi reached out and grabbed the vermilion fruits with one hand and Du Xuening with the other. Ning, Senior brother Ning, thank you. Du Xuening was still in a state of shock. She quickly thanked Ning Qi with a stutter. With her perfected human immortal cultivation, she would have died without Ning Qi's help. Although the poison in the dragon scorpion's body wasn't as strong as the ancient demon's poison, it wasn't too far off. But at least for a perfected human immortal like her, the two had the same effect. Junior sister Du, I've already warned you. If you act on your own again, you can leave by yourself. Ying Jinchuan walked in front of the two and looked at Du Xuening coldly. Du Xuening's face turned red. She quickly said, Senior sistering, I was wrong. Take it. Ning Qi glanced at the vermilion fruit in his hand and threw it to Du Xuening. Du Xuening was startled and looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Although she found the vermilion fruit first, it was Ning Qi who killed the dragon scorpion and got the vermilion fruit. If it wasn't for Ning Qi, she might have lost her life today. How would she dare to take the vermilion fruit? Senior brother Ning, I can't take it, Du Xuening shook her head. Ying Zhenxuan looked at Ning Qi and Du Xuening and said, Junior brother Ning told you to take it. Just take it. This. Thank you. Senior brother Ning, senior sister Ning. Du Xuening's face turned red and she lowered her head to thank them. Ning Qi had already checked. The so-called 100-year vermilion fruit was calculated in the immortal world. If it was in the outside world, such as the endless heaven star, the spiritual energy wouldn't reach the level of these 100-year vermilion fruits without hundreds of thousands of years. However, compared to the fruits Ning Qi got from the Nether River Palace's jade pool, these vermilion fruits paled in comparison. According to the immortal world standards, there were at least 110,000-year vermilion fruits in his interspatial bag. Boom! Everyone looked in the same direction, only to see a loud noise suddenly coming from there, accompanied by a familiar aura. Pseudo-Dao artifact? Dao artifact? Ying Jinchuan's face changed. Let's go take a look. Chapter 2343. Thousands of miles away from Ning Qi, Ying Jinchuan, and the rest, a gigantic hammer floated in the air. The hammer was covered in ancient runes and exuded an ancient aura. Most eye-catching of all was the broken arm that was holding the hammer tightly. The arm was as big as a small mountain. It was so big that one could imagine how big its body was. All immortals who got too close to the hammer would be attacked. The explosion just now had been caused by the hammer's attack. By the time Ning Qi and the others arrived, quite a few immortals had already been smashed into minced meat. The ground was littered with giant craters. Low-grade Dao artifact. This is a real Dao artifact. Someone exclaimed. The disciples of the various sects swarmed over and stared at the hammer greedily. Pei Kangle and the rest were among them. The aura that the hammer exuded was hundreds of times thicker than Pei Kangle's broken pseudo-Dao artifact. This was enough to prove that it was a real low-grade Dao artifact. Only Daluo Golden Immortals had the right to use a Dharma treasure of this grade. Wow, there seemed to be many traces of the great Dao on it. Even among the low-grade Dao artifacts, it's one of the best. That's right. If we can get our hands on this Dao artifact, we'll be able to defend ourselves even against a golden immortal cultivator. The ancient immortal mystic realm has been active for so long. All that appeared before were incomplete ancient immortal treasures and ancient pills. We didn't even see a single pseudo-Dao artifact. The legacy disciple glanced at Pei Kangle. Maybe 1 or 2 pseudo-Dao artifacts appeared, but a real low-grade Dao artifact. This is the first time we've seen one. Pei Kangle didn't seem to notice the mockery of the others. His eyes were fixed on the giant hammer, and a trace of greed appeared in his eyes. However, he didn't let greed get to his head. What really made people not dare to act rashly was definitely not the giant hammer, but the arm that was holding it, the arm of an ancient immortal. These traitors are still causing trouble after they're dead? They don't deserve to be called immortals. They should be in cahoots with those demons. I wonder how strong this ancient immortal was when he was alive. Why don't we join forces and test him out? Let's wait and see. The situation is still unclear. Not only were there true disciples of the Xianjian sect, but also the Wind and Cloud sect, the Four-Way sect, the Honesty sect, the Mountain Destruction sect, and the Profound Sun sect. Apart from these 5 true disciples who were not weaker than the Xianjian sect, there were also dozens of famous true disciples in Yingzhou. They looked at the giant hammer with greed and vigilance. His eyes darted around. Other than that, some itinerant celestial immortals who did not belong to any sect could also enter the ancient immortal secret realm after paying a sum of immortal stones because of their cultivation level. They seemed to be a small group, and there were about 20 to 30 of them. Speaking of which, compared to sects that only had 4 or 5 true disciples, they were much more powerful. This was because this force could not be underestimated. Junior Brother Ning, this is the arm left behind by an ancient immortal. It seems to still have a trace of spirituality left in it. If it controls this low-grade Tao artifact, I'm afraid that it won't be easy for everyone here to seize it. A large number of people will die. If that happens, everyone will be able to hold each other back. It's not even enough to take it down. Ying Jinshuan said telepathically. Du Xuening and the other 2 girls looked at the giant hammer with envy. They knew that such a low-grade Tao artifact would eventually fall into the hands of a true disciple or a sect. It would never fall into the hands of an inner sect disciple like them. Moreover, they did not have enough strength to suppress that ancient immortal's arm. The arm of an ancient immortal. Ning Qi looked at the arm that held the giant hammer and felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. He touched the ancient, immortal godly ring on his finger. Because of this ring, he had another identity, the successor of an ancient immortal. From this familiar feeling, he could tell that this arm originally belonged to an ancient immortal. From this familiar feeling, he could tell that the owner of this arm should be an ancient immortal. The great war of immortals and demons ended so long ago, but a broken limb still has a trace of spirituality. Its owner must have been an amazing ancient immortal, at least in existence above the zenith heaven golden immortal. Xianjian sect, Profound Sun sect, Four-Way sect, Honesty sect, Mountain Destruction sect. Let's work together to suppress it, and then we'll divide this Tao artifact. The true disciple of the Wind Cloud sect suddenly said. Pei Kangle and the rest heard him and looked at each other, not saying a word. But from the Mountain Destruction sect side, there was a strong man who looked like a small giant. He glanced at the Wind Cloud sect coldly. Work together? After we suppress it, I'm afraid this Tao artifact will fall into the hands of your Wind Cloud sect. Your Wind Cloud sect sent 9 true disciples, while my Mountain Destruction sect only sent me. People. Profound Sun sect, Four-Way sect, and Honesty sect didn't send many people either. Together, the strong man looked at Xianjian sect again. We don't even have as many people as you and Xianjian sect. How do you expect us to suppress it together with you? That's right. The true disciples of Xianyang sect, Four-Way sect, and Honesty sect looked at each other and nodded. Either cooperate or get lost. Niu Haishi, since you know that your Mountain Destruction sect only sent 1 person, then shut up, or else we'll work together to suppress you first. Pei Kangle glanced at the strong man coldly. Niu Haishi was right. After suppressing this ancient immortal's arm, their Xianjin sect and Wind Cloud sect had the best chance of obtaining the hammer. Pei Kangle had just had his inferior Tao artifact destroyed by Ning Qi, so he was determined to get his hands on this true low-grade Tao artifact. Seeing Blackstone's strange tone, he naturally didn't have the patience to negotiate with him and directly berated him. Pei Kangle, if you have the guts, come and suppress me. Niu Haishi was furious. Everyone, now is not the time for us to argue. Hurry up and suppress this ancient immortal's arm. With the power of its Tao artifact, How long do you think the ancient immortal secret realm can withstand it? The surrounding void is no longer very stable. Someone from the Wind Cloud sect spoke plainly. With that, Nyo Haishi and Pei Kangle fell silent. The other true disciples looked at this person with a tinge of fear. Then they looked around carefully. Indeed, the void was rippling. It was not as stable as before, as though it would collapse at any moment. It was as though it would collapse at any moment. Linghu Yuanqiu, your cultivation is the strongest among us. Why don't you tell us how we should cooperate? I don't believe what others say. Nyo Haishi said to the Wind Cloud sect true disciple. Chapter 2344. How about this? Linghu Yuanqiu looked calmly at the group of itinerant celestial immortals. A Tao item is not something you can possess. Even if it falls into your hands, you won't be able to take it away. Just watch from the sidelines and don't interfere. Understood? What? The itinerant celestial immortals who had been eyeing the hammer greedily had ugly looks on their faces. This group of sect heirs actually wanted them to watch from the sidelines. They were not allowed to lay their hands on the Tao item. That was too overbearing. Such a low-grade Tao item naturally belongs to whoever gets it. What right do you have to stop us from interfering? One of the itinerant celestial immortals could not help but ask. Just because we are the heirs of our sect, do you think that golden immortal outside the Wind and Cloud sect will let you leave after taking this Tao item? If you can't even take it away, why make an enemy out of us? Linghu Yuanqiu said calmly. The itinerant celestial immortals exchanged glances, their faces livid. But Linghu Yuanqiu's words made sense. They could take away ordinary items. A sect as large as the Wind and Cloud sect would not do something like killing and robbing. As long as they could bring it out of the secret realm, it would belong to them. After all, they had paid a hefty sum of immortal stones to enter the secret realm. But if it was a low-grade Tao item that even golden immortals would covet, they would not be able to get more than 10 zhang away from the entrance of the secret realm. They would be immediately suppressed by the golden immortal of the Wind and Cloud sect because they were itinerant celestial immortals with no backing or backing. Don't worry. Once we suppress the arm left behind by the traitor, we will not mistreat you. Linghu Yuanqiu said calmly. The itinerant celestial immortals looked much better. No matter what compensation Linghu Yuanqiu would give them, at least his words would not embarrass them too badly. Then we will do as Brother Linghu says. The itinerant celestial immortals cupped their fists and retreated a few hundred zhang, as if they had nothing to do with it. One of the early-stage celestial immortals seemed to glance at Ning Qi as he retreated. When Ning Qi turned back to catch the gaze, he could no longer tell who it belonged to. The owner of that gaze just now should be the same person as the one before. Ning Qi's gaze gradually became serious. At the very least, he was sure that an initial stage heavenly immortal was watching him from the shadows. All right, the rest is between us. I, Linghu Yuanqiu, swear to the heavenly Tao that we will work together to suppress this traitorous arm. After that, we will use a fair method to decide the ownership of this Tao artifact. Linghu Yuanqiu said as he swept his gaze at Pei Kangle and the others. All right, I trust Brother Linghu. Nyo Haishi nodded slowly. That's settled then. Then let's work together to suppress it. The core disciples of the other sects also nodded in agreement. When the surrounding disciples saw this, they instantly became nervous. Perhaps an extremely exciting battle was about to begin. The arm of the ancient immortal held a giant hammer and floated silently in midair. It did not move, as though as long as no one dared to provoke it, it would not treat them as enemies. Go! Linghu Yuanqiu let out a cold roar. Following this, a few dozen core disciples immediately executed their respective moves to suppress the arm of the ancient immortal. Roar! Everyone seemed to hear an angry roar. The ancient immortal arm did not have a mouth, so it naturally could not make such an angry roar. The source of the angry roar might have been the last bit of spirituality left in the ancient immortal arm. All sorts of immortal arts rained down on the arm of the ancient immortal, while the arm swung its giant hammer to meet the immortal arts. Boom! With just one attack, Linghu Yuanqiu and the others spat out a mouthful of blood. All their immortal arts were shattered by the giant hammer and dissipated into the air. However, everyone could clearly sense that the ancient immortal's arm's aura weakened a little after this attack. Its spirituality is about to disappear. As long as we hold on, we will definitely be able to suppress it. Linghu Yuanqiu's voice rang out again. Ning Qi and the others had already retreated far away. The attacks from the arm of the ancient immortal and Linghu Yuanqiu's group were extremely ferocious. If they were not careful, they would be caught in the shock waves. Even Ning Qi would not be able to withstand it, let alone the others. In the blink of an eye, only Linghu Yuanqiu's group was left on the battlefield. The ancient immortal's arm that was constantly struggling in the middle of their encirclement. Its aura was getting weaker and weaker. Junior Brother Ning, based on the situation, it won't be long before this Dao treasure falls into their hands, Ing Jinchuan said. Although there was a trace of envy in her tone, it was not too obvious. To her, her goal in coming to the ancient immortal mystic realm was to obtain all sorts of pills that could increase one's lifespan. As for Dao treasures and whatnot, she was only here to watch the show. It had nothing to do with her. Ing Jinchuan did not notice that Ning Qi's eyes were filled with killing intent. It was not directed at the arm of the ancient immortal, but at Linghu Yuanqiu and the others. Suddenly, a flying sword flew over like a bolt of lightning, piercing into Ning Qi's body. This scene caught Ing Jinchuan and the others by surprise. Was this the shockwave of the battle? No. Linghu Yuanqiu and the others knew how powerful Dao treasures were. They could not use their Dharma treasures to fight against it, as that would only damage their own Dharma treasures. Moreover, the direction of this flying sword was coming from behind them. Someone was ambushing Ning Qi, and they wanted to kill him in one blow. The flying sword gave off the aura of a superior grade immortal treasure. To possess such a grade of Dharma treasure, one had to be at least an earthly immortal or even a heavenly immortal. Who wants to kill Junior Brother Ning? Someone is ambushing Senior Brother Ning. Ing Zhenxuan, Du Xuaning, and the other two girls turned their heads in unison, wanting to see who the owner of the flying sword was. The nearby disciples saw this scene and quietly retreated a distance away. Such a scene was very common in the ancient immortal mystic realm. Most of them were enemies seeking revenge. The flying sword's target was originally Ning Qi's head. However, the moment it entered his body, Ning Qi shifted his position, causing it to pierce through his shoulder. At this moment, an endless stream of sword intent was madly surging into Ning Qi's body, intending to destroy his vitality. Ning Qi expressionlessly reached out to grab the flying sword and shook it. In the next moment, the superior grade flying sword was directly shattered by Ning Qi. The wound on Ning Qi's body also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the distance, a pair of vicious eyes met Ning Qi's in the crowd of itinerant cultivators. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2345. Ing Zhenxuan followed Ning Qi's gaze and saw the heaven immortal who made a move. She was slightly stunned. A rogue heaven immortal actually dared to attack a disciple of the Xianjian sect? Could it be that it was because Ning Qi was wearing the Xianjian sect's disciple uniform that the other party had such guts? Du Xuaning and the other two girls also found the heaven immortal, and a trace of bewilderment flashed across their eyes. At this moment, the other party was just looking at Ning Qi and did not make any further movements. They knew that the other party did not dare to brazenly attack because Pei Kangol and the other successor disciples of the Xianjian sect were present. Hand, Junior Apprentice Brother Ning, do you know this person? Ing Jinchuan looked at Ning Qi and transmitted a message. She thought that this guy might be Ning Qi's enemy and happened to meet him in the ancient immortal mystic realm. I don't know him. Ning Qi had a tinge of doubt in his eyes. Ever since he entered the ancient, immortal mystic realm, he had been watching him. Just now he had even glanced at him. Immediately after, he killed him. He didn't seem like a lunatic with no purpose. Instead, he seemed like an assassin. However, who would hire an early-stage, heavenly immortal assassin to kill him? Ningqi couldn't think of anything, not because he didn't have a target, but because he had too many targets. The inner and outer sect disciples that he had offended in the Shenzhen sect, and even the true disciples could all do such a thing. Elixir Peak, Golden Sun Peak, Dajiang Peak, even Yi Tian, Yi Rulong, and Jiang Kuan were suspects. Thinking of this, Ning Qi transmitted to the celestial immortal, "Who told you to kill me?" "No one, I just don't like you." The celestial immortal's voice was rather hoarse. "You want to kill me because you don't like me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Do you believe that I won't shout right now and let the true disciples of the sect suppress you?" Ning Qi sneered and transmitted his voice. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, the other party flashed and decisively left the place. Ning Qi's expression became more and more serious. He could see that the other party would not give up so easily and would definitely wait for an opportunity to act in the dark. "Junior apprentice Brother Ning, this person has left." Ing Xuan let out a sigh of relief. "Senior sister, you guys have to be careful. They don't have good intentions," Ning Qi reminded. Given his current cultivation base, it was basically impossible for that heavenly immortal to kill him in a single strike. Therefore, even if that heavenly immortal attacked again, Ning Qi would still be able to defend against it for a while and still have a chance to escape. However, Ing Xuan and the others wouldn't be able to do so. If that heavenly immortal were to attack them, he would definitely be able to kill them in a single strike. Ing Xuan nodded solemnly. Just as she was about to speak, the battle changed drastically again. The giant hammer suddenly emitted a chilling aura. Hundreds of yellowish-brown markings appeared around the giant hammer like snakes, extending to the arm of the ancient immortal. Over 100 traces of the great path. Linghu Yuanqiu and the others were taken aback. Following that, the ancient immortal's arm swung, its giant hammer, at the closest core disciples. "It's the mountain river Great Tao. It's extremely powerful, be careful." A brilliant light flashed across Linghu Yuanqiu's eyes. With a loud roar, he retreated several hundred meters backwards. It was already too late for those core disciples to escape. They could only take it head-on. Defensive immortal weapons of various grades appeared on their bodies. However, when these immortal weapons were struck by the giant hammer, they instantly shattered. Following that, the giant hammer landed on their bodies. Those core disciples from Wind and Cloud sect only had time to let out a miserable shriek. However, the true disciple of the Profound Sun sect only had time to let out a scream before his body was smashed into pieces and his soul was destroyed. At this moment, the ancient immortal's arm was holding the giant hammer. Its aura was a few times stronger than when it was first born. "Senior brother, junior brother." The core disciples of Wind and Cloud sect and Profound Sun sect couldn't help but exclaim. Their faces were pale. A dignified core disciple was killed just like that? This rebellious arm is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Everyone, don't fight it head-on. Exhausted to death. After seeing the core disciple of Wind and Cloud sect being smashed to death by the giant hammer, Linghu Yuanqiu's expression changed slightly. Then he calmly reminded the crowd. The ancient immortal's arm went from passive defense to active attack mode, smashing at the surrounding core disciples crazily. With Linghu Yuanqiu's reminder and the terrifying aura of the giant hammer, none of the core disciples chose to fight it head-on. Basically, they chose to dodge. Sure enough, the aura of the ancient immortal's arm was declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed at which it swung the giant hammer had also slowed down significantly. Perhaps what Linghu Yuanqiu had said was true. The ancient immortal's arm was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Therefore, when it no longer attacked the core disciples, But the ordinary disciples of the nearby sects, the situation instantly became chaotic and out of control. Dozens of inner and outer sect disciples didn't even have time to scream before they were smashed to death by the ancient immortal's hammer. Seeing this, some of the nearby disciples felt their legs go soft and couldn't move. Some ran away quickly. Those who couldn't move naturally died under the hammer. The core disciples saw their own junior brothers being chased by the ancient immortal's arm, but they couldn't help. They didn't dare to get close to the ancient immortal's arm and could only wait for its spirituality to be exhausted. Run. Linghu Yuanqiu's voice exploded above their heads like thunder. Even without him saying it, everyone knew this logic. It was a pity that those who were targeted by the ancient immortal's arm basically couldn't escape the fate of being killed. This was because their speed was too slow compared to the ancient immortal's arm. Go. Seeing the ancient immortal's arm flying in his direction, Ningqi wasn't sure if the arm could recognize his identity as an ancient immortal's descendant. Moreover, Yingjinchuan and the rest would definitely become its targets. Therefore, he pulled them up and moved far away from the attack range of the ancient immortal's arm. Then a few screams sounded. Another batch of sect disciples who couldn't escape in time died. It's not bad to let these guys consume the spirituality of the ancient immortal's arm. In the distance, Pei Kangol and the other true disciples of the Xianjian sect stood together and watched this scene coldly. The smart disciples of the Xianjian sect had already run behind them. Other than Pei Kangol, the other true disciples of the sects were basically the same. They watched the scene in front of them with serious expressions. This kid is here too. Pei Kangol suddenly saw the figures of Ningqi and the others. His eyes moved slightly. At this time, the ancient immortal's arm was still a distance away from Ningqi and the others. Just as Pei Kangol's mind flashed, thinking about how to lead the ancient immortal's arm in Ningqi's direction and use it to help him vent his anger, his eyes suddenly landed on the void 100 feet behind Ningqi and the others. Ordinary sect disciples might not be able to discover anything, but he did. The Immortal Clan's second-level sacred art, Scarlet Dragon Eye, could clearly see that there was an early-stage heaven immortal in the air, staring fiercely at Ningqi's back. Chapter 2346. In less than 10 minutes, the surrounding scene had become like doomsday. The jungle had long been smashed into ruins by the giant hammers wielded by the ancient immortal arms. The ground was full of large and small potholes. Each pothole had a trace of blood in it. As for the corpses, they died under the giant hammers. Anything below that would basically turn into ashes, leaving no corpses behind. Junior Brother Ning, the aura of the ancient immortal arm is already very weak. I think it won't be long before the legacy disciples suppress it. Yingjinchuan said lightly, I wonder who is lucky enough to obtain this Tao artifact. Du Xuening said enviously. Murong Leiling and Xiang Lanyu looked at the ancient immortal's arm enviously. Unfortunately, they weren't even earth immortals. No matter what, this Tao artifact wouldn't fall into the hands of a human immortal. Furthermore, with the cultivation of a human immortal, they probably didn't have the ability to refine a Tao artifact. Just as Yingjinchuan had said, the ancient immortal's arm's movements had already slowed down. Many existences that were supposed to be dead had managed to escape and were now watching from afar in fear. It's almost time. A sharp light flashed across Linghu Yuanqiu's eyes. One by one, the other true disciples revealed looks of greed and began to size each other up. Even though they were from the same sect, they seemed to have become potential enemies. Just as the core disciples were waiting for the remnant spirituality on the ancient immortal's arm to disappear, a figure had already appeared behind Ningqi. Boundless immortal qi condensed into a huge fist that landed on Ningqi's body. Ningqi could not react in time. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying in the direction of the ancient immortal's arm. Yingjinchuan and the other 3 ladies were dumbfounded, as though they had yet to recover from the shock. It's that itinerant heavenly immortal. Ing Jinxuan turned around furiously. However, the other party seemed to have hidden himself again after unleashing that attack. With Ing Jinxuan's cultivation, she couldn't find his position at all. He finally made his move. The corners of Pei Kangle's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Ning Qi gloatingly. Although his opponent's attack did not kill Ning Qi would definitely be killed by the ancient immortal's arm. This way, it would be easy for him to return to the sect. Otherwise, if someone wanted to slander him, he would probably have to waste a lot of words. Who is that? Revenge? The gazes of the heirs fell upon Ning Qi, their expressions somewhat strange. However, they didn't do anything. They just stared at Ning Qi indifferently. In their eyes, Ning Qi was already a dead man. If it was a celestial immortal, they would have chosen to act to prevent others from wanting to submit. He was robbed. It's Ning Beixian. When the Xianjian sect disciples behind Pei Kangle and the other four saw Ning Qi, they immediately reacted with different expressions. Amongst them, the inner and outer disciples of Dan Peak, Golden Sun Peak, and Dajiang Peak were pleasantly surprised. Senior Brother Ning is in danger. Xiang Blue Rain cried out in alarm. His eyes revealed a trace of unwillingness. He turned his head, as if he didn't want to see Ning Qi being smashed into minced meat by the giant hammer. No matter who you are, if you dare to attack my Xianjian sect's disciples, my moon-lacking peak will definitely not let you off. The existence behind you can't escape either. Ing Jinxuan gritted her teeth and shouted at the void behind her. She was extremely furious. Oh, so it's a disciple of the Xianjian sect, but looking at his clothes. Oh, a sweeping disciple? Even a sweeping disciple has come to the ancient immortal secret realm? After hearing Ing Jinxuan's cold shout, a trace of curiosity appeared in Niu Haishi's eyes, and he muttered in a strange voice. Ha ha ha! How dare you injure my Yuan family's disciples? Today you will die. Far away, a middle-aged man saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart. He was Yuan Long's father, Yuan Lai. Although the Yuan family's patriarch had warned him not to make a move personally, and it would be best if he didn't appear around Ning Qi to prevent others from getting hold of him, Yuan Lai still wanted to see Ning Qi die with his own eyes. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. In the blink of an eye, Ning Qi had already flown directly below the ancient immortal's arm. As long as the ancient immortal's arm lightly hammered him, he would be reduced to ashes. On Ning Qi's back there was a deep wound. It was caused by the opponent's giant fist condensed from immortal qi. Ning Qi had already lost a large chunk of his life points. If such an attack landed on him 7 or 8 times consecutively, his life points would definitely be depleted. At this moment, the ancient immortal's arm swung down, and the giant hammer that contained the great Tao of hundreds of mountains and rivers was about to land on Ning Qi's head. Seeing this, most people were expressionless. After all, many people had died under the hands of the giant hammer today. Even the Wind and Cloud sect and Mystic Sun sect had lost their direct disciples. Ning Qi was merely a human immortal full circle, and he couldn't do anything at all. Die. The corner of Pei Kangle's mouth curled up, but the next moment his smile froze. When the giant hammer was an inch away from Ning Qi's head, it suddenly stopped and didn't continue its attack. This scene shocked all the direct disciples, rogue cultivators and ordinary sect disciples. Could it be that the ancient immortal's arm's spirituality had been completely depleted? A figure appeared in the distance and looked at Ning Qi in shock. This kid still isn't dead? His eyes were filled with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would have taken the risk of being discovered by the direct disciples and killed Ning Qi with a few more blows. Now, if he attacked again, he was afraid that Pei Kangle and the others would stop him. In the distance, Yuan Lai's expression was exactly the same as the early heaven immortal assassin. He looked at Ning Qi in shock and clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Ancient immortal. Clansmen, A loud voice rang in Ning Chi's mind. The voice was neither male nor female and sounded a little strange. Then, before Ning Chi could react, the ancient immortal's arm suddenly dissipated into the air. The giant hammer fell, and Ning Chi happened to catch it. As expected, the spirituality has dissipated. The direct disciples looked at each other and realized something. They thought that the ancient immortal's arm had gone through a long battle, and the remaining spirituality on it had dissipated, which was why it didn't kill Ning Chi. Bald Brat, hand over the Dao weapon to us. Nyo Haishi pointed at Ning Chi and shouted. As soon as he said this, everyone came to their senses. The Dao weapon that was being fought over by the direct disciples seemed to have fallen into the hands of a human immortal. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous gazes fell onto Ning Chi in unison, and their gazes were slightly strange. There was no envy or jealousy in their eyes. As far as they were concerned, Ning Chi would never become the owner of this Dao artifact. In the end, the Dao artifact would fall into the hands of the various elite disciples, and then they could divide it among themselves or seize it. Ning Chi ignored Nyo Haishi and looked behind Ning Jinchuan and the other girls, meeting the gaze of the heaven immortal who had attacked him. What is he trying to do? Chapter 2347. This guy, he can actually use this Dao artifact? Pei Kangol stared at Ning Chi in disbelief. The giant hammer in Ning Chi's hand was once again covered with hundreds of yellow lines. These lines were the great Dao of mountains and rivers. They had already spread from the handle of the giant hammer to Ning Chi's arm. At the same time, the giant hammer erupted with an even more terrifying aura than when it was first controlled by the ancient immortal's arm. An even more terrifying aura. Impossible. He didn't even refine it. Linghu Yuanchio's eyes were filled with astonishment. A Dao artifact requires at least a few hundred years of refining by us, celestial immortals, to be able to use it, right? How can this kid use it the moment he grabs it? Could it be that this Dao artifact is so special that it doesn't need to be refined? The true disciples of the major sects stared at Ning Chi in shock. At the same time, an ominous feeling rose in their hearts. An ancient immortal's broken limb could already make the giant hammer display extraordinary strength, causing them to have no choice but to dodge. If this human immortal could really use this Dao artifact, wouldn't he be even stronger than the ancient immortal's broken limb? Ing Jinchuan's eyes were filled with surprise. She never expected that not only did Ning Chi not die under the giant hammer at the last moment, he even obtained the giant hammer? Oh no! The early stage, celestial immortal watched as the giant hammer fell on his head. His eyes were filled with horror. Then he displayed all his defensive trump cards in an instant. There were shields and armors, all of which were decent quality immortal artifacts. However, these defensive Dharma treasures were as fragile as tofu in front of the giant hammer. It was as fragile as tofu, completely destroyed like a withered twig. Boom! The giant hammer landed heavily on the ground with a loud bang. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. The surrounding sky prides and the rogue celestial immortals all looked at Ning Chi solemnly. The blow just now had confirmed their hearts that Ning Chi could indeed use this Dao artifact. This guy seems to be a disciple of the Xianjian sect. I wonder if he can leave this place with this inferior grade artifact. Did you notice his clothes? He's just a disciple sweeping the floor. Why would those true disciples of the Xianjian sect let him take the Dao artifact? But he's destined to make a fortune today. Those true disciples will not mistreat him. The guy who was beaten just now seems to be a celestial immortal from Taisui Lane. Chen Ligon often appears in the Taisui Lane to do some business. I didn't expect to meet him in the ancient immortal secret realm. Judging from the sneak attack just now, it's very likely that Chen Ligon was the one who did it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to attack an early-stage sky immortal the moment he got his hands on the Dao treasure. A dignified early heavenly immortal ambushing a great circle human immortal? Who did that Xianjian sect disciple offend? Someone actually invited an early-stage heaven immortal to kill him. I wonder if Chen Ligong will still be alive after this. Ning Qi slowly lifted the giant hammer. Those with sharp eyes had already seen Chen Ligong's twisted body lying on the ground. He was not directly killed by the giant hammer, but his injuries should be very serious. Even if he did not die, he could not move. Tell me, who told you to kill me? Ning Qi looked at Chen Ligong indifferently. Chen Ligong opened his eyes with difficulty. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. At that moment, he thought he was going to die. Without waiting for him to speak, Pei Kangol and the other successor disciples had already slowly approached Ning Qi. Junior brother Ning, this Tao artifact is too dangerous in your hands. Why don't you give it to me first? Pei Kangol said with a forced smile. Pei Kangol, your Xianjian sect wants to take it all for yourself? We agreed that we would distribute it fairly. Niu Haishi said angrily. Don't worry, it's naturally a fair distribution. Linghu Yuanqiu laughed lightly, then looked at Ning Qi. Little brother, give the Tao artifact to us. What do you want? You can bring it up now. You know yourself, you can't take this Tao artifact away. Ning Qi frowned as he looked at Pei Kangol, then at Linghu Yuanqiu. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, Ning Qi turned his head, lowered his eyes, and looked at Chen Ligong. Speak, who told you to kill me? In the distance, when Yuan Lai saw this scene, he turned around and left without hesitation. His expression was extremely ugly. Regardless of whether Chen Ligong would sell him out or not, he had to pass this information back to his family first, and let the Yuan family's patriarch think of a way to deal with it, because he thought that if a sky immortal made a move, it would be a piece of cake. So when he invited Chen Ligong, he did not intentionally hide his identity. Cough, cough. No one told me to kill you. You misunderstood, little brother. Chen Ligong glanced at Pei Kangol and the others, then smiled at Ning Qi. Perhaps because of his heavy injuries, he coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood as he spoke. Hey, kid, didn't you hear what we said? Niu Haishi frowned. Pei Kangol, this is a disciple of your Xianjian sect. You don't care? You can be arrogant after taking the Tao artifact? You don't even listen to senior brother Linghu's words? A direct disciple of the Wind and Cloud sect looked at Ning Qi coldly, then sneered at Pei Kangol and the others. Ning Beixian, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Pei Kangol said coldly, if you have the guts, then come over and die. Ning Qi suddenly waved his giant hammer and pointed it at Pei Kangol. This action caused the surrounding true disciples who were slowly approaching to subconsciously retreat 100 meters. In the end, they discovered that Ning Qi had no intention of attacking. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly. Their shame turned into anger. After all, they were all heaven immortals. But now, a direct disciple was scared to this extent by a human immortal full circle. It was truly embarrassing. You. Pei Kangol was furious. Boom! Ning Qi suddenly swung his hammer back, landing on Chen Ligong. He wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but was discovered by Ning Qi. The mountain river Tao on the giant hammer was originally of the strength attribute. It worked well with Ning Qi's physical strength. When he swung it, the power produced was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. If Ning Qi had used his full strength, just those 2 swings were enough to kill an ordinary early sky immortal. One could see how important a Tao artifact was to an immortal's combat strength. Everyone, let's wait for this kid to finish dealing with this matter first. He won't listen to anything you say now. Linghu Yuanqiu's voice rang in the ears of the direct disciples. They looked at each other, then fell silent, including the furious Pei Kangol. He lifted the giant hammer. Chen Ligong's lower body was already smashed into minced meat, and his upper body was even more twisted than before. His injuries were severe. Speak, who asked you to kill me? This is your last chance. If you don't speak, I'll turn you into ashes with my next hammer. Ningqi looked at Chen Ligong coldly and said, You really won't kill me if I speak. Chen Ligong spoke with difficulty. The fear in his eyes was extremely thick. You have no room to bargain. If I feel that you're lying, I'll kill you with my hammer regardless of whether you speak or not. Ningqi said calmly. Chapter 2348. Yuan Family? Before Pei Kangle and the other true disciples could react, the faces of the Dajiang Peak disciples behind them gradually became strange. They looked at each other, as if they had seen something in each other's eyes. Yuan Family. Tai's Wei Lane Yuan Family? It was unknown when Ying Jinxuan had arrived at Ningqi's side. When she heard Chen Ligong mention the Yuan family, she thought for a few breaths and suddenly reacted. Her expression was ugly. That's right, it's the Tai's Wei Lane Yuan family. They invited me to kill you. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just doing my job for money. Let me go. Chen Ligong nodded quickly. The Tai's Wei Lane Yuan family is the family that Yuan Long came from. Ying Jinxuan looked at Ningqi. Yes. Ningqi nodded lightly, and a face appeared in his mind. Since Yuan Long had used the ancient demon poison to sneak up on others during the sect grand competition, it made sense that his family would hire someone to avenge him. After all, the kind of people raised, the kind of people raised. The Tai's Wei Lane Yuan family seems to have disciples in the Xianjian sect? So this is internal strife? Hee, Pei Kangle, your Xianjian sect is really interesting. Forget about internal strife. You even asked a heaven immortal to sneak attack a sweeping disciple? Niu Haishi couldn't help but look at Pei Kangle mockingly. The Dajiang Peak has an inner disciple called Yuan Long. He has good potential and had the chance to become a true disciple, but I heard that he was crippled by this kid. Now he is only an early Earth immortal. Pei Kangle transmitted his voice to the other 4 true disciples. This matter was also told to him by the inner sect disciple of Dajiang Peak. If it wasn't for Yi Rulong and Jiang Kuan, Pei Kangle wouldn't have attacked Ningqi so easily. In the end, he even destroyed a Dao artifact. I've told you everything I know. Let me go. Chen Ligong looked at Ningqi in fear. In fact, he was afraid of the giant hammer in Ningqi's hand. There's one more thing you didn't tell me. Who is the Yuan family that invited you? Ningqi smiled. Yuan Lai, his son Yuan Long, is an inner disciple of your Dajiang Peak. Can I leave now? Chen Ligong said everything in one go. Please go. Ningqi nodded lightly. Then the giant hammer fell. You are shameless. Chen Ligong turned pale with fright. He only had time to let out an extremely resentful roar before he was ruthlessly smashed by the giant hammer. Boom! 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 Ningqi swung his hammer again and again, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to smash Chen Ligong to death. He didn't know how long he had been smashing Chen Ligong, but when all the surrounding disciples looked at him with fear, Ningqi finally stopped. He scanned the area with his divine sense, but Chen Ligong had already disappeared without a trace. Not even a wisp of his soul managed to escape. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an early-stage heaven immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 achievement point. Ding! Dragon Slaying Mall Merit Tower opened progress, 1%. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining 2 million Dragon Slayer crystals. Merit points? Merit Tower? Ningqi was slightly stunned. They were already in the immortal world, but the system still had new functions? Could it be that killing Chen Ligong, who was 2 ranks higher than him, had triggered some hidden attribute of the system? He scanned the area with his divine sense and found that there was indeed a merit tower in the Dragon Slaying Mall. However, it was still incomplete, and the progress was only 1%. In his stats window, there was an additional achievement point under the Dragon Slayer crystals. It was currently at 1 point. Chen Ligong died in the hands of this human immortal, Who would have thought that he would die in the hands of a mere, perfected human immortal? He had dominated the Taisway lane for so many years, killing countless human immortals, earth immortals, and even heaven immortals. Now he died in the hands of a mere perfected human immortal. This must be karma. A Tao artifact is truly a killing tool. A perfected human immortal can even kill an early stage heaven immortal with it. If we can get our hands on this Tao artifact, we might be able to take on the golden immortal from the wind and cloud sect outside. The rogue cultivators and heaven immortals exchanged glances with one another, feeling restless again. Little brother, your enemy is also dead. Let's talk about who this Tao artifact belongs to. Linghu Yuanqiu smiled at Ning Qi. Ning Beixian, Yuan Long hired someone to kill you. We will testify for you in front of the ancestral patriarch. Hand over the Tao artifact now. A direct disciple of the mystic sword sect beside Pei Kangol said, "What are you waiting for? A mere disciple, sweeping the floor, wants to keep this Tao artifact for himself? Don't King dream." Pei Kangol said coldly. Ning Qi smirked and looked at Pei Kangol's group. "You guys want it? Come and take it. What are you talking for?" SSS, the disciples of the major sects gasped and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Does this guy really want to take this Tao artifact for himself? Everyone, there's no need to talk to this kid. Let's just take it. Pei Kangol snorted coldly and took the lead to fly towards Ning Qi. However, after flying a few feet, he found that the rest of the people were not moving. Pei Kangol's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. His body stopped in midair, unable to advance or retreat. You don't dare to take it? Then I will accept this Tao artifact. Senior sister, let's go. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. He signaled to Ing Jinchuan and walked away. The others on the road saw this and moved away, not daring to get close to Ning Qi. Hurry up and follow. Du Xuening reminded the two girls. Murong Leiling and Xiang Lanyu recovered from the shock and quickly followed Ning Qi and Ing Jinchuan. Kid, don't go. Niu Haishi couldn't hold it in anymore. He yelled and flew towards Ning Qi. Ning Qi swung his hammer, and with a bang, Niu Haishi let out a miserable howl and was sent flying like a cannonball. The other direct disciples who wanted to take action put down their hands awkwardly when they saw this. Next, including Linghu Yuanqiu, no one dared to stop Ning Qi and the others from leaving. Are you letting him leave just like that? Brother Linghu, don't you guys want this Tao artifact? Pei Kangol suppressed his anger and said to Linghu Yuanqiu, I'm not even in a hurry. What are you in a hurry for? Isn't the one who took the Tao artifact a disciple of your mystic sword sect? Linghu Yuanqiu smiled faintly. Brother Linghu, have you thought of a way? Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us. Niu Haishi flew back in a sorry state. Everyone could clearly see that he had lost an arm. The seriousness in their eyes deepened. It was obvious that Ning Qi had not used his full strength when he killed Chen Ligong. It's simple. After the reincarnation is over, our sect's golden immortal will suppress him and we will see how to distribute the Tao artifact. Chapter 2349. When Ning Qi left, quite a few rogue celestial immortals followed. Linghu Yuanqiu and the rest saw this, but they didn't do anything. They just looked at the rogue celestial immortals mockingly. Even Niu Haishi, a true disciple of the Mountain Destruction sect, was defeated by a single strike of the giant hammer. These rogue celestial immortals, who only cultivated rank 2 or 3 immortal arts, and were far weaker than Niu Haishi, wanted to snatch the Tao artifact from him. What a joke. I think we should send someone to follow him and not make a move in case something unexpected happens. Pei Kangol said happily, How about this? 1 person per sect. Perhaps there will be other Tao treasures appearing in the ancient immortal secret ground. Who knows? If we all follow behind him, those Tao treasures might be taken away by someone else. That's right. Linghu Yuanqiu smiled. That's right. The other 4 successor disciples of the Xianjian sect looked at each other and then nodded their heads. Their peripheral vision all landed on Pei Kangel's body. Previously, Pei Kangel had sneakily taken away a lesser Dao artifact, and even they did not notice it. Junior apprentice brother Pei, you'll follow him this time. All right. Junior apprentice brother Ning, there are people following us. Yingjin Xuan looked back from time to time. There were a few figures a few hundred feet behind them. Those guys all emitted the aura of the early celestial immortal stage, causing the 4 girls to shudder. If they like to follow, then let them follow. Ning Qi didn't turn back, but his spiritual had already detected those greedy rogue cultivators and heavenly immortals. Even after seeing Blackstone's fate, they still dared to follow him. It could be said that humans die in pursuit of wealth and birds die in pursuit of food. Let's see if they dared to act. Ning Qi didn't mind killing a few more celestial immortals to see if he could get any merit points. Killing Chun Ligong not only unlocked a new function of the system, the merit tower, but also a new attribute, the merit points. An early celestial immortal only gave 1 merit point. One didn't need to think too much to know how valuable it was. Perhaps the merit tower could exchange for something that wasn't available in the dragon slaying mall. That's right. With that Dao artifact, Senior Apprentice Brother Ning isn't even afraid of true disciples. These ordinary celestial immortals won't be able to do anything. Du Xuening and the other 2 girls heaved a sigh of relief. They no longer felt the pressure from the group of celestial immortals behind them. Rumble, there's movement over there. I wonder what it is. Yingjin Xuan looked to the northwest. Go. Ning Qi and the others broke through the air. After flying for about 300 miles, they saw a pale cauldron spinning in the air. This cauldron's aura couldn't compare to old Lord Taishang's cauldron, but there was a strange fragrance coming from it. There might be some ancient, immortal pills hidden inside. Ning Qi thought of a scene. An ancient immortal was in the middle of refining pills. Before he could keep the pills, he encountered a battle and died in the battle. Hence, the pill cauldron had been hidden here until today. When Ning Qi and the others arrived, there were already many sect disciples and rogue cultivators surrounding the place. They seemed to be afraid that the cauldron still had some kind of power left, so they didn't dare to make a move. The group of itinerant celestial immortals following behind Ning Qi looked hesitant. If it was any other time, they would have already attacked when they saw the scene. But now that Ning Qi was very close to the cauldron, they were afraid that their actions would provoke Ning Qi's attack. Based on the aura emitted by this cauldron, there might be Tier 4 to Tier 5 elixirs hidden inside. Pei Kangel's expression was grave. Damn it! Niu Haishi, who had lost an arm, gritted his teeth and stared at Ning Qi. He really wanted to snatch the cauldron, but he had some reservations. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have followed. The other core disciples had a look of regret in their eyes. The feeling of watching an ancient, immortal pill fall into someone else's pocket was too unbearable. Soon, the cauldron's aura gradually retracted, and it slowly landed on the ground. The surrounding sect disciples rushed forward in a frenzy. With a thought, a giant hammer appeared in Ning Qi's hand. The aura of an inferior-grade Dao artifact immediately made those sect disciples turn to look. When they saw Ning Qi holding the giant hammer and charging towards them, they were almost scared out of their wits and scattered like birds and beasts. Ning Qi kept the cauldron into his spatial bag. Then he left with Yingjin Xuan and the others. The surrounding sect disciples could only grit their teeth and watch this scene in silence. This guy. Pei Kangel clenched his fists and stared coldly at Ning Qi. He swore to himself that he would make Ning Qi spit everything out after they got out of this place. Following that, a group of true disciples and a group of itinerant heaven immortals followed Ning Qi from afar. They watched helplessly as Ning Qi and the others plundered many primordial immortal pills, rare spirit herbs, and even 2 primordial immortal artifacts that had appeared in the ancient immortal mystic realm. They were both supreme-grade immortal artifacts. The demand for supreme-grade immortal artifacts among the disciples of various sects was not that bad. True disciples like Pei Kangol basically had a supreme-grade immortal artifact. But for the itinerant heaven immortals, the value of a supreme-grade immortal artifact was extremely high, even comparable to a human life. They were willing to risk their lives for a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Unfortunately, Ning Qi had an inferior-grade Dao artifact. They could only itinerant heaven immortals, but they did not dare to act rashly. A reincarnation cycle lasted for 30 years. This time, Ning Qi and the others had entered the ancient immortal mystic realm for less than a year, but the harvest was already extremely abundant. Even Du Xuening and the other 2 girls had snatched a lot of spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines because of Ning Qi. They were very satisfied with this trip. Pill tomb. Haha, I found a bottle of ancient immortal pills. Let's see how many there are. We'll split them. Shu, lower your voice. Be careful not to attract the bandits. A few inner disciples of Xianjian sects Pill Peak and Dajiang Peak gathered together and carefully prepared to open the porcelain bottle in their hands. At this moment, a terrifying aura appeared above their heads. Their expressions froze as they looked up, only to see Ning Qi holding a giant hammer and looking at them with a smile that was not a smile. Senior brothers handed over. Yingjin Xuan and the other 3 approached them with a smile and extended their hands. Take it. The few of them looked at Ning Qi, then at Yingjin Xuan, then expressionlessly threw the porcelain bottle in their hands over. Chapter 2350. Pei Kangol, this disciple of your mystic sword sect, seems to hold a grudge. Niu Haishi said with a strange expression. Humph. Pei Kangol snorted coldly and did not reply. However, there was a trace of fear in his eyes when he looked at Ning Qi. The other party was so vengeful, and he had a grudge with the other party before. Obviously, in the other party's heart, he was also a target for revenge. Fortunately, he was a true disciple and was not afraid of Ning Qi's revenge at all. When we return to the sect without that Dao artifact, see how I teach you how to be a person. Pei Kangol thought sinisterly. The ancient immortal mystic realm was huge. Ning Qi brought Yingjin Xuan and the other 3 girls to the immortal tomb, pill tomb and artifact tomb. They obtained quite a number of ancient immortal pills and immortal artifacts. Among them, there were 5 supreme-grade immortal artifacts. Such a harvest made the itinerant heavenly immortals gnash their teeth. Even Du Xuening and the other 2 girls were secretly envious. However, they knew that these top-grade immortal artifacts had nothing to do with them. This was because Ning Qi had already casually thrown 3 high-grade immortal artifacts to them. To them, high-grade immortal artifacts were enough for them to use until the Earth Immortal Great Circle. Forget it, let's not follow him. This time, the movement in the ancient immortal secret realm is even more violent than before. In a short period of time, he actually took away 5 top-grade immortal artifacts. There are even more than 10 high-grade immortal artifacts. If we continue to follow, our losses will be even greater. That's right. The rogue cultivators gave up on following Ning Qi and disappeared one by one. If they continued to follow Ning Qi, they would not be able to do anything else. Instead, they would have to watch Ning Qi harvest a lot. Pei Kangol, I won't accompany you anymore. Niu Haishi left behind these words and turned to leave. The rest of the true disciples looked at each other and left one by one. In the end, only Pei Kangol was left, unwillingly following Ning Qi. The great Tao of mountains and rivers on the mountain and river Purple Golden Hammer is indeed another level of power. With my current cultivation, I can only borrow it and not truly comprehend it. The mountain and river Purple Golden Hammer was the name of the hammer that Ning Qi was currently holding. This name was not given by Ning Qi, but because there were some blurry memories of the mountain and river purple golden hammer in his mind. It was probably the remnant spiritual memory of the mountain and river purple golden hammer when the arm of the ancient immortal dissipated. As a carrier, it entered Ning Qi's mind. During this period of time, other than using the mountain and river purple golden hammer, Ning Qi had also tried to sense the traces of the great Tao on it. He realized that with Ning Qi's current cultivation level, he couldn't even touch a corner of it, much less sense it. Ning Qi had asked Ding Jinxuan before. Only by breaking through the zenith heaven golden immortal stage and reaching the Xian immortal stage would he be able to do so. Only at that level could one comprehend the power of the great Tao. The power of the great Tao was much stronger than a pure celestial art. Moreover, it would enhance the power of the celestial art. Some celestial arts even required the corresponding power of the great Tao to be used. All in all, according to Ying Jinxuan, the power of the great Tao was much stronger than the immortal Qi, and there were many uses for it. For example, Tao artifacts were created by almighty figures who had comprehended the power of the great Tao. Therefore, if one wanted to create a Tao artifact that belonged to them, one had to become a profound immortal at the very least. However, profound immortals were also divided into strong and weak ones. If one didn't comprehend enough power of the great Tao, one wouldn't be able to imprint it onto a Tao artifact through artifact forging. That was because the grade of the Tao artifact that was forcefully created would be very low, becoming a substandard Tao artifact. In that case, the loss outweighed the gain. The ancestral star's Yuqing sect's patriarch was a profound immortal. Therefore, the Yuqing sect had the most substandard Tao artifacts. The top few true disciples' substandard Tao artifacts were all bestowed by the Yuqing sect's patriarch. In other sects, only golden immortals could have substandard Tao artifacts. It had been more than 20 years since Ning Qi had first entered the ancient immortal mystery land. Other than the mountain and river purple golden hammer, he had no other clues related to the ancient immortals. The ancient immortal mystery land's abnormalities continued. Ancient immortal treasures and ancient immortal elixirs appeared everywhere. However, a true low-grade Tao artifact, like the purple golden hammer, was nowhere to be seen. Not even a substandard Tao artifact had appeared. Perhaps the time hasn't come yet. Ning Qi sighed inwardly. Junior brother Ning, let's think of a way to leave this place first, lest the wind cloud sect's golden immortals attack you. Ying Jinxuan transmitted. She had obtained quite a number of longevity pills and was very satisfied. It's simple. Ning Qi smiled. All of you step back. Ying Jinxuan was slightly taken aback, but she already knew what Ning Qi was planning. She gestured to Du Xuening and the other two. When the four of them retreated far away, Ning Qi turned to Pei Kangle. Senior brother Pei, you followed me for more than 20 years. Do you want to spar with me again? Ning Qi smiled. Pei Kangle's expression changed slightly. What was this kid trying to do? Attack him first? He wants to leave the ancient, immortal secret realm early. Pei Kangle finally guessed Ning Qi's goal. However, Ning Qi would never leave such an obvious loophole. The corners of Pei Kangle's lips curled up slightly. The wind and cloud sect's golden immortal stationed outside has long since received the news and is waiting for you to leave. Junior brother Ning, I advise you to hand over that Tao item to me. That way, that golden immortal would definitely not dare to attack a legacy disciple without permission. But you're different. Because of this Tao artifact, you've obtained quite a number of immortal pills and ancient immortal artifacts. Among them, there are 5 supreme-grade immortal artifacts, right? If you can't use them, you can take them back to the sect and sell them. You'll have an endless amount of wealth. You can buy whatever pill you want. Isn't that enough to satisfy you? Is that so? That's my business. What does it have to do with you? Ning Qi smiled. So, you want to become my mortal enemy? Hee hee. I can't do anything to you in the ancient, immortal secret realm now. But once you leave and are suppressed by the wind cloud sex golden immortals, things will be different. Have you thought it through? Pei Kangle sneered. Take this. Ningqi swung the mountain and river purple golden hammer and sped toward Pei Kangle. Seeing this, Pei Kangle turned and fled without hesitation. Damn it, I'll teach you a lesson when I leave this place. Pei Kangle cursed in his heart. Boom! A huge force suddenly landed on Pei Kangle's back. Pei Kangle was smashed into the ground with a look of shock. Even when he was hit, he did not understand how Ningqi had caught up to him. Occasionally using 90,000-mile blink to kill people is not bad. Ningqi raised the hammer with a faint smile and swung it down again. Pei Kangle's speed was already extremely fast for a human immortal. Even an earth immortal would find it difficult to catch up. He thought that Ningqi would not be able to catch up to him, so he did not use his full strength. But he did not expect Ningqi to know 90,000-mile blink. Boom, boom, boom. You dare kill me? Pei Kangle's furious roar came from below the hammer. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 2351. Did Senior Apprentice Brother Ning kill Senior Apprentice Brother Pei? This. Murong Leilang's eyes were filled with worry. Not only her, even Ing Jinchuan was worried. If Ningqi really killed Pei Kangle, things would be bad. Ning Beixian, you're crazy. How are you going to explain this to the ancestor if you kill me? Pei Kangle roared. He had already reached his limit. If he was hit a few more times, the immortal qi in his body would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, his physical body had never cultivated any body-refining technique. At most, he would die after being hit a few times. The corner of Ningqi's mouth curled up as he continued to swing the mountain and river purple golden hammer. After 3 hits, the layer of shield formed by the immortal qi on the surface of Pei Kangle's body instantly shattered. Pei Kangle stared at Ningqi ferociously with a look of disbelief in his eyes. He really wants to kill me? How dare he? Pei Kangle roared in his heart because he saw a trace of undisguised, killing intent in Ningqi's eyes. Ningqi was not joking. He really wanted to kill him. Junior Brother Ning, please stop. Ing Jinchuan hurriedly said. The status of a direct disciple of the sect was not to be underestimated. The death of one of them would cause a huge commotion. Even if the Xianjian ancestor didn't personally investigate, the Golden Immortal Elders would do it. If they found out that Ningqi killed Pei Kangle, even the moon-missing peak would be implicated. Senior sister, you said that this kid is vicious and holds grudges. Do you think that he will pretend that nothing happened when he returns to the Xianjian sect in the future? Ningqi smiled and transmitted a message to Ing Jinchuan. However, his hands didn't slow down at all. Pei Kangle's roars gradually became softer and quieter. Du Xuening and the other 2 girls looked at this scene in horror. They couldn't believe it. Did Pei Kangle die just like that? Ing Jinchuan's expression changed slightly, and a thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. Then she turned to Du Xuening and the other 2 girls and said, I don't want to hear about what happened today from your mouths. Return to the Xianjian sect and leave your original peaks and join my moon-lacking peak. I, Ing Jinchuan, will not mistreat you, and neither will Senior Brother Ning. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape responsibility for Senior Brother Pei's death. Murong Leiling and Xianglan Yu looked at Ing Jinchuan in horror. They suddenly lost their minds and looked at Du Xuening. Du Xuening's expression gradually turned solemn. She glanced at Ningqi, then at Ing Jinchuan. Finally, she gritted her teeth and nodded. Senior Sister Ing, as you said, the 3 of us will find a way to leave our respective peaks and join the missing moon peak. All right, take these pills. Ing Jinchuan smiled faintly and threw a bottle of elixirs to the 3 of them. The 3 of them hurriedly caught it and opened it. Their eyes were filled with joy. Inside was a Tier 4 ancient immortal pill. It was extremely valuable. If he sold it, he could exchange it for several high-grade celestial artifacts. You should have heard before that the spirit jade pills that my moonless peak distributes to the disciples are all first-stage top-grade. Ing Jinchuan said lightly. When the three girls heard this, their expressions changed. They then looked at Ing Jinchuan with anticipation. Junior brother Ning is an alchemist, and his alchemy skills are no worse than the grandmasters of the Stone River Pill sect. The first stage top-grade spirit jade pills came from junior brother Ning. As long as you stay in the Missing Moon Peak, we will not mistreat you in terms of elixirs in the future. Ing Jinchuan said lightly. The three girls, subconsciously, looked at Ningqi. Their eyes were filled with fear and a trace of admiration. They didn't expect senior brother Ning to be an alchemist who could refine first-stage, top-grade spirit jade pills in addition to being extremely strong. Previously, they had only agreed to join the Missing Moon Peak because of Ing Jinchuan's threats. Now that they thought about it carefully, they realized that they were not valued at all in their respective peaks. Every year, they could only get 70 to 80 low-grade spirit jade pills. Compared to the Missing Moon Peak, the treatment was like heaven and earth. Not to mention them, by following Ing Jinchuan and Ningqi, they had already received many benefits. Each of them had a high-grade celestial artifact, and now they had each received a bottle of Tier 4 ancient immortal pills. As for the other spiritual herbs that Ningqi and Ing Jinchuan did not want, they had also received many. This time it might be our lucky chance. Morong, Lan Yu, remember, when you return to the Xianjian sect, no matter who asks about this, say that you don't know anything. We are already in the same boat as the Missing Moon Peak. Du Xuening transmitted her voice. Hearing this, the two girls nodded, and a trace of determination appeared in their eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an early-stage fairy immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 merit point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 million dragon-slaying crystals. Compared to Chun Gong, Pei Kangle's sin value was even higher. From this, it could be seen that he had done many shameful things in private. It was likely that the negative rumors about Pei Kangle in the Xianjian sect were all true. The number of fellow disciples who had died in his hands would only be more. Junior brother Ning, let's go. Ing Jinchuan looked around solemnly. After making sure that no one had noticed the commotion, she immediately transmitted her voice to Ningqi. But at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from afar. There was also a flash of golden light. Looking at this momentum, it was very likely that a new Dao artifact had been born. After the loud noise, the mountain and river purple golden hammer in Ningqi's hand suddenly moved and directly carried Ningqi in that direction. Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. His palms seemed to be tightly sucked in by the mountain and river great Dao on the mountain and river purple golden hammer. And no matter how hard he tried, he could not let go. He could only involuntarily fly with the mountain and river purple golden hammer. Ing Jinchuan and the other girls were slightly startled. They thought that Ningqi had taken the initiative to fly in that direction and could only follow closely behind. Not long after, everyone saw Linghu Yuanqiu and the other true disciples of the various sects, including the rogue heaven immortals, being chased by a hammer that was exactly the same as the mountain and river purple golden hammer in Ningqi's hand. That hammer also had an ancient immortal's arm on it. This time, the ordinary sect disciples had already learned their lesson and did not approach the battlefield at all. The target of the hammer was naturally Linghu Yuanqiu and the others. This Dao artifact is the same as the previous one, and it's a pair. Everyone be careful. When the spiritual nature of that rebellious arm is exhausted, we will suppress it together. Linghu Yuanqiu's voice rang in everyone's ears. Needless to say, everyone could see that this hammer was exactly the same as the one in Ningqi's hand. Even the great Dao markings on it were the same mountain and river great Dao. Damned, ancient, immortal rebel. Even in death, you still can't rest in peace. Just a broken arm, and you still want to act like a tyrant? Hand over the Tao artifact, obediently. The true disciples who were almost killed by the giant hammer could not help but curse. They knew that the ancient immortal's arm still had some spiritual nature left, and could completely understand them. Chapter 2352. Before Ningqi could answer Jinchuan, he had already been pulled into the battlefield by the mountain and river purple golden hammer. When everyone saw Ningqi appear, their expressions changed. It's this kid again. What does he want to do? You still want to snatch the second hammer? We can't let him get it, or else we'll be in trouble. Neo Haishi roared. However, the other direct disciples did not make any unnecessary movements. If they were to stop Ningqi, they would probably face the combined attacks of the two hammers at the same time. It would be better to let Ningqi face the newly born hammer. When both sides were injured, it would be the time for them to reap the benefits. Junior brother Pei is not here? The four direct disciples of the Xianjian sect looked in the direction of Ningqi and saw Jinchuan and the other two girls, but they did not see any trace of Pei Kangol. Their eyes revealed a trace of doubt, suspecting that Pei Kangol had encountered another Tao artifact, which was why he did not follow Ningqi. Neo Haishi, stop messing around. Let this kid fight with that giant hammer. Linghu Yuanqiu saw that Neo Haishi was about to make a move and directly transmitted his voice. Huh. Neo Haishi was slightly startled, then reacted and looked at the surrounding direct disciples. He realized that they all seemed to have thought of the same thing, which made him feel a little awkward. Low-grade Tao artifact against low-grade Tao artifact. I wonder what will happen. When the surrounding disciples saw this scene, their eyes revealed a trace of anticipation, especially those who had enmity with Ningqi. This time in the ancient immortal secret realm, the disciples of Dan Peak, De River Peak, and Golden Sun Peak had been robbed by Ningqi, Jinchuan, and the others several times. They looked at Ningqi and hoped to see Ningqi die miserably in the hands of the other giant hammer. In the eyes of the crowd, Ningqi was only able to obtain the first hammer because the spirituality of the ancient immortal arm just happened to dissipate at that moment. That was why Ningqi picked up the dead chicken. No one believed that Ningqi obtained the first hammer with his own strength. In this way, if the two low-grade Tao artifacts were to fight as a worldly immortal, Ningqi would definitely not survive. At this moment, the ancient immortal's arm that had just appeared held the mountain and river purple golden hammer and struck towards Ningqi. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the ancient immortal's arm suddenly stopped moving. This scene was extremely similar to the time when Ningqi obtained the giant hammer. Not good. Linghu Yuanqiu's expression changed greatly. Just as he was about to make a move, the ancient immortal's arm slowly dissipated, and the giant hammer landed in Ningqi's hand. Ningqi held onto the other hammer. The great Tao of mountains and rivers on it extended to his arms. At this moment, Ningqi held two hammers in his hands. His arms were filled with the aura of the great Tao of mountains and rivers. Ningqi had a feeling that his strength had been multiplied countless times. All of them could destroy a small mountain. This was a mountain of the immortal world. It was different from other places. Even an early stage heaven immortal couldn't achieve such an attack. If it was another low-grade Tao artifact, the increase in Ningqi's strength might not be as great. However, the grand Tao of mountains and rivers happened to be related to strength. How heavy would a mountain or a river in the immortal world be? It should be enough to throw in a few sky immortal early stage inheritances. How could this be? This ancient immortal's arm has just been born. Why did the spirituality on it dissipate? Neo Haishi and the other direct disciples looked at this scene in disbelief. They couldn't understand how a mere human immortal great circle could have such luck. How could he obtain the hammers so coincidentally twice? The first one might be luck, but the second one isn't. The spirituality of that rebellious arm dissipated probably because of the chi movement of the first hammer. But speaking of which, this kid's luck is indeed much stronger than ours. Linghu Yuanqiu's expression was solemn. He didn't ask Ning Qi to hand over the mountain and river purple golden hammers, because the first time Ning Qi held one mountain and river purple golden hammers, he didn't give them face. Now that Ning Qi had two mountain and river purple golden hammers, he wouldn't care about them. Why is his luck so good? The disciples of Elixir Peak, Great River Peak, and Golden Sun Peak looked at Ning Qi in disbelief with indignance in their eyes. You're Ning Beixian, right? Hand over the hammers. The next reincarnation is almost here. If you don't hand them over now, I'll teach you a lesson when the wind and cloud sect's golden immortal elders suppress you in the outside world. Niu Haishi pointed at Ning Qi and said coldly, You take it. Ning Qi smiled at Niu Haishi. Damn it. Niu Haishi was furious. He had already tried once before and lost an arm because of it. If he tried again this time, he might even lose his life in the hands of his opponent. Senior sister, let's go. Ning Qi smiled at Ing Jinchuan and prepared to leave with the four girls. But this time, Linghu Yuanqiu and the rest did not intend to let Ning Qi leave. The group of itinerant heaven immortals did the same. Even though Linghu Yuanqiu had told them clearly that the Dao weapons would not fall into their hands, it wasn't one low-grade Dao weapon this time, but two. These itinerant heaven immortals had long forgotten Linghu Yuanqiu's words. If they could get their hands on these two hammers, they might be able to escape from the wind and cloud sect's golden immortals. As long as they could leave this place safely, they would be able to fly freely in the sky with two low-grade Dao weapons. Junior brother Ning, Ing Jinchuan's expression was solemn as she looked behind her. Because of Linghu Yuanqiu and the rest, even the ordinary disciples were following closely behind. Those who did not know what was going on might think that they were Ning Qi's lackeys. In fact, they were a group of tigers eyeing them covetously. I got it. Ning Qi nodded and stopped in his tracks. He turned to Linghu Yuanqiu and the rest and said calmly, If any of you continue to follow me, have a taste of my hammers. Try it if you don't believe me. This brat is too arrogant. The ancient immortal secret realm is huge. It's not like it belongs to you alone. Where we go is none of your business. Why don't we join forces and suppress him? I don't believe it. There are so many early-stage heaven immortals here. So what if he has two low-grade Dao weapons? His main body is only a perfected human immortal. As long as we have the slightest chance, we can finish him off in one strike. Little brother, if you don't give us the Dao weapons, are you not allowing us to follow you? Linghu Yuanqiu said with a faint smile. Junior brother Ning, don't fight pointlessly. You really can't take these two Dao weapons away. The other four direct disciples of the Xianjian sect looked at Ning Qi with complicated gazes. Senior brothers, Junior brother Ning is a disciple of the Xianjian sect. Instead of helping him, you want to help an outsider? Ing Jinchuan said coldly with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Junior sister Ing, that's not right. These two Dao weapons are not something that a mere, perfected human immortal can possess. If he had given us the Dao weapons from the start, there wouldn't have been so much trouble later on. Now, we can only use a fair method to distribute the two Dao weapons. A direct disciple of the Xianjian sect said earnestly. Chapter 2353. This brat is too arrogant. Niu Haishi and the others were furious. They wanted to hammer Ning Qi to death on the spot. Seeing this, the rogue heaven immortals looked at each other and finally took a step back silently. Although they also wanted to snatch the two lower-grade Dao weapons from Ning Qi, Ning Qi's attitude was very clear. He would beat up anyone who made a move. In this case, it was better to let those true disciples have a try first. They would decide what to do with his true strength. Linghu Yuanqiu's eyes turned cold. Little brother, do you really want to be our enemy? Besides your Xianjian sect, there are also Wind and Cloud sect, Shenyang sect, Four-Way sect, Mountain Destruction Sect, and Honesty Sect. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to do anything in the future? Let's talk about the future in the future. Ning Qi smiled. His arms were tightly bound by the great Tao of mountains and rivers. Right now, even if a golden immortal was in front of him, Ning Qi would not hand over the purple golden hammer of mountains and rivers. This was because he felt an unyielding will from the ancient immortal's arm. Even the broken limb of an ancient immortal that had been dead for so many years would fight to the death. How could Ning Qi back down? I hope you know what to do. Let's go. Linghu Yuanqiu stared at Ning Qi for 3 breaths, smiled, and turned to leave. Senior brother Linghu? The Wind and Cloud sect disciples were shocked, but they did not say anything. Since Linghu Yuanqiu wanted to leave, they could only follow. This coward. Niu Haishi glared at Linghu Yuanqiu's back in dissatisfaction, then looked at the true disciples of the other sections. He wanted to find a few people to try and suppress Ning Qi together. But in the end, the true disciples of Shenyang Sect, Honesty Sect, and Four-Way Sect also left one after another, leaving only the 4 true disciples of Xianjian Sect. Junior Brother Ning. Where did Junior Brother Pei go? One of the 4 successor disciples of the Xianjian Sect suddenly said. He looked at Ning Qi with eyes filled with suspicion. How would I know where he went? I'm not his father. Ning Qi smiled. You, Junior Brother Pei, is a true disciple, and you don't know any manners. The other party was furious. Ning Qi's words seemed to look down on Pei Kangle. Didn't that mean that he looked down on them too? My manners are only for friends. Ning Qi smiled. Since that's the case, take care of yourself. The 4 of them coldly glanced at Ning Qi and turned to leave. What about you? Are we going to fight again? Ning Qi looked at Blackstone and purposely glanced at his empty left arm. His eyes revealed a trace of mockery. Kid, don't get cocky too early. If you can take away these 2 Tao artifacts this time, I will call you father. Niu Haishi laughed coldly, then turned to the mountain-destroying sect disciples and shouted, Let's go! Ning Qi looked at Niu Haishi's back with a faint smile on his face. After Niu Haishi disappeared from his sight, Ning Qi turned to look at the group of itinerant heaven immortals who were reluctant to leave. Even the direct disciple of the sect has left, and you guys are still here to watch the show? If you don't scram, I can send you off to accompany Qin Gong. Ning Qi smiled. Kid, don't be arrogant just because you've gained the upper hand. We are indeed no match for you if you can keep these 2 Tao artifacts. But when these 2 Tao artifacts fall into the hands of others, you will still be a puny human immortal in the great perfection stage. I can kill you with 1 finger. A itinerant heaven immortal saw that Ning Qi dared to threaten them. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He could not suppress the anger in his heart and sneered at Ning Qi. But just as he finished his sentence, his face showed a trace of surprise. Ning Qi, who was originally far away, appeared in front of him in an instant, waving 2 Mountain River purple golden hammers and smashing towards him. This time, Ning Qi did not smash downwards. Instead, he smashed left and right like a slap. Before the itinerant heavenly immortal could react, he was smashed by the hammers with a loud boom. The 2 hammers were connected seamlessly without a single gap between them. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing an early-stage heaven immortal. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 merit point. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 8 million dragon-slaying crystals. This person's sin value was much higher than Pei Kangle's. Ever since he came to the immortal world, Ning Qi realized that immortals were completely different from the legends of healing the wounded and dying. Their sin value was not even comparable to the top figures of the Devil Tao in the lower realm. The surrounding itinerant heaven immortals watched with their mouths agape. They could not find any trace of the itinerant heaven immortal. They sucked in a breath of cold air. A itinerant heaven immortal was smashed into ashes just like that. Thinking of this, they decisively turned and fled. not daring to stay a second longer. Sigh. In the void far away, Linghu Yuanqiu and the other true disciples exchanged glances and eventually chose to leave. The two hammers allowed Ning Qi's combat strength to reach an unimaginable level. He could instantly kill an early-stage Heaven Immortal. Even if a mid-stage Heaven Immortal was here, he would not be able to suppress him. He would not be able to kill this kid. Ning Qi looked at the void with a faint smile, then turned to Yingjin and the other girls. Now that we've cleaned up our tail, those flies should have all left. Let's go. Junior brother Ning, what they said might be true. Perhaps the Wind Cloud Sect's golden immortals outside already know that you have 2 inferior-grade Dao treasures. If we leave now, we'll be walking right into their trap. Yingjin said with a solemn expression. Then what should we do? Samsara time is almost up. When the time comes, we will all be transported to the entrance of the ancient, immortal secret realm. Du Xuanning looked at Ning Qi worriedly. You don't have to worry about this. I have my ways. Ning Qi smiled. Although he had not done something like concealing himself for a long time, with the dragon-slaying maul and over 20 million dragon-slaying crystals, it should not be too difficult to hide from a golden immortal. System, what kind of concealment talisman can hide from golden immortals? Ning Qi's heart stirred, and he asked. He was not sure if the system would search for him. After a few breaths, the system responded. Tai Turtle Aura Talisman, priced at 3 million dragon-slaying crystals, allows the host to completely conceal their aura. Those below the golden immortal level will not be able to detect them. Lasts for 20 hours. Only concealing aura, invisibility, undetectable to the naked eye and spiritual will. All right, this is it. Give me 3 of them. Soon, 3 talismans appeared in Ning Qi's spatial bag. The aura on them was so profound that Ning Qi felt that even Patriarch Xuanjin's aura could not be compared to the aura on these 3 talismans. As such, he felt a little more confident. After detecting 9 million dragon-slaying crystals, Ning Qi was left with over 18 million dragon-slaying crystals. Senior sister, there's still some time before this samsara ends. Let's see if we can find a few more Dao treasures. Chapter 2354. Does Junior Brother really have a way to avoid the suppression of the Wind and Cloud Sect's golden immortal stage elder? Yingjin was worried about this along the way. Ning Qi's attitude was clear. He was prepared to wait for the reincarnation cycle to end and be sent to the entrance of the ancient immortal mystic realm. This way, he would be in a more passive position than leaving on his own accord. Judging from their hatred for Ning Qi, he would probably have to face their wrath if the golden immortal of the Wind Cloud Sect took away the Dao treasures. Yingjin wanted to ask a few questions, but Ning Qi didn't seem worried at all. She suddenly felt that maybe Junior Brother Ning really did have a way to avoid the golden immortals. Bandit Ning is here again. Let's go. With Bandit Ning here, no matter what treasures appear, we won't get a chance. This reincarnation cycle is coming to an end. I really want to see how he will face the golden immortals of the Wind Cloud Sect. Linghu Yuanqiu already said that as long as Ning Beixian leaves the ancient immortal secret realm, he will be suppressed on the spot. By then, we can have our revenge. Wherever Ning Qi and the others went, regardless of whether they were sect disciples or rogue cultivators, they all tactfully turned around and left. If some kind of ancient elixir appeared, they would also stay where they were, not daring to take even a single one, for fear that Ning Qi, this troublemaker, would kill them all. Du Xuanning and the other 2 followed Ning Qi and Yingjin and picked up a lot of benefits. With their status in the Xianjian sect and cultivation at the peak stage of human immortal, these benefits were enough to make them rich overnight. After returning to the Xianjian sect, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources for at least 100 years. Junior Brother Ning, this is an ancient battlefield. When the ancient immortal secret realm was first discovered, it was here. Several low-grade Dao treasures appeared, but they were all taken away by the Daluo patriarchs of the major sections. I heard that the Yuqing sect patriarch alone took 3 low-grade Dao treasures. Ing Jinxuan explained. In front of them was a boundless plain. However, this plain seemed to have experienced a very fierce battle. There were potholes everywhere, and the traces of battle were not very obvious after so many years. Ning Qi looked up and saw a broken piece of land. After the stone tablet was deeply inserted into the ground, his expression changed slightly. "Senior sister, what is that?" Ning Qi pointed at the stone tablet and said indifferently, "That stone tablet? It was said that it had been here for a long time, but it was just an ordinary stone tablet. It might have been left behind by an ancient immortal during the great battle. It was not a magic treasure, and there were no medicinal pills hidden inside." The patriarchs of the various sects had spoken, telling everyone not to touch it and to treat it as if it belonged to this place. "Bear witness," Ing Jinxuan said. "Senior sister, can you tell what the words on the stone tablet are?" Ning Qi said. "Words? Are there words on it?" Ing Jinxuan glanced at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Du Xuaning and the other 2 girls were also a little surprised. They had seen this stone tablet more than once. It was just an ordinary stone tablet. How could there be words on it? After Ning Qi confirmed that Ing Jinxuan and the rest could not see the remaining 2/3 of the words on the stone tablet, he moved slightly and appeared in front of the stone tablet. When the immortals passing by saw Ning Qi, their eyes lit up with curiosity and fear. Could it be that Bandit Ning has designs on this stone tablet? This stone tablet is just an ordinary stone tablet. However, perhaps because it was left behind in the ancient times, the patriarchs of the various sects have spoken that we are not allowed to touch it, let alone have designs on it. Even if Bandit Ning had 10 guts, he would not dare to do so. "Junior brother Ning, what did you see?" Ing Jinxuan and the rest walked to Ning Qi's side, their eyes filled with curiosity. Ning Qi looked at the stone tablet indifferently. A piece of the stone tablet had been shaved off, so the word on it was not complete. If it was pieced together, it should be the word Jiang. Jiang family. A Jiang family disciple had been here before. Ning Qi's spiritual force moved slightly. The mountain and river, purple golden hammer in his spatial bag, seemed to have sensed something and was trembling slightly. "Did your master also die in the hands of a Jiang family disciple?" Ning Qi stared at the stone tablet, his expression unchanged. The other sect disciples who had been paying attention to Ning Qi's expression could not tell what he was thinking at this moment. "Junior brother Ning," Ing Jinxuan whispered. "Let's go." Ning Qi smiled and turned to leave. Ing Jinxuan and the rest were puzzled. Time passed quickly. Just as samsara was about to end, Ning Qi saw the figures of Ling Yuanqiu and the rest occasionally appear near him. "Senior sister, junior sisters, I'd like to invite you to a place next. It's very safe there, but you might meet other people. Don't be rash, just don't kill them." Ning Qi smiled at Ing Jinxuan and the rest. "Oh." Ing Jinxuan was slightly stunned. The next moment, Ning Qi's creation realm instantly enveloped the 4 girls and sucked them in. He had already confirmed that there was no creation realm in the endless sky star, and there was no so-called power of creation. Even if there was such a thing in the immortal world, it would not be like the central mainland, where it was a standard for every creator. In that case, the creation realm's function in the immortal world was somewhat similar. The Immortal Lord Token. Back then, Ning Qi found it strange that there were immortals living in the Immortal Lord Token. With the strength of an immortal lord, could he not let those immortals live in the creation realm? It was only after coming to the immortal world that Ning Qi found out that there was no so-called creation realm here. Where are they? In the surrounding void, many pairs of eyes were filled with astonishment. "Oh no!" Linghu Yuanqiu's expression changed. Without hesitation, he attacked Ning Qi. But before his attack could land on Ning Qi's figure disappeared. Damn it! He must still be here. Find him. Linghu Yuanqiu's face was ashen. The core disciples appeared from the void and used their divine consciousness to search the area inch by inch. But even after the samsara ended, they still could not find Ningqi. The next moment, everyone was transported to the entrance of the ancient immortal secret realm. When the disciples of the major sects realized that they had appeared at the entrance of the ancient immortal mystic realm, they hurriedly looked around to see where Ningqi was. In the end, they couldn't find Ningqi at all. Even Linghu Yuanqiu and the other true disciples couldn't find Ningqi's whereabouts. At the same time, a terrifying aura enveloped everyone. Senior brother, where is he? Chapter 2356. Is Yuanlong here? I'm here to catch up with him. Ningqi said with a smile. Senior brother Yuan is here. Senior brother Ning, let me bring you there. Seeing that Ningqi was only here to see Yuanlong, the disciple was relieved and offered to bring Ningqi there. Ningqi smiled and did not refuse. Along the way, the disciples of the Great River Peak had strange expressions when they saw Ningqi. Their eyes were filled with hatred and fear. What is Ning Beixian doing in our Great River Peak? Humph! It's fine if he behaves atrociously outside. But if he dares to do so in our Great River Peak, the elders will surely suppress him. Look at where he's going. He seems to be going to Senior Brother Yuanlong's cave abode. Senior Brother Yuanlong's cultivation dropped to the early Earth immortal realm after being beaten by him previously. Is this guy going to challenge him again? Before long, a large group of Great River Peak disciples followed behind Ningqi. There were outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and many inner sect disciples who were not present received the news and hurried over, including Su Changxin. The disciple who was guarding the peak turned pale when he saw countless eyes on him. He regretted leading the way for Ningqi. Once Ningqi left, he would be hated by his fellow disciples. Senior brother Ning, Senior brother Yuanlong's cave abode is over there. You can go there yourself. I'll be leaving first. The disciple who was guarding the peak suddenly stopped and pointed at the mountain in the distance. Then he ran away. Ningqi smiled and continued to walk towards the top of the mountain. Su Zhangxin extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. The disciple guarding the peak involuntarily flew toward him and landed in front of Su Zhangxin. What is Ning Beixian doing in our Great River Peak? Su Changxin said with a solemn expression. Senior brother Su, it's none of my business that Ning Beixian wants to see Senior brother Yuanlong. I'm just leading the way for him. The disciple guarding the peak jumped in fright and hurriedly explained. He wants to see Yuanlong. Su Changxin frowned slightly. He ignored the disciple and continued following Ningqi. If you lead the way for such a thing again, we'll kick you out of the Great River Peak. Many inner disciples shouted coldly when they passed by the disciple. The disciple repeatedly said that he wouldn't dare. He was relieved when his senior brothers didn't punish him. Senior brother Yuanlong, Ning Beixian is here. Yuanlong, who was recuperating in seclusion, was startled when he heard the message from his subordinate. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes. He's not dead? Why is he here? Don't tell me. That's impossible. My family wouldn't leave any traces behind. What is he doing here? This is the Dajiang Peak, not the main peak or the Lac Moon Peak. Even if he knows that I sent someone to kill him, he won't dare to do anything to me, unless he's not afraid of master suppression. Thinking of this, Yuanlong gradually calmed down and slowly walked out of his seclusion. Outside, there were already more than 10 inner and outer sect disciples gathered. These disciples were all cultivating under Yuanlong. Although some of them had the same status as Yuanlong, being inner sect disciples, Yuanlong was still a genius after all. Because they had the opportunity to become true disciples, they had chosen Yuanlong when they had chosen their mountain. Even though Yuanlong's cultivation base had fallen greatly, they did not dare to show it for the time being. Seeing Yuanlong appear, Everyone cupped their hands together. Senior brother Yuan, Ning Beixian is really here. Yuan Long said indifferently, trying his best to conceal the trace of fear in his heart. That's right. Senior brother Yuan, should we chase him away? An inner sect disciple asked in a low voice. Tell him to get lost. Tell him that I don't welcome him. Yuan Long said indifferently. The group of inner and outer sect disciples looked at each other, nodded, and left. Then Yuan Long came to a halt and spread his divine sense like a tide. As soon as he saw Ning Qi, Yuan Long's body could not help but tremble. What is this guy's purpose for coming here? Yuan Long's eyes were filled with suspicion. At this moment, there were already a few inner sect disciples who went to greet Ning Qi. Yuan Long looked slightly nervous. It would be best if Ning Qi left just like that. Senior brother Ning, a few inner sect disciples from the Dajiang Peak walked down the mountain and blocked Ning Qi's way. One of them smiled and cupped his hands together as a greeting. Yuan Long knows that I'm here? You guys came to invite me? You're too polite. Ning Qi smiled. The few of them looked at each other awkwardly. Then they put on a serious expression and said to Ning Qi, Senior brother Yuan doesn't want to see you. Please leave. He doesn't want to see me? How is that possible? I don't believe it. I want to meet him personally and ask him. Please move aside. Ning Qi smiled. Well, Senior brother Yuan really doesn't want to see you. Please don't make things difficult for us. This place is the Dajiang Peak after all, not the Missing Moon Peak. The expressions of the few of them changed. Su Changxin and the rest were standing 100 zhang behind Ning Qi, so they heard the conversation clearly. Junior brother Yuan doesn't want to see Ning Beixian, and now Ning Beixian wants to see junior brother Yuan? What exactly is going on? Su Changxin's eyes were filled with doubt. If that's the case, Ning Qi smiled. The other party thought that Ning Qi was going to leave and let out a long sigh of relief. However, they were shocked to see Ning Qi's figure disappear from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already behind them. Stop him! Yuan Long could not help but roar. Yes, Senior brother Yuan. The inner disciples wore unpleasant expressions. They hesitated for a moment before attacking Ning Qi at the same time, trying to stop him from moving forward. Ning Beixian, Senior brother Yuan, already said he doesn't want to see you. If you take another step forward, we won't be polite anymore. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few immortal swords floated in front of the inner disciples. They stared at Ning Qi with stern expressions, as if they were going to attack at any time. Su Changxin and the rest were startled. They were ready to attack too. Bang! 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 Ning Qi did not seem to have done anything, but the inner disciples of the Dajiang Peak spat out blood and were sent flying. Their immortal swords were instantly broken into pieces and fell to the ground. Ning Beixian, how dare you hurt people in my Dajiang Peak? Su Changxin could not help but yell, Do you believe that I'll hang you up at the Missing Moon Peak again? Ning Qi turned toward Su Changxin and said with a smile, Ugh. Su Changxin was slightly startled. His eyes were filled with terror, and he immediately fell silent. The other inner and outer disciples of the Dajiang Peak subconsciously took a step back. Although it had been many years, the scene of Li Zhongtong, Zhu Jian, and the rest being hung up at the Missing Moon Peak was still vivid in their minds. Ning Qi smiled and continued his way up the mountain. Chapter 2357. One figure after another pierced through the air, their faces filled with terror. They wanted to stop Ning Qi, but in the end they were all heavily injured and sent flying to the sides. There was no way they could stop him at all. Su Zhangxin and the others did not make a move for the time being. Some of them had already gone to find the Heaven Immortal Elders, while they followed behind Ning Qi with grim expressions. Ning Qi arrived at the peak before long. At least 100 inner and outer sect disciples had been injured by Ning Qi on the mountain peak Yuanlong was on. No matter how angry Yuanlong roared, the rest of the disciples did not dare to attack again. They could only stand on the mountain peak and look at Ning Qi in fear. What a big scene! Ning Qi glanced around and smirked. In front of him stood 200 to 300 Dajang Peak disciples. They were all staring at Ning Qi, ready to attack at any time. Ning Beixian, you came to cause trouble at Dajang Peak today. This is no longer a battle between disciples. Our Dajang Peak elders can suppress you at any time. Su Changxin said in a low voice. Then let them come and suppress me. Ning Qi said calmly without turning his head. Su Changxin was shocked and looked at Ning Qi's back in disbelief. The other Dajang Peak disciples also looked at each other in shock. What's wrong with Ning Beixian? Why isn't he afraid of such threats? Yuanlong, I see you. Are you still going to be a coward? Come out now. Don't embarrass your Dajang Peak. Ning Qi looked at a hall in the distance and smiled. Senior brother Su, Ning Beixian has already crippled senior brother Yuanlong's cultivation, and now he's bullying us. Why don't we work together to suppress him? I don't believe he can stop so many of us, no matter how strong he is. Don't act recklessly. The elders will be here soon. This kid will definitely be suppressed then. Su Changxin transmitted his voice. Then, he looked at Ning Qi with a solemn expression. At this moment, the hundreds of Dajang Peak disciples blocking Ning Qi's way had already opened up a path. Yuanlong walked out with a pale face. He stopped a few 100 feet away from Ning Qi and looked at him coldly. Ning Qi. Ning Beixian, I heard you wanted to see me? What's the matter? Yuanlong said coldly. When I went to the ancient immortal's secret ground this time, a heavenly immortal attacked me. He said that your Yuan family invited him to avenge you. Is that true? Ning Qi smiled. What? Everyone was shocked. Then, they looked at Yuanlong with a strange expression. Realization dawned on them. No wonder Ning Beixian came here today. It turned out that the Yuan family had hired someone to take revenge on him. Only a few noticed that there was something wrong with Ning Qi's words. If it was a sky immortal, why wasn't Ning Beixian dead? How did he find out from that heaven immortal that he was an assassin hired by the Yuan family? No, that's not what happened. Su Zhangxin thought to himself. However, he didn't speak without permission. He wanted to see what Yuanlong had to say. If the competition between sect disciples became an assassination, and this matter was exposed, even Jiang Kuan wouldn't be able to protect Yuanlong. Bullshit. Why would the Yuan family do such a despicable thing? If you are here for this matter, please leave. No matter who hired someone to kill you, it has nothing to do with me. Yuanlong shouted coldly. Yeah. Why would senior brother Yuan hire someone to kill you? You've misunderstood, senior brother Yuan. Ning Beixian, if you want to frame an inner sect prodigy, be prepared to be punished by the patriarch. We can't let him leave so easily. We'll wait for the elder to come and decide. You've already injured senior brother Yuan in the competition, and you still want to bully us today. You've gone too far. Whether it was Yuanlong's disciples or the disciples of Dajang Peak behind Su Zhangxin, they all spoke up for Yuanlong and scolded Ning Qi. Your father's name is Yuanlai, right? Chen Ligong of Taisui Lane has already personally proven that Yuanlai hired him to take revenge for you. It's useless no matter how you argue. Why don't you just admit it? Ning Qi smiled. Looks like you've done your homework and are ready to frame me. There's no point in talking about this. Let's wait for the elder to come. Yuanlong sneered and waved his hand as if he was about to leave. Ning Beixian, if someone really hired a sky immortal to kill you, why would he tell you all this? There are too many loopholes in your story, Su Zhangxin said. Because he's afraid of death, he told me. Ning Qi smiled. Su Zhangxin's expression changed. Before he could speak again, Ning Qi had already moved. How dare you? Stop him. Protect senior brother Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, figures were sent flying. In the blink of an eye, Ningqi arrived before Yuan Long. Yuan Long's eyes were filled with fear as he stared at Ningqi and said fiercely, Ning Beixian, what are you trying to do? Nothing much. I'm just going to take your life. Ningqi smiled. He wants to kill me? Yuan Long's body shivered as he looked at Ningqi in extreme fear. He was in disbelief. Did Ningqi really dare to kill an inner sect genius of Dajiang Peak in Dajiang Peak? Before Yuan Long could react, Ningqi's palm had already landed on his neck. Uft! Yuan Long's head was torn off by Ningqi. Even his spine was pulled out, causing the surroundings to be filled with the stench of blood. Immediately after, Ningqi slapped Yuan Long's body into minced meat. At this moment, Yuan Long was not completely dead yet. His divine soul was still hiding in his head, looking at this scene in fear. Ning Beixian. Seeing the scene, Su Zhangxin couldn't help but let out a long roar filled with anger. At the same time, a figure rushed over. When he saw the head in Ningqi's hand, his expression changed drastically. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he reached out to grab Ningqi. Ning Beixian, how dare you kill an inner sect genius of Dajiang Peak? Today I will kill you. It was Xiaolang, a mid-stage heaven immortal. Su Zhangxin and the others were relieved to see Xiaolang arrive. They looked at Ningqi angrily, waiting for him to be suppressed by Xiaolang. Ningqi expressionlessly took out a purple golden hammer of mountains and rivers and smashed it at Xiaolang. Xiaolang suddenly felt the aura of the great path rushing toward him. A trace of shock appeared on his face as he was hit by the purple golden hammer of mountains and rivers. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of everyone. Su Zhangxin and the other disciples of Dajiang Peak were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Elder Xiaolang was sent flying just like that? Was Ning Beixian's combat strength so strong? Ning Beixian, don't kill me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have hired someone to kill you. I can give you anything you want. Don't kill me, Yuan Long, who only had a head left, suddenly begged for mercy. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned ugly. Could it be that Ningqi was telling the truth? Did Yuan Long really hire an assassin to take revenge on Ningqi? Chapter 2358. That's Ning Beixian. What's that in his hand? A human head, it seems to be. Senior brother Yuan Long? He actually killed senior brother Yuan Long? How could this be? Fearful gazes focused on Ningqi, but no one dared to stop him. Do the elders know about this? This kid won't be able to escape. He even dared to kill senior brother Yuan Long. The elders will definitely take action to suppress him. Su Zhangxin and the others didn't stay in the same place. They chased after Ningqi, but they maintained a certain distance from him. They didn't dare to approach him. The scene of Ningqi killing Yuan Long and sending Xiaolang flying with a hammer strike was like a red-hot iron that was deeply imprinted in their hearts. At this moment, no one had the courage to stop Ningqi from leaving. They could only hope that the elders would quickly come and suppress this kid. Ning Beixian, a figure tore through the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar. It's Elder Xiaolang. He's finally here. The disciples of Dajiang Peak looked at Xiaolang in surprise. Xiaolang's face was filled with anger. Without saying a word, he once again tried to suppress Ningqi. He did not see Ningqi's move clearly just now, so he was not too sure. Therefore, Xiaolang used all his strength in this attack. He wanted to kill Ningqi on the spot and see if the hammer Ningqi took out first was him. Something within his imagination. Ningqi waved the mountain and river purple golden hammer and smashed it without looking back. Xiaolang's attack was completely destroyed, and he once again turned into a stream of light, disappearing in front of everyone. At this moment, The disciples of Dajiang Peak who had just discovered that Ning Qi had killed Yuan Long immediately fell silent. They did not dare to make a sound. Su Zhangxin looked at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in his eyes. "It's that hammer." Su Zhangxin's eyes were extremely solemn. "What kind of magic treasure is that hammer? Even Elder Shaolang is no match for it." When Ning Qi was about to leave Dajiang Peak, countless disciples of Dajiang Peak were already following him. Such a movement immediately attracted the attention of the deacon elders. When they saw that Ning Qi was carrying Yuan Long's head in his hand, these deacon elders could no longer sit still. They all attacked Ning Qi and prepared to suppress him. However, the result was the same as Shaolang. They were all sent flying by Ning Qi's hammer. "Ancestor, what's going on? He actually came to Dajiang Peak and killed senior brother Yuan Long? Oh no, this is a big deal." Even a Heaven Immortal Elder is no match for the Patriarch. Just how powerful is the Patriarch? One by one, the disciples who were sweeping the floor emerged and stood behind the crowd, looking at Ning Qi with admiration in their eyes. However, when the others looked at them, they would immediately change their expressions and look at Ning Qi with eyes filled with hatred for a common enemy. After all, they still had to make a living in Dajiang Peak. Even if he admired Ning Qi, he could not show it in front of the disciples of Dajiang Peak. "Ning Beixian, put down Yuan Long's head and follow me to the Peak Master to receive your punishment." A voice rang out as a heavenly immortal elder flew through the air, reaching out to grab Ning Qi. Boom! The mountain and river purple golden hammer viciously smashed onto his body, sending the Heaven Immortal flying away with a look of shock on his face. He then transformed into a stream of light and disappeared from everyone's sight. Including Shaolang, this was already the 5th Heaven Immortal Elder. None of them could stop Ning Qi. Soon, Ning Qi had already left the boundary of Dajiang Peak and was heading towards the missing Moon Peak. Su Changxin and the other disciples of Dajiang Peak did not stay where they were. They all left Dajiang Peak and followed Ning Qi from afar. As a result, even the disciples of the other peaks noticed this scene and stared at the head in Ning Qi's hand in disbelief. Yuan Long of Dajiang Peak. That's right, it's him. How did Ning Beixian kill Yuan Long? Many figures rushed over from afar. These people included Jiu Jian, Li Zhangtong, Yan Feiwu, Yang Xiaolong, and so on. Basically, all the geniuses of the other peaks had gathered together and were looking at Ning Qi in shock. Apart from them, the ordinary inner and outer sanctum disciples had also spread the news, and all of them had rushed over. They looked at Ning Qi and the head in his hand with indescribable terror in their eyes. Among them were Lu Ha by Jing, and the others who had been hung on Moonless Peak by Ning Qi. Their expressions were that of horror. Ju was drenched in cold sweat, and there was a trace of fear deep in his eyes. Yuan Long died just like that? Is Ning Beixian crazy? He killed the geniuses of the sect. Isn't he afraid of being killed by the ancestor himself? Yang Xiaolong blurted out. Perhaps there are reasons that we are not aware of. Yan Feiwu's expression was solemn. Jiu Jian glanced at Li Zhangtong and looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. He's showing off. That's right. He's holding Yuan Long's head and swaggering down the road. He's showing off. A voice was heard. Everyone immediately cupped their hands and bowed. Greetings, Peak Leader Yi. Yi Tian waved his hand and looked at Ning Qi with a solemn expression. At this moment, the elders of Dajiang Peak had also arrived. They all had injuries caused by the mountain and river purple golden hammer, including Shaolang. Apart from Dajiang Peak, the peak leaders, elders, and Ji from the nearby peaks had also arrived. Du had rushed over as soon as he received the news. The gazes of the disciples sweeping the floor, the outer disciples, the inner disciples, the elders, and the peak leaders all landed onto Ning Qi's figure. Shaolang, what's going on? You're just going to let this kid kill Yuan Long and walk out of Dajiang Peak with his head? A peak leader frowned as he looked at Xiaolang and the others. Xiaolang and the others had ugly expressions on their faces as they looked at each other. However, they seemed to have a tacit understanding and did not say anything about Ning Qi holding the mountain and river purple golden hammer. This kid killed a sect disciple. I've already sent someone to inform the peak leader. When the time comes, the peak leader will personally suppress him. Xiaolang said indifferently, "We can make our move now." An elder said with a frown, "We don't need you to interfere in the matters of our Dajiang Peak." Xiaolang's expression changed slightly as he coldly snorted. "Huh." The elder was so angry that he laughed and nodded. "In any case, it's your Dajiang Peak that's losing face. It has nothing to do with me." More and more Xianjian, sect, disciples, saw the scene. No matter if they were preparing to go out for a mission or rushing somewhere, they all stopped in their tracks and looked at Ning Qi in bewilderment. "That's Missing Moon Peak's Ning Beixian? He seems to be holding Yuan Long's head in his hand, hiss. What the hell happened? How did Yuan Long die in his hands? Why didn't those elders and peak leaders do anything?" The disciples of the various peaks were puzzled. They subconsciously glanced at Xiaolang and the others. They didn't understand why these people just watched Ning Qi leave and didn't stop him. Chapter 2359. Dan Peak. Jiang Kuan and Yi Rulong sat face to face. Beside them sat a few other golden immortals, but they were not from the Xianjian sect. "Big brother, third brother, so many years have passed, and you guys are still in a cold war? We have already become golden immortals. What's there to be unhappy about?" After a long while, a skinny middle-aged man with a scholarly aura glanced at Yi Rulong and Jiang Kuan and said, "Fourth brother is right. When we were still worldly immortals, we became sworn brothers. Now one of you is the peak master of Dan Peak, and the other is the peak master of Dajiang Peak. You are both golden immortal old monsters. And you still want to have a cold war for a woman?" The other golden immortals echoed. If outsiders were to hear this, they would definitely be shocked. Yi Rulong and Jiang Kuan actually had such a deep relationship? TSK, don't call me big brother. I've already said that I will cut off all ties with you guys. Just call me Peak Master Yi. Yi Rulong didn't even raise his eyelids, as he said indifferently. Jiang Kuan sneered and glanced at him. Then he looked at the others and said, "I will never forget what happened in the past, even if many years have passed. If the few of you are here today to make me and Yi Rulong reconcile, please leave." Seeing this, the three golden immortals looked at each other and shook their heads. The skinny middle-aged man with a scholarly aura smiled and looked at Yi Rulong and Jiang Kuan. "All right. Let's not talk about what happened back then. We're not here to talk to Big Brother and Third Brother about this. Feng Mu, if you have something to say, just say it." Yi Rulong said indifferently. Feng Mu smiled and said, "A forbidden land has appeared in Fenglin province. Does Big Brother and Third Brother know about it?" Forbidden land? Yi Rulong and Jiang Kuan looked at each other and frowned. "Feng Mu, what kind of forbidden land are you talking about?" Jiang Kuan said with a serious expression, "It's the one that appeared 7 million years ago. In that place, every flower, every grass, every immortal, and every demon died. There are also golden, immortal old monsters like you and me. Some people suspect that the corpse of an ancient demon is buried there." Feng Mu said, "Ancient demon corpse?" Yi Rulong's eyes flickered. "Why are you telling us about this?" "Brother, if it really is the corpse of an ancient demon, even if he doesn't have any ancient demon artifacts on him, his corpse alone could fetch a high price. As long as we bring it away from the homeworld to a Class 7 planet, or even a Class 8 planet, we could trade it for 1 or 2 inferior grade sage artifacts." Maple said with a smile, "So you want us to help?" Jiang Kuan smiled. "That's right. The three of us are weak, and we don't belong to any sect, nor do we have any backing. If Big Brother and Third Brother are willing to help, I believe there's a high chance that we can succeed. Maple Tree nodded. That's right. Big brother, third brother, this is a rare opportunity. 7 million years ago, didn't we dig out the corpse of an ancient devil? Do you remember that the golden immortal who obtained the corpse was later taken in as an in-name disciple by an immortal monarch who was passing by? The other two also tried to persuade him. I don't mind. I don't mind going out for a walk. You can ask Yi Rulong. Jiang Kuan smiled faintly. I'm afraid that even if we go there will be grand heavenly immortals taking action. Wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Yi Rulong said faintly. Big brother, you don't have to worry about that. That place is extremely remote in the Fenglin province. The three of us just happened to pass by and discovered it. It will take some time for grand heavenly immortals to find out. As long as we're fast enough, we can take it down. The others won't be stupid enough to spread the news around and let the grand heavenly immortals know. Maple Tree's eyes were filled with joy. He knew that Yi Rulong was already a little interested. Yi Rulong did not say anything, as if he was thinking. At that moment, a heaven immortal arrived at Elixir Peak and barged into the main hall, ignoring all obstructions. His expression changed when he saw 3 golden immortals that he did not recognize. Elder Zhao, when did you lose your composure? Jiang Kuan frowned. Peak Lord, bad news. Ning Beixian of the Missing Moon Peak broke into our Great River Peak and killed Yuan Long. He's now walking towards the Missing Moon Peak with Yuan Long's head as a public demonstration. The heaven immortal elder hurriedly cupped his fists. Jiang Kuan was slightly stunned as his expression darkened. Yuan Long was killed by Ning Beixian? Why didn't you guys kill him? Yi Rulong squinted his eyes and glanced at the heaven immortal elder. This was a little strange. Why would Ning Beixian break into the Great River Peak and kill Yuan Long? Killing a disciple of the sect in public was a heinous crime. I am no match for him. Elder Zhao felt a little guilty. You guys are heaven immortals and you're no match for him? Jiang Kuan stood up abruptly. Maple Tree and the other two looked at each other with a solemn expression. To think that someone would dare to stroke the tiger's whiskers with their third brother status in the Xianjian sect. We suspect that he has a low-grade Dao weapon. It's a hammer. Even Elder Shaolang was injured by that hammer. We can't suppress him at all. Elder Zhao said softly, Low-grade Dao weapon. This time, even Yi Rulong was shocked. Jiang Kuan's expression changed a few times before he stared at Elder Zhao coldly and said with a fake smile, Ning Beixian, low-grade Dao weapon? I'm afraid you guys are blind. Then he smiled at Maple Tree and the others and said, You guys sit first. I'll be right back. Let's go together. Yi Rulong stood up and said, What are you going to do? Jiang Kuan said coldly, Just to watch the show and see if there really is a low-grade Dao weapon. If there is, then I don't need to go to the Fenglin state. Yi Rulong said with a faint smile. Maple Tree and the other two's expression changed slightly. They looked at each other and stood up and said to Jiang Kuan, Third brother, we have nothing to do. Let's go and take a look. Then let's go together. Jiang Kuan sneered and took the lead. After the few golden immortals left, Elder Zhao suddenly realized that he had said something wrong. Is that senior brother Ning? It seems to be him. Quick, call senior sister. Fanzeng and the others had grave expressions. All the disciples of the Missing Moon Peak stood together and looked in Ning Qi's direction in shock. He saw Ning Qi walking alone on the road, holding a head in his hand. The spine below the head rubbed against the ground, making a rustling sound, and behind Ning Qi, a large group of Xianjian sect disciples followed. This scene made Fanzeng feel that the matter was serious. Not long after, Ing Jinchuan and Elder Ing appeared together. Peak Lord, eldest senior sister. Chapter 2360. Grandpa! Although junior brother Ning killed Yuan Long, it was Yuan Long who hired an assassin to kill junior brother Ning first. Many disciples of mystic sword sect can testify to this. Ing Jinshuan said solemnly, "Sai, let's see what the old ancestor has to say." Old Ing sighed. "Senior sister, Old Ing." Ning Qi greeted the two with a smile and casually threw Yuan Long's spine into the ground far away like a sharp sword. His head even swayed a few times with the wind. Fan Zhang and the rest couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and looked at Ning Qi with pale faces. "You brat, follow me to the main peak first." Old Ing glared at Ning Qi. Just when he was about to fly up, Jiang Kuan and the rest had already appeared in the sky above the missing moon peak. "Peak Lord!" Xiaolang and the rest appeared in front of Jiang Kuan, looking a little embarrassed. Jiang Kuan ignored him and looked at Yuan Long's head first. After confirming that it was Yuan Long's head, Jiang Kuan took a deep breath and looked at Ning Qi expressionlessly. "Old ancestor Jiang is here. Ning Beixian killed his direct disciple, so I'm afraid he'll have to pay with his life today." "Not necessarily. Old Ing is here, so old ancestor Jiang should give him some face. There might be other reasons why Ning Beixian killed Yuan Long so openly. I'll just wait and watch the show." "Brat Jiang, you're here." Elder Ing raised his eyes and glanced at Feng Mu and the others. He then looked at Yi Rulong and finally looked at Jiang Kuan with a smile. "Old Ing, this brat killed my direct disciple Yuan Long. How do you think we should settle this? Why don't you step aside? I'm afraid that I might hurt you if I attack too heavily." Jiang Kuan smiled. His voice was so loud that even the nearby mountains could hear it clearly. "If there's anything, we'll talk to the old ancestor. As for your disciple Yuan Long, you didn't teach him well. He dared to hire an assassin to kill his own disciple at such a young age. What's there to feel sorry about? Brat Jiang, you have so many direct disciples, it doesn't matter if one dies." Old Ing chuckled. "Yuan Long hired an assassin to take revenge on Ning Beixian? I see." The crowd finally understood why Ning Qi had barged into the Great River Peak and brought Yuan Long's head back to the missing moon peak. They felt some admiration in their hearts. If it was any of them, they probably wouldn't have dared to kill Yuan Long so decisively. In the end, the matter would definitely be left unsettled. As expected, we can't offend this brat. His murderous nature is so strong that he directly killed Yuan Long. He's simply a fugitive. Yan Feiwu and Yang Xiaolong exchanged a glance. A deep sense of dread towards Ning Qi rose in their hearts. "Elder Ing, you can't make irresponsible remarks. You said that Yuan Long hired someone to kill him, but what evidence do you have?" Jiang Kuan sneered. However, the corner of his eyes coldly glanced at Xiaolang and the others. How could they not tell him such an important news? "Peak leader, we didn't know about this either." Sharon hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Peak leader Jiang, this happened in the ancient immortal secret realm. At that time there were several direct disciples of our Xianjian sect and hundreds of Xianjian sect disciples present. They all heard it with their own ears that the Yuan family of Taisui Lane hired an assassin to kill junior brother Ning. This was what the assassin, Chen Ligong, said before he died." Ing Jinshuan said. "Chen Ligong?" Yi Tian and the others exchanged glances. They recognized this person. Although Chen Ligong was just a rogue cultivator, he was at least a heaven immortal. Even if the heaven immortals of Yingzhou had never seen or interacted with each other, they had more or less heard of each other. "Everything is just your side of the story. All I know now is that he killed my direct disciple, Yuan Long. I want to take revenge for my disciple. Elder Ing, if you don't step aside today, don't blame me for being merciless." Jiang Kuan said indifferently. "How can you be merciless? You want to kill me? All right, come on, beat me to death. I'm old and won't live for long anyway. Let's see how you explain it to the old ancestor after you kill me." Elder Ing said angrily. "This old bastard." Jiang Kuan's face was ashen. "Someone said that you have an inferior grade Dao artifact. Is that true?" Yi Rulong, who had been observing Ning Qi, suddenly said. Elder Ying's expression changed, and he looked at Ing Jinxuan in shock. Grandpa, junior brother Ning indeed has 2 inferior-grade Dao artifacts. I haven't had the time to tell you about it. Ing Jinxuan said. Great, great. Elder Ying's eyes were filled with joy. He took a step forward and signaled Ning Qi not to speak with his eyes. He raised his walking stick and pointed at Yi Rulong and the others. Even if the disciples of my Moon Peak get a supreme-grade Dao artifact, it has nothing to do with you. I've already informed the old ancestor Xianjian. He will make the decision. Break. Yi Rulong and the others exchanged glances with a solemn expression. It was no longer important whether Yuan Long was dead or not. What was important was that Ning Beixian had an inferior-grade Dao artifact. Apart from Feng Mu and the other 2, Yi Rulong and Jiang Kuin's eyes flashed with greed. They were golden immortals, but they were only using a pseudo-Dao-grade Dao artifact. Furthermore, it was something that they had painstakingly obtained. If they could get their hands on the inferior-grade Dao artifact in Ning Qi's hands, their combat power would increase by more than a few times. You're really here. More than 10 figures dashed over. The one leading them was one of the 5 direct disciples of the Xianjian sect in the ancient immortal mystic realm. Nalan direct disciple? It's senior brother Nalan. He seems to know Ning Beixian too. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Nalan Shiji stared at Ning Qi. His eyes were filled with joy. Ignoring the presence of Yi Rulong and the others, he extended his hand towards Ning Qi and said, Hand over the Dao artifact! He didn't know what method Ning Qi had used to return to the Xianjian sect without anyone noticing. He only knew that it was highly likely that he would be able to monopolize the 2 inferior-grade Dao artifacts. Are you crazy? What does the Dao artifact have to do with you? Ning Qi rolled his eyes. Nalan Shiji's face immediately turned red, not because of shame, but because of anger. He never thought that Ning Qi would dare to be disrespectful to him after returning to the Xianjian sect. Thinking up to here, Nalan Shiji glanced at Yi Rulong and the others. When he saw Feng Mu and the other 2, he was slightly startled, because the 3 of them were not Xianjian sect's golden immortals. Peak Master Yi, Peak Master Jiang, it's good that you guys are here. This kid stole the inferior-grade Dao artifact that I obtained from the ancient immortal mystic realm. Nalan Shiji cupped his hands and said, Stolen. Yi Rulong and Jiang Kuin looked at each other. They naturally didn't believe such nonsense, but now, even if they knew that Nalan Shiji was lying, they still had to take his word seriously. Chapter 2361. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. The moment Jiang Kuin made his move, he had already taken out 2 mountain and river purple golden hammers and smashed them towards Jiang Kuin. At the same time, he opened all 7 of the 9 inner hidden gates. Both of his arms were wrapped by the great Tao of mountains and rivers. At this time, Ning Qi's strength had increased tremendously. Through the amplification of the 9 inner hidden gates, Ning Qi's strength had reached an unbelievable realm. When he attacked with his full strength, even if it was an early Sky Immortal, a middle Sky Immortal, or even a late Sky Immortal, Ning Qi would not be able to withstand it. Ning Qi was confident that his opponent would not be able to take care of themselves. However, Jiang Kuin was an expert of the Golden Immortal stage. Although he was only at the early Golden Immortal stage and was far from being the strongest among the Golden Immortals, his methods were not something that an ordinary Golden Immortal could compare with. An incomparably huge Immortal Spirit hand condensed above Ning Qi and slammed down. He wanted to suppress Ning Qi, but to kill him on the spot. Boom! The mountain and river purple golden hammer collided with Jiang Kuin's hand of Immortal Spirit. The hand of Immortal Spirit seemed to have paused for a moment, but it still slammed down unstoppably, smashing Ning Qi into the ground. Not far from Eldering and Ing Jinxuan, a huge handprint appeared. At the same time, a cloud of dust filled the air. Jiang Kun, how dare you? Eldering was furious. He stepped forward in front of the handprint and stared angrily at Jiang Kun. Ing Jinshuan, Fan Zhang, and the other missing Moon Peak disciples' expressions changed drastically. Jiang Kun's palm just now was something that even a perfect sky immortal could not withstand. Ing Jinshuan reacted quickly and quickly went to check on Ning Qi's situation. Eldering, this kid killed his fellow disciples and stole their low-grade Dao artifacts. It's not too much to kill him on the spot, right? Jiang Kun said with a faint smile. From his point of view, Ning Qi could not be any more dead. The next step was to wrangle with Eldering. Even if the mysterious sword ancestor valued Ning Qi, he did not believe that the mysterious sword ancestor would punish him for a dead man. At most, he would be sent to the back mountain of the main peak to face the wall for a few hundred years. 2 low-grade Dao artifacts. Yi Rulong's expression changed slightly. Feng Mu and the other 2 also looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. However, this was the Xianjian sect, and with Yi Rulong and Jiang Kun present, they did not dare to move. Shalang and the others had already seen the mountain and river purple golden hammers. But now they discovered that there were actually 2 identical Dao tools, which made them feel shocked. The inner and outer sect disciples had long been dumbfounded. A Dao artifact. The Dao artifact wouldn't have been damaged, right? Finally, Nailan Shiji reacted. In a flash, he appeared beside the deep pit. Ing Jinshuan wanted to stop him instinctively, but was sent flying by a single slap from Nailan Shiji. Eldest senior sister. Fan Zhang and the others were furious, staring at Nailan Shiji. Nailan Shiji completely ignored them. He stretched his head out to see if the 2 mountain and river purple golden hammers had been damaged by Jiang Kun. As a result, he had just stretched his head out when he felt a terrifying aura coming towards him. Dong! A muffled sound. Nailan Shiji flew out like a kite with a broken string. Everyone could clearly see that his head was deformed. In almost an instant, Nailan Shiji turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of everyone. Go see how he is. Yi Rulong instructed Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded and flew in the direction where Nailan Shiji disappeared. At the same time, he looked in the direction of Ning Qi with a bewildered expression. Jiang Kun, Feng Mu, and the others watched in astonishment as Ning Qi crawled out of the deep pit of the palm print. He held the 2 mountain and river purple golden hammers in his hands and looked coldly at Jiang Kun. Senior brother Nailan is actually not this kid's match. Could this be the power of a Dao artifact? There were more and more Xianjian sect disciples around. There were already more than tens of thousands of people. Their eyes all landed on the mountain and river purple golden hammers in Ning Qi's hands, revealing astonishment, fear, jealousy, and envy. Ning Qi was able to defeat a successor disciple before, but Heizei's cultivation was only at the great circle of the earth immortal stage. Although he was stronger than the 9 swords and the other inner sect geniuses, he was still far from being a heaven immortal early stage genius. Now, Ning Qi was able to send Nailan Shiji, a heaven immortal early stage genius, flying with a single strike. This battle strength was truly terrifying, so terrifying that they had already forgotten that Ning Qi had just survived the attack of a golden immortal. If we can get these 2 low-grade Dao artifacts, our battle strength will also increase to an unbelievable level, right? Unfortunately, things like Dao artifacts are not ours. Even if it's a lesser Dao artifact, we can only dream about it. If we can get a supreme-grade immortal sword, I'll be satisfied. If Ning Beixian only killed Yuanlong, there might be a chance to turn the situation around. But now he has 2 low-grade Dao artifacts. This is big trouble. How could Ancestor Yi, Ancestor Jiang, and the others let go of such a good opportunity? As far as I know, their Dharma treasures are only lesser Dao artifacts. Senior brother Ning is not dead. Fan Zhang and the others looked at Ning Qi in surprise. They thought that Ning Qi had already been turned into ashes by Jiang Kuen's attack. They didn't expect that other than being covered in dust, Ning Qi did not even seem to be seriously injured. Young Ning, stand behind me. When the ancestor arrives, we will be saved today. Old Ing transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. You didn't die? Jiang Kuen looked at Ning Qi with a fake smile, but he was a little annoyed. He had used 50% of his strength in that slap just now, but it couldn't even kill a perfected human immortal. However, after his anger, Jiang Kuen's gaze toward the mountain and river purple golden hammer immediately revealed a greedy expression. It was obvious that the other party had relied on these 2 Dao artifacts to weaken his strength to such an extent. If these 2 Dao artifacts were in his hands, he would definitely be invincible against existences of the same level in the future. Big bro, third bro, I think we should take the Dao artifact first before talking about anything else. Maple Tree suddenly said, Not bad. Yi Rulong nodded lightly. He moved slightly and stood in front of Senior Ing. Senior Ing, ask him to hand over the Taoist artifact. As for other things, we'll wait for the great ancestor to come and decide. If Yuan Long really hired someone to kill him, then it's reasonable for him to kill Yuan Long. However, compared to killing a great ancestor, as for the inner sect geniuses, the crime of stealing a Dao artifact is clearly heavier. Yi Rulong cast an indifferent glance at Ning Qi. Yi Rulong, if you want to hand over the Dao artifacts, hand them over to me. What are you doing? Jiang Kuen appeared beside Yi Rulong with a hint of warning in his eyes. These 2 inferior-grade Dao artifacts are from the ancient immortal mystic realm that I obtained. As golden immortal patriarchs, aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you try to snatch them from me? Ning Qi said calmly. Chapter 2362. That's the truth. Peak Leader Jiang, stop distorting the truth. Once the progenitor arrives, he will make a decision. Ing Jinchuan could not help but ask, Shut up. Who are you to speak now? Jiang Kuen was already furious. Seeing that Ing Jinchuan was going to scold him for distorting the truth, he immediately bellowed. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone suddenly felt a terrifying aura coming from above. This terrifying did not only refer to the inner and outer disciples, but also included Jiang Kuen, Yi Rulong, Feng Mu, and the other golden immortals. Who is it? Ancestor? No. Jiang Kuen had just raised his head, and when he saw the source of the aura, his face instantly revealed a trace of astonishment, and his heart was filled with disbelief. Is that him? Yi Rulong was slightly stunned. This is a late golden immortal? No, a perfected golden immortal? Xianjian sect actually has such a person? Feng Mu and the others were dumbfounded. The Xianjian ancestor was indeed a Daluo golden immortal. But that did not mean that the Xianjian sect had an existence at the Golden Immortal Great Circle. The strongest golden immortal in the Xianjian sect was only at the middle stage of the Golden Immortal stage. He was also in seclusion all year round. The next ones were Yi Rulong and Jiang Kuen, early-stage golden immortals. A young man who looked to be in his 30s stood in midair. His features were extremely similar to Ing Jinchuan's. His expression was calm as he stood there quietly. His gaze landed on Jiang Kuen, but the aura he exuded made everyone present feel a terrifying pressure. Ing Zizai? Jiang Kuen seemed to be in disbelief. Ing Zizai, who had been missing for countless years, suddenly appeared? They had basically already determined that Ing Zizai had died outside. Otherwise, how could he not return to the Xianjian sect after so many years? My son! Elder Ing suddenly burst into tears. Father? Ing Jinchuan stared blankly at that figure. That's Peak Master? Fan Zhang and the others couldn't believe their eyes. Senior sister's father is actually a perfected golden immortal. Ning Qi curiously sized up Ing Zizai. At the same time, he checked his attributes. Then, could that be the Peak Master of the Moonless Peak, who has been missing for many years, ancestor Ing Zazai? I didn't expect Patriarch Ing to show up today. Looking at his aura, it seems to be much stronger than old ancestor Yi and the rest. Does that mean Ning Beixian will be able to escape again? How could this kid's luck be so good? The surrounding Xianjian sect disciples all looked at Ing Zazai in shock. At the same time, many of them secretly criticized Ning Qi in their hearts. You, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Ing Zazai calmly looked at Jiang Kuan and said. A trace of fear flashed across Jiang Kuan's eyes. Speaking of which, Ing Zazai had become a golden immortal much earlier than him, Yu Rulong and the others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so afraid of eldering. When he and Yi Rulong first entered the sect, Ing Zazai was already a peak sky immortal and a true disciple. After they became celestial immortals, Ing Zazai successfully became a golden immortal. Not long after that, he went missing due to a mission. This was the first time they saw Ing Zazai after becoming golden immortal patriarchs. In the end, he saw a perfected golden immortal Ing Zazai. This caught them off guard. Senior brother Ing, it was a misunderstanding just now. Jiang Kuan squeezed out a smile and forced a smile. Yi Rulong and the others didn't say anything. However, Ning Qi noticed that Yi Rulong, who had always been extremely arrogant, looked at Ing Zazai with a trace of undetectable fear. Misunderstanding? You said that my daughter has no right to speak? I remember you. You're Jiang Kuan, right? When you first entered the sect, I was a true disciple. What were you then? Oh, an outer sect disciple. If that's the case, my daughter's status is much higher than yours. You don't even have the right to carry her shoes. Just because I haven't returned to the sect for so many years. Have you all forgotten my existence? Ing Zazai said calmly. Senior brother Ing, that was many years ago. Now I'm also the peak master of Dajiang Peak, Jiang Kuan smiled. Kneel. Ing Zazai said calmly. What? Jiang Kuan seemed to not have heard it clearly and was a little stunned. Yi Rulong and the others understood it very well. The way they looked at Jiang Kuan instantly became strange. Patriarch Ing asked Patriarch Jiang to kneel. That's too overbearing. Patriarch Jiang is a golden immortal after all. So what if he's a golden immortal? Can't you feel the aura of patriarching? I'm afraid that even if Patriarch Jiang and the others joined forces, they would not be a match for patriarching. The surrounding mystic sword sect disciples were shocked. Xiaolang and the elders of the Dajiang Peak exchanged looks, their faces a little pale. As for Su Changxin and the other disciples of the Dajiang Peak, they were dumbstruck as they looked at Ing Zazai. This man had made their ancestor kneel down? Don't you understand? The corner of Ing Zazai's mouth curled up. Suddenly he extended his hand and grabbed. Ning Qi only felt that his hand was empty. The mountain and river purple golden hammer fell into Ing Zazai's hand. Immediately after, Ing Zazai appeared in front of Jiang Kuan and fiercely smashed towards him. Ing Zazai smashed into the ground. Boom! 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 Ing Zazai smashed again and again. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Even the main peak sensed the commotion. One after another, figures broke through the air and arrived. Senior brother Ing? Murong and Nangong looked at Ing Zazai in shock. When the golden immortals who rushed over saw Ing Zazai, their expressions also became extremely shocked. Some of them had pleasant surprise on their faces, while others had fear on their faces. If the person with the highest seniority in the mystic sword sect was Old Man Mysterious Sword, then the person with the second highest seniority would be Eldering, and Ing Zazai would be the third highest seniority. The true disciples and golden immortals of the same generation as Ing Zazai had long since died in battle or disappeared due to various reasons. Senior brother Ing is not dead, that's great. Have you guys noticed that senior brother Ying's cultivation seems to have touched that edge? Golden immortal, full circle? Hiss. In that case, wouldn't it be possible for senior brother Ing to obtain the Tao fruit and become a zenith heaven? Then our mystic sword sect will have 2 Zenith Heaven Realm cultivators, which is enough to be number 1 in Yingzhou. Some people were happy, some were sad. Among the golden immortals in the mystic sword sect, a few had been taught a lesson by Ing Zizai before. Now that Ing Zizai had once again appeared in the mystic sword sect as a golden immortal, their emotions were the most complicated. Who was the one who was smashed? Judging from his aura, it seems to be Jiang Kuan, this guy. Senior brother Ing has just returned, and Jiang Kuan has already offended him? Serves you right. If this continues, will Jiang Kuan die? Chapter 2363. After being smashed countless times, Ing Zizai casually threw the mountain and river purple golden hammerback into Ning Qi's hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on where Jiang Kuan was, only to see Jiang Kuan curled up on the ground with wounds all over his body. His entire body was trembling, and there were many wounds on his body where bones could be seen. Morong and the rest, who originally did not feel anything from Jiang Kuan being beaten, suddenly felt a trace of pity in their hearts. After all, Jiang Kuan was the same as them, an early-stage golden immortal. Now that he was beaten up like this, it was truly regrettable. Sha Lang, Su Zhangxin, and the rest looked at this scene with a defeated expression. Their eyes revealed a trace of fear. They did not expect that the invincible ancestor Jiang would be beaten up like this today. Kneel properly, don't pretend to be dead. Ing Zizai said indifferently. Yes. Jiang Kuan's voice was very weak. At this moment, he did not dare to continue acting dumb. He obediently stood up and knelt in the middle of the hole. He lowered his head and looked at the ground with eyes that were filled with endless hatred. His body was trembling. Half of it was because of fear, but the other half was because of anger. Anger. Do you know who you are now? Ing Zizai said indifferently. No. Dao. Jiang Kuan clenched his fists and replied in a low voice. Do you still dare to come to the moon, missing peak to show off? Ing Zizai looked down at Jiang Kuan. I don't dare. Then scram. Yes. Jiang Kuan's body surged with immortal qi, enveloping his entire body. Then he soared into the sky and flew towards the direction of the Dajiang Peak. He did not mention anything about the Yuan Dragon or the Dao artifact. Seeing this, Sha Lang and the rest wanted to leave with him. However, after glancing at Ing Zizai, they did not dare to act rashly in fear. Yi Rulong? You are Yi Rulong, right? Ing Zizai looked at Yi Rulong. Yi Rulong's expression changed slightly. He bowed respectfully and said, Rulong greets, senior brother Ing. These few don't seem to be cultivating the Xianjian sex cultivation technique? Ing Zizai nodded, and his gaze fell on Feng Mu and the other two. Feng Mu and the other two didn't expect that Ing Zizai would change his target to them. They were so scared that they shivered and looked at Yi Rulong with fear. They are my good friends, Yi Rulong said. In the future, do not casually bring these riffraff people into the Xianjian sect, and even more so, step into my moon missing peak, do you know? Ing Zizai smiled. Rulong understands. Yi Rulong lowered his head and cupped his hands. When Fanzeng and the others saw this, their emotions surged. Excitement filled their faces as they looked at Ing Zizai in admiration. Oh, one last thing. This little brother's Dao artifact was obtained from the ancient immortal's secret realm. I saw it with my own eyes. Don't slander him for stealing someone's Dao artifact, understand? Ing Zizai pointed at Ning Qi and said to Yi Rulong and the others, Morong, Nangong, and the other golden immortals of Xianjian sect, however, noticed that Ing Zizai seemed to be looking at them. Understood, understood. Yi Rulong gritted his teeth and nodded. Once Ing Zizai said that who else in the Xianjian sect would dare to snatch the 2 low-rank Dao artifacts from Ning Qi's hands? Even old man Mysterious Sword would have to give him face. Zizai, you're finally willing to come back. A loud voice rang out. Patriarch! Everyone hurriedly bowed. Old Man Mysterious Sword walked over with a smile and appeared in front of Ing Zazai in the blink of an eye. He was looking at Ing Zazai with a kind gaze. "Greetings, Patriarch." Ing Zazai cupped his hands and bowed with a respectful expression. He did not have the domineering intent that he had when facing Jiang Kuan and the others. "You're already at the golden, immortal, great perfection? Not bad, not bad. It seems like you have a high chance of becoming a zenith heaven in the future. Tell me, where have you been playing all these years? You couldn't have forgotten about the sect, right?" Old Man Mysterious Sword chuckled. At this time, the successor disciples from the main peak also flew over one after another, including Yi Tian, who was supporting Nalin Shiji. They looked at the scene in front of them in shock, as if they did not understand what was going on. The two hammers in Ning Beishuan's hands. Zhao Tong first glanced at Ning Qi, then was attracted by the mountain and river purple golden hammer. A trace of bewilderment flashed across his eyes. Apart from him, Pei Yong, Hizei, and the other successor disciples were the same. They could all feel the aura of the great Tao emanating from the mountain and river purple golden hammer in Ning Qi's hands. How would I dare to forget? It's just that I've been under the tutelage of White Emperor Immortal Lord all these years and could not find a chance to return to the ancestral planet. Today, because the Immortal Lord happened to pass by the ancestral planet, I decided to return to the sect to take a look. I will leave soon, or else I will be punished. Ing Zazai said. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Even Old Man Mysterious Sword's expression was greatly shocked. White Emperor Immortal Lord. Ing Zazai actually became the disciple of the Immortal Lord? And the highly ranked White Emperor Immortal Lord? On the ancestral planet, the Jade Clear sect had a divine tool that could check the heavenly Tao ranking. Everyone would go there whenever they had the time, so they naturally knew about the existence of White Emperor Immortal Lord. Many people's eyes flashed with a hint of realization. No wonder Ing Zazai had not returned to the sect for so many years. It turned out that he had obtained such a great opportunity. Zazai, you mean the Immortal Lord is near the ancestral planet right now? Old Man Mysterious Sword was in disbelief. That's right. Ing Zazai nodded. Did he come to the ancestral planet? Old Man Mysterious Sword asked again. Old Ancestor, the Immortal Lord is just passing by. He has no intention of coming to the ancestral planet. Ing Zazai smiled. That's right. The ancestral planet has already declined. How could it be qualified for the Immortal Lord to come? Old Man Mysterious Sword sighed. After a pause, Old Man Mysterious Sword glanced at Old Man Ing and Ing Jinshuan, then at Ning Qi and the purple golden hammer in his hand. He smiled and said to Ing Zazai, It's rare for you to come back. You should be leaving soon, right? I won't disturb your reunion. Once you're done, hurry up and catch up to the group so that you won't be scolded by the Immortal Lord. If you have the time in the future, remember to come back more often. With that, Old Man Mysterious Sword waved and turned to leave. Murong, Nangong, and the other Golden Immortals wanted to catch up with Ing Zazai when they heard that, but found it inappropriate to do so now. Father, Xian'er. After Old Man Mysterious Sword left, Ing Zazai looked at Old Man Ing and Ing Jinshuan and smiled. My son, you haven't come back for so many years. Father thought you died outside. That silly girl Jinshuan doesn't believe you're dead and has been waiting for you to come back. Chapter 2364. This is... Elder Ing was surprised. It can extend one's lifespan by an ancient era. I got it from an Immortal Lord. Ing Zazai said. Everyone gasped again. Extend one's lifespan by an ancient era. This was definitely a level 6 immortal pill. Grandpa, take this Xuanwu pill. Ing Jinshuan was overjoyed. She didn't expect her father to bring back such a miraculous pill. An ancient era's lifespan was equivalent to the limit of a sky immortal's lifespan. It was equivalent to letting Elder Ing live again. Elder Ing nodded, took the pill, and swallowed it. Immediately after, Everyone could feel a majestic life force emanating from his body. At the same time, there seemed to be some changes at the bottom of the missing moon peak. Clouds of immortal chi surged out continuously. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual chi on the missing moon peak increased by several times. This was a gift from the heavenly Tao. This meant that the heavenly Tao recognized the missing moon peak's luck. It was rising. Soon, Elder Ying's face became younger at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few hours, his appearance was similar to that of a golden immortal, like Jiang Kuan. He looked like he was in his 40s or 50s, and he no longer looked old like before. A few hours, an ancient era's lifespan. I'm afraid only an immortal lord can take out such a miraculous pill. Yi Rulong and the other golden immortals from the Mystic Sword sect looked at this scene with complicated expressions. Grandpa won't die of old age. Ying Jinchuan heaved a sigh of relief. She felt like she was dreaming. Not only did Elder Ying resolve the thread of his lifespan, but she also saw Ying Zizai, whom she had missed for a long time. Dad, how long can you stay this time? Ying Jinchuan looked at Ying Zizai carefully. Ying Zizai's expression changed slightly. He reached out and touched Ying Jinchuan's head. I can only stay for half a day this time. Half a day. Ying Jinchuan was a little disappointed. As immortals, what we seek is eternal life. As long as you work hard in your cultivation, there will definitely be many chances for us father and daughter to meet in the future. This time, father was able to enter the tutelage of the White Emperor Immortal Lord. This is a heavenly good fortune. We mustn't miss it. Only then will we have a chance to meet your mother again. Do you miss her? Ying Zizai smiled. Mother. Ying Jinchuan's expression was a little complicated. Ever since she could remember, she had never seen her mother. It was always Ying Zizai who brought her up personally. You just need to know that she didn't abandon us on purpose. She has her own difficulties. Don't worry, when your father's cultivation is higher, I'll take you to find her. Ying Zizai smiled. Elder Ying wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he sighed softly and did not say anything. Brett, do you have a wife? Ying Zizai suddenly looked at Ning Qi. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Was Ying Zizai planning to marry Ying Jinchuan to Ning Beixian? Ying Jinchuan's current identity was completely different. After confirming that Ying Zizai was not dead and had even become a disciple of the White Emperor Immortal Monarch, Ying Jinchuan had regained her rightful position. In the future, in the Xianjian sect, even a successor disciple would not dare to bully Ying Jinchuan. If he could become Ying Jinchuan's guest, it would be equivalent to having a golden immortal full cycle as a backer. Furthermore, it was a golden immortal full cycle with a terrifying background. Even if he could not do whatever he wanted on Ancestral Star, very few people would dare to offend him. Father, what are you talking about? Ying Zhenchuan was stunned at first. Then a trace of shyness appeared in her eyes. Senior, I already have a wife. Ning Qi cupped his hands. Ying Zhenchuan looked at Ning Qi in shock. Fan Zhang and the rest looked at Ning Qi in shock. Among the crowd, Wen Sheng and Wen Qing also looked at Ning Qi in shock. Second brother, didn't he lose his memory? Maybe he remembered it a long time ago. Wen Sheng's expression was solemn. Is this guy stupid? Even if he has a wife, don't say it out now. How stupid. Fortunately, we still have a chance. You have a wife? Forget it. Are you willing to take me as your godfather? In the future, you will be Jinchuan's big brother. Ying Zizai's eyes moved slightly. What is senior brother Ying trying to do? Is this guy's talent really so monstrous that even he is interested in him? Morong and the rest were stunned. Yi Rulong looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear in his eyes, thinking of old man Mysterious Sword's special attitude towards Ning Qi, and now that Ying Zizai was taking the initiative to take Ning Qi as his godson, there must be a reason that he couldn't see for now. How is this possible? Zhao Tong clenched his fists and a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. He wanted to tell Ing Zizai that he was the one who was judged to have golden talent in front of the Xian sword steel, while Ning Qi was just a weak white light. Could it be that he was telling the truth when he said that he saw me obtain the mountain and river purple golden hammer in the ancient immortal secret ground? Did he see something in it? Ning Qi's eyes gradually turned solemn. Seeing that Ning Qi didn't reply for a long time, the atmosphere became tense. Ing Zizai seemed to be very patient as he looked at Ning Qi. Your son, Ning Qi, greets Godfather. Ning Qi cupped his hands and bowed. Many people heaved a sigh of relief for Ning Qi. But soon they came to a realization. Ning Qi, wasn't that Ning Beixian? Even his name was fake? Everyone looked at Ning Qi in a daze, but there was a hint of shock in their eyes. The sword elder was tongue-tied. Ning Qi? Why do they have the same name? Why do they have the same name? So senior brother Ning's real name is Ning Qi Fanzang, and the rest looked at each other. Good. Jinxuan, why aren't you greeting Big Brother? Ing Zizai laughed and looked at Ing Jinxuan. Big Brother! Ing Jinxuan looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. I originally wanted to give you a pseudo-Dao artifact, but since you have 2 low-grade Dao artifacts, I'll give this pseudo-Dao artifact to Jinxuan. Treat her well in the future. Ing Zizai smiled and waved his hand lightly. A ray of golden light flew into Ing Jinxuan's body and formed a special pattern on her forehead. It looked like a water droplet and glowed with purple light. Ing Jinxuan's face was already very beautiful. With this pattern, her body became even more beautiful. A special enchanting aura was immediately released, causing many Xianjian sect disciples to be dumbstruck. Father, you're leaving? Ing Jinxuan reacted and said reluctantly, Yes, it's about time. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Chapter 2365. All right, there's nothing more to see. Scram. Elder Ing glanced at Yi Rulong, then swept his gaze across the room and waved his hand impatiently. In the past, no one dared to casually offend Senior Ing. Now, no one dared to offend Senior Ing. Everyone turned and left with complicated expressions. Not long after, the moonless peak became quiet again. No one mentioned Yuan Long again, and no one dared to covet the Dao artifact in Ning Qi's hands. Nalin Shiji, who was severely injured by the mountain and river purple golden hammer, gave up on the idea when he saw that Ning Qi had become Ing Zizai's godson. Little brat Ning, you are now my grandson, so you must treat Zhenxian well in the future. Give her good food first. Give her good drinks first, do you understand? Elder Ing looked at Ning Qi with a smile. Ning Qi smiled. That's for sure. He could tell that there was a hint of closeness in Elder Ying's words, and the fact that Elder Ing had stood in front of Jiang Kuan without hesitation made Ning Qi admire him. Good that you know. Ha ha ha. I haven't been out for many years. I'm going to see my old friends. You youngsters can play by yourselves. Elder Ing laughed and turned into a ray of light, disappearing from everyone's sight. Eldest senior brother, Fan Zhang, and the rest were stunned for a moment before bowing to Ning Qi. Ing Jinxuan was no longer the eldest senior sister of the Moonless Peak, as Ing Zizai had named Ning Qi as her big brother. Naturally, they had to change the way they addressed Ning Qi. I think you should call me Senior Brother Ning. I'm more used to it. Ning Qi smiled. Fan Zhang, and the rest looked at Ing Jinxuan awkwardly. Just call me whatever Big Brother tells you to. Ing Jinxuan smiled. That's Senior Brother Ning. Fan Zhang nodded. Jinxuan, the old ancestor, told me to go to the main peak after I'm done here. Ning Qi smiled at Ing Jinxuan. The old ancestor asked you to go? Ing Jinxuan was slightly stunned. She then understood that old man mysterious sword must have only sent a voice transmission to Ning Qi when he left. Big brother, be careful on the way to the main peak. Ing Jinxuan's eyes were filled with worry. Don't mention whether they have the guts or not. Don't you know my methods? Ning Qi laughed. Ying Jinchuan nodded. That was indeed the case. Until now, she still had no idea how Ning Qi managed to hide from the Wind and Cloud sect's golden immortals and successfully return to the moon missing peak from the ancient immortal mystic realm. On the main peak, along the way, Ning Qi didn't encounter any obstructions. Even when he encountered disciples from the Golden Sun Peak, Dan Peak, and Great River Peak, no one dared to stop him. They all avoided him as if he was some kind of terrifying monster. On the main peak, Ning Qi also saw Zhao Tong and the other true disciples. He had no intention of stopping Ning Qi. Just like that, he looked at Ning Qi silently as he made his way to the main peak's sect master hall. He's here. Old Man Mysterious Sword looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Yes. Ning Qi smiled. What did you say about Yuan Long? Elder Xianjian said. Ning Qi recounted everything in detail, and Old Man Mysterious Sword nodded after listening. He said, I really didn't expect that Yuan Long would get the Yuan family to hire an assassin to kill you. Since you killed Yuan Long, this enmity should be settled, right? Great ancestor, I will still pay a visit to the Yuan family. Ning Qi said indifferently. Well, since the Yuan family dared to make a move on the disciples of my Xianjian sect, they do need to be taught a lesson. I'll allow it. Old Man Mysterious Sword was silent for a moment, then nodded. After a pause, he said, Take out those 2 low-grade Dao artifacts, and let me have a look. Ning Qi smiled and casually threw the 2 mountain and river purple golden hammers to Old Man Mysterious Sword without any hesitation. Because he knew that if Old Man Mysterious Sword really wanted to snatch the Dao artifacts from him, even if he had thousands of methods and the system as his backing, it would still be useless. The difference in cultivation between the 2 was too great. Good stuff. Old Man Mysterious Sword's eyes lit up when he grabbed the mountain and river purple golden hammers. His body actually sank slightly. When Ning Qi saw this, his expression was a little strange. The mountain and river purple golden hammers were as light as a feather in his hands. But now it seemed that their weight was not simple. The great Tao of mountains and rivers. It's a pity that I have comprehended the great Tao of the divine sword. Otherwise, I could borrow your 2 Tao artifacts. Old Man Mysterious Sword sighed softly and threw the mountain and river purple golden hammers back to Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi had easily kept them, he already understood that the 2 Tao artifacts had been completely refined by Ning Qi. As for how Ning Qi was able to refine 2 low-grade Tao artifacts in such a short period of time, he did not think too much about it. Jiang Kuan has been taught a lesson by Ingbrat, so he probably won't dare to cause trouble for you anymore. I will also send a message to him, so you don't have to worry about anyone in the sect trying to harm you in the future. If there is, feel free to kill them, but this time you have obtained 2 low-grade Tao artifacts in the ancient immortal secret realm. You need to know the principle that the wind will destroy the tree that stands out in the forest. For the time being, stay in the sect and cultivate properly. Old Man Mysterious Sword said with a faint smile. Ancestor, are you saying that the people from the other sects will attack me? Ning Qi smiled. If you were not a disciple of my Mysterious Sword sect and had become Ingbrat's adopted son, even I would not be able to resist attacking you. Old Man Mysterious Sword sighed. Low-grade Tao artifacts. How many of them are there in the entire ancestral star? And this is a Tao artifact, left behind by an ancient immortal. Compared to the Tao artifacts that are personally refined by those powerful beings, it has a little more foundation. Once you go out, I think there will be many people following behind you. After saying that, Old Man Mysterious Sword waved his hand gently. Just like last time, Ning Qi felt the scenery in front of him change, and he appeared on the missing moon peak again. I originally planned to look for the ancient devil poison, but I obtained 2 low-grade Tao artifacts. However, for the advancement mission, I still have to prepare for the demonic qi. Ning Qi muttered to himself and headed towards the mission hall. He wanted to see if there were any missions related to the ancient devil poison. If there was no other way, he would personally take out the earth spirit pill and issue a mission to get someone to help him find the ancient devil poison. Dajiang Peak. After Jiang Kuan returned to his cave residence, he immediately meditated to heal his injuries. During the entire process, his face was extremely pale, and his eyes revealed a trace of resentment from time to time. However, if one looked closely, they would find that this trace of resentment was mixed with a trace of fear. Peak Master. Not long after, when Jiang Kuan's injuries were about 30 to 40% healed, Shalang's voice came from outside. Jiang Kuan suddenly stood up and walked out of the cave residence. He looked coldly at Shalang. "What's the matter?" Shalang's face was a little pale. After Jiang Kuan left, he whispered the information that he had obtained from Ing Zizai. Jiang Kuan's expression became more and more unsightly. Chapter 2366. Peak Lord. Although Ing Zizai has become a disciple of the White Emperor Immortal Lord, he said that the White Emperor Immortal Lord was only passing by our ancestral star and did not even stay for long. Ing Zizai left the ancestral star not long after you left, so that brat still has no backing. The moment he takes a step out of the sect, he'll be killed. Sha Lang said gloomily. Pa. Jiang Kuan casually slapped Sha Lang. Sha Lang was dumbfounded. He didn't know why Jiang Kuan slapped him. "Are you stupid, or do you want to see me die? He's already Ing Zizai's adopted son. If I kill him and Ing Zizai finds out about this, he'll come after me regardless of whether there's any evidence. At that time, do you want to take over my current position?" Jiang Kuan said coldly. "This subordinate dares not." Sharon quickly shook his head. Then a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. "So, if this child is killed by someone else, won't Ing Zizai also blame it on us?" "I can only pray that he lives well," Jiang Kuan said coldly, but in his heart he added, "before I find a way." Quest Hall. Marshal Nephew Ning. Do you plan on accepting a mission, or do you plan on exchanging items? Behind the counter, an elder looked at Ning Qi enthusiastically and said. The disciples of the Xianjian sect in the great hall stood far away, looking at Ning Qi with eyes filled with fear. This time, not only did Ning Qi kill the inner sect disciple, Yuan Long, he even used the low-grade Dao artifact, Mountain River Purple Gold Hammer, to forcefully fight against Jiang Kuan without dying. In the end, he even became an existence at the Golden Immortal Great Circle. Most importantly, Ing Zizai's identity was extraordinary. He was a disciple of the White Emperor Immortal Lord. In this way, how could these inner and outer disciples still dare to treat Ning Qi as a disciple who sweeps the floor? Even if these things hadn't happened, based on Ning Qi's performance in the sect grand competition, there probably wouldn't be many people who would dare to be arrogant in front of Ning Qi. Ning Qi scanned through all the quests in the quest hall. Regardless of the level of the quests, there seemed to be no way to obtain the ancient demon poison. Elder, do you have the ancient demon poison to exchange? Ning Qi smiled. Ancient demon poison? Marshal Nephew Ning must be joking. With your strength, how could you use the ancient devil poison? The elder laughed awkwardly. I'm not joking, am I? Ning Qi said seriously. The other party's expression suddenly changed. He looked down and said with a strange expression, Our sect no longer has any ancient devil poison in stock. The last bottle was exchanged by Yuan Long. It has been more than 10 years since a disciple obtained the ancient devil poison from the ancient immortal mystic land. Oh, Ning Qi nodded lightly. I wonder if I can issue a mission for someone to help me find the ancient demon's poison? Missions are all issued by the elders. I don't think there's a precedent of a disciple issuing a mission. The elder was in a difficult position. Then let me do it. A voice sounded behind Ning Qi. Ning Qi turned around and saluted. Disciple greets Elder Jian. Marshal Nephew Ning, you are too polite. However, to issue a mission, One must have a sufficiently attractive reward. I wonder what Marshal Nephew Ning is planning to offer. The Sword Elder smiled. Level 2 top grade Earth Spirit Pill. 1 bottle of ancient demon poison. Ning Qi smiled. Hiss! When the Xianjian sect disciples in the mission hall heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Senior Brother Ning is actually using a level 2 top grade Earth Spirit Pill to exchange for the ancient demon's poison? 1 bottle for 1 pill. Are you for real? Don't tell me you're only planning to exchange for 3 to 5 bottles. That's not bad. It just so happens that I have accepted a mission and am preparing to go to the ancient immortal secret realm to see if there is any ancient demon's poison. Ning, Marshal Nephew Ning, are you really planning to use a level 2 top grade Earth Spirit Pill to exchange for the ancient demon's poison? 1 bottle for 1 pill. The elder was in disbelief. That's right, this is the deposit. Ning Qi took out a porcelain bottle and placed it on the counter. The elder immediately opened it and took a look. When he smelled the rich fragrance wafting out, he already believed that Ning Qi was really going to do this kind of loss-making business. There are 30 level 2 top grade Earth Spirit Pills inside. Does Marshal Nephew Ning plan to exchange for 30 bottles of ancient demon's poison? The Sword Elder scanned with his divine sense and asked curiously. A normal person would use the ancient demon's poison to trap their enemies, use it to protect themselves, or use it to deal with immortal beasts. However, in this case, 3 to 5 bottles of ancient demon's poison would be enough. What exactly was the matter that required 30 bottles of ancient demon's poison? No. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. After pausing for a moment, he said, Unlimited exchange for ancient demon's poison. As long as I have ancient demon's poison, I will have level 2 top grade Earth Spirit Pills. With that said, the mission hall immediately became noisy. Those Xianjian sect disciples who were originally afraid of Ning Qi came forward, one after another. Senior Ning, is what you said true? Unlimited exchange for level 2 top grade Earth Spirit Pills? As long as it's the ancient demon's poison? There are no other conditions. Senior Ning, I have a bottle of ancient demon's poison here. Can I exchange it for a level 2 top grade Earth Spirit Pill right now? There are no additional conditions. Unlimited exchange. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. On the spot, he exchanged for 5 bottles of ancient demon's poison with those fellows who had stock. When those fellows really got their hands on the level 2 top grade Earth Spirit Pills, everyone believed that Ning Qi was not joking. Elder, I'll be troubling you. Ning Qi cupped his hands towards the elder. The other party quickly returned the greeting. No trouble, no trouble. Don't worry, Junior Nephew Ning. With that said, there were already many Xianjian sect disciples who could not wait to accept the mission. After all, although ancient demon's poison was rare, it was not rare, and its value would not be too high. Many of the Xianjian sect disciples had already made up their minds. They would use level 2 top grade Earth Spirit Pills to exchange for ancient demon's poison, and then come to Ning Qi's side to earn the difference. Ning Qi wanted this effect. He took out a high bounty for the ancient demon's poison and asked the disciples of the Xianjian sect to help him find it. If 100,000 disciples accepted this mission, he would be able to obtain tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of bottles of ancient demon's poison. Only then would he be able to break through to the great perfection of the human demon. He had completed the advancement quest issued by the system. Junior Nephew Ning, let's talk. The Sword Elder smiled at Ning Qi. Not long after, Ning Qi followed the Sword Elder to the sword house that he had been to twice before. Upon entering the sword house, the Sword Elder's expression became serious as he looked at Ning Qi. Junior Nephew Ning, your real name is Ning Qi, not Ning Beixian? That's right. Ning Qi nodded. Chapter 2367. Marshal Nephew Ning, are you and Senior Brother Ning Qi The Sword Elder suddenly looked at Ning Chi expectantly, as if he wanted to see something from Ning Chi's face. "It's just a coincidence." Ning Chi smiled. "Is it also a coincidence that Little Black chose you?" The Sword Elder was a little unwilling. "Yes, it should be a coincidence." Ning Chi nodded. "Coincidence? Forget it." The Sword Elder nodded with a bitter smile. "Maybe it really is a coincidence." After leaving the Sword Elder, Ning Chi returned to the missing moon peak and handed all the remaining Earth Spirit pills to Ing Jinxuan, asking her to help him exchange them for spiritual materials to refine the Earth Spirit pills. After that, Ning Chi used a Tai turtle breath talisman and left the Xianjian sect silently, heading towards the Taisui Lane. When he left the sword house, Ning Chi noticed that the Sword Elder was looking at him with a strange gaze. Perhaps he still did not believe that this was just a coincidence. As the old ancestor said, these sects are not willing to give up. Outside the Xianjian sect, Ning Chi saw many hidden and covetous presences. Among them were the Golden Immortals of the Wind and Cloud sect, Shenyang sect, and the Four-Way sect. However, no Golden Immortals of the Mountain Destruction sect and Honesty sect came. Only a group of true disciples came. Ning Chi swaggered past in front of them, and no one noticed Ning Chi's presence. 3 million for a Tai turtle breath talisman was indeed extraordinary. The money was not spent in vain. When he was about to leave the Xianjian sect's territory, Ning Chi bumped into the other 3 true disciples. Their faces were solemn, and behind them was a group of Xianjian sect's inner and outer sect disciples. They were rushing towards the Xianjian sect, and still did not notice that Ning Chi was watching them from afar. The Taisui Lane was not too far from the Xianjian sect, and it was about the same distance as the ancient immortal secret realm. Ning Chi walked and stopped, and it took him about a month to reach the Taisui Lane. Perhaps those sects did not think that Ning Chi would dare to leave the Xianjian sect at such a time. When he went to the disciples of other sects, he would occasionally bump into 1 or 2, and they would not recognize Ning Chi. Along the way, Ning Chi saw many demonic immortals, but these demonic immortals did not seem to belong to any sect. Most of them were alone. After transforming, their bodies emitted a faint demonic chi, and they cultivated immortal chi. Apart from their bodies, they were no different from ordinary immortals. The biggest difference was physical strength. Every demonic immortal was a natural body-refining cultivator. Their physical strength was much stronger than that of ordinary immortals, but there were strengths and weaknesses. Their ability to comprehend immortal techniques was a level lower than that of the immortals Ning Chi had met. At least, Cat's Chi demonic immortals as immortals, and immortals are to immortals Chi immortals Chi. Immortals Chi is to demonic immortals you as you to Chi. Ning Chi guessed in his heart. At the same time, he thought of the Tao Tai immortal beast he saw in the universe. This type of immortal beast should be relatively rare. Moreover, the cultivation level of that Tao Tai back then was not considered high. It should be around the earth immortal level. However, its aura was at the sky immortal level compared to the one he saw. The tiger demon was much stronger. Among the demon immortals, the strength of their bloodline had a great impact on their strength. "Brother, may I know which direction the Taisui Lane Yuan family is?" The Taisui Lane was very big, so Ning Chi casually asked a worldly immortal. Just from the name alone, it was easy to treat the Taisui Lane as a market, but in reality, the area occupied by the Taisui Lane was extremely vast, even larger than the Xianjian sect's territory. However, because this place was barren, the big sects did not care about it, and the small sects were not as strong as the Yuan family. The Yuan family dominated. "What are you going to the Yuan family for?" The worldly immortal looked at Ning Chi warily. Ning Chi laughed with a thought. He checked the other party's attributes. His surname was Yuan Hao, late period of worldly immortal, and his surname was Yuan, so there was a high chance that he was a disciple of the Yuan family. Thinking up to here, Ning Qi immediately reached out and grabbed. The late period of worldly immortal did not even have time to react before Ning Qi grabbed his neck. Yuan Hao, lead the way. Ning Qi smiled. Yuan Hao looked at Ning Qi in shock. You, how do you know my name? You don't have to worry about that. Ning Qi smiled. Are you planning to seek revenge at my Yuan family? I advise you to put away that thought. My Yuan family has a celestial immortal ancestor, and with your cultivation, you will only die if you go. If you let me go now, I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the Tai Sui lane. Yuan Hao said coldly. Although he looked calm on the surface, in reality, he was incomparably shocked in his heart. His opponent's cultivation was only one level higher than his, but he was able to suppress him with lightning speed, causing him to be unable to activate the celestial spiritual energy in his body, as if it was being suppressed by some kind of terrifying power. Your voice is so loud. Are you trying to attract the attention of others and then run to the Yuan family to send a message for you? Ning Qi said with a smile that was not a smile. Yuan Hao's expression changed slightly. Although this was a barren mountain, many immortals would pass by occasionally. This was indeed his plan. He hoped that someone would notice the scene and then run to the Yuan family to send a message. After all, the Yuan family was the #1 family in Tai Sui Lane, and as long as the immortals cultivated in Tai Sui Lane, if they saw the scene, they would most likely help to send a message to the Yuan family. In this way, they would be able to gain the Yuan family's friendship. Are you a disciple of the Yuan family? A deep voice was heard. Then, a being with the aura of an earthly immortal rushed over and appeared in front of the two. Yuan Hao's eyes were filled with joy. He looked at Ning Qi mockingly and said to the earthly immortal, I am Yuan Hao, a disciple of the Yuan family's 3rd branch. Senior, please restrain this thief. The Yuan family will definitely not mistreat you. All right. The earthly immortal's eyes were filled with joy. Then he looked at Ning Qi with a hideous smile. A mere exceptional realm human immortal was not worthy of his attention. Swoosh! A divine sword shot up into the sky and flew towards Ning Qi. In the realm of immortals, 99 out of 100 immortals used divine swords. This was completely different from the central mainland. In the central mainland, there were many who liked to use swords, but not many. Ning Qi gently reached out and slapped away the divine sword that appeared in front of him. Then he moved and appeared in front of the earthly immortal with Yuan Hao in his hand. Under the astonished gaze of the earthly immortal, Ning Qi smashed his head with one palm. Squeak, squeak, squeak.